like the poop part, like, it's funny, but the more I listen to it, it's like, okay, this is kind of cool.
Do you know the history of the song though?
I think you told me about it, where like he was like gonna drop like a big single or something, and everyone got excited. And
there's more behind that.
Oh
though,
shit!
Where before the big beef thing, him and Drake were supposed to do an album together, but that kind of fizzled out. But then they were still meet up to work on music and stuff. And Ty's like, I made this beat for you, and it was the Lift Yourself beat. And Drake's like, oh shit. He's like, oh, this is really cool. He started writing to it, and then a few months later, he does the poopity scoop thing on it, and it's just a big F you to Drake.
That's pretty funny.
All right, it's live.
Go for it. Do Kanye fans like it for the most part, or is it kind of divisive?
I don't know. It's not
Talking about Lift Yourself, like Kanye.
Kanye fans are.
Oh, I need to change the exposure on this camera.
For the most part, they either miss the old Kanye or they're with the memes.
Oh, okay, that's good.
You want to do the intro, Anthony? I'm changing one of the camera exposure settings real quick.
Yeah. What's going on, film fans? Welcome to another special episode of Screen Tongue, episode 21, our Halloween special, part 1. We need a music cue or something.
No, wait, whose keys are these?
Mine.
Yeah!
Yeah, look, that and this ear thing.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Here, show it to the audience out there. Here, Elwood.
Yeah, go for it.
Put it on the keychain cam.
Keychain cam.
Are we able to move that camera to face us, Norby?
Yeah, move it however you want. Just be careful of the wires down there.
I got it.
Robbie's in the chat. What's up, man?
What's up, Robbie? So yeah, we're gonna be talking about some cool spooky movies, but we got a special guest with us for our first one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Elwood.
Oh, welcome Elwood.
Welcome, Elwood. Elwood has helped us with a few shorts, and probably help us with a lot more. I think. Is that cool with you?
Oh yeah, it's
pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Alright,
you can
cool.
use me if
Do
you
you want to see this knife they gave me from work?
A box cutter?
Yeah, look at this thing. It's like cheap as fuck.
Oh yeah, we got those like Goodwill. Oh, there you go.
Oh, fuck.
It's funny because they say you're not allowed to have weapons at work.
I mean,
Let me see.
it's not like a weapon.
No, it's not a weapon.
Is the only way to close it, like, push it down against
Yeah.
something?
I mean, you can push the side, like
Oh.
without any blade, like over here.
Yeah, what you do is to get a new blade, you just push it all the way out.
Yeah.
You just take it out. Yeah.
My grandpa told me that when he worked at a grocery store, that he was bagging a lady's groceries and he looked down, he was like, oh shit, he just sliced his fucking like wrist like here.
Oh, fuck.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so
that's cool.
I don't think we watched much. Did you guys watch much this week?
Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah.
We watched a very, very special, award-winning film by the name of Two Freddy.
Oh, Two Freddy.
Yeah,
I walked out of that one.
Also, film fans out there, we had our short "What Is a Bug" premiere at a festival this week.
We did.
It's pretty fun to see our work on the big screen.
It was.
And it played before this feature, a Swedish one, I think, called Two Freddy. What was it? First feature vibes, you know what I mean?
First feature vibes.
Was it good?
Yeah, so the basic premise is that, like, it's like Midsummer, where, like, these friends are, like, going camping, but instead of, like, anything, like, dynamic happening, he just gets these, like, random letters. But Elijah put it in a really, in a good way, in terms of, like, they kind of gave themselves, like, an impossible task. Like, there's no way to really end this movie in, like, a resolute way. And there's certain things that, like, at first it's like, there's certain things that, like, that choice, but it really was a choice. Like, a lot of it was overexposed and shallow focus. But those are things, like, you got to get out of your system in a first feature, you know? And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially since I haven't made one yet, so, yeah.
Robbie just asked, you got 4 cameras now? Have you always had 4 cameras? Yeah. Yeah. On the podcast one, because Johnny isn't always here for the movie ones, the movie podcast. I just leave all 4 cameras on, because I can't switch and talk at the same time. It's pretty, and also my back's faced to them, so I just leave all 4 cameras on. But yeah, so would you watch some stuff this week besides the movies we're gonna talk about?
I watched Evil Dead in the theaters.
Dude, that's
Wow.
fucking tight.
Let us know. It was really cool because the opening, it was like 20 minutes of Bruce Campbell just talking about the movie. But they showed us the fucking like the one that they fucked up where they fixed, where they took out all the imperfections and shit. Like you know what I'm talking about?
The digital remaster.
Yeah. It was like there's like scenes where you could see like people in the back, like sound guys and stuff like that, and like they digitally took them out, like Lucas did. But at the beginning, Bruce Campbell's like, "Oh, we're not George Lucas. We didn't fuck up these. You know, this is raw. You see people in the back and shit." But then you watched it and you were like, "Wait, what the fuck?" Yeah, Bruce Campbell, blind.
Big chin.
Big Chan.
Big chin.
Big Chin.
Big chin. Yeah.
There's a movie called Bubba Hotepo where he plays an Elvis
I heard,
impersonator.
I saw the trailer for that. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
Have you seen? Oh wait.
Have you seen it?
No, my English teacher wouldn't stop talking about it when I was in 8th grade.
Oh no shit.
I've seen Phantasm.
You seen Phantasm?
Yeah, the guy who did Bubba Hotep did Phantasm.
Is that one good?
Phantasm's just weird, kinda. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I'm not really sure why it's like so popular. But it's kind of cool.
But is it good?
I don't know. I watched it like in 7th grade because like I heard people talk about it, but it's not like it's not even like Friday the 13th. We're like, I think even though Friday the 13th, we were talking about how Friday the 13th, it's not like a great movie. It's still, I feel like still kind of memorable.
Mm-hmm.
And Phantasm does have like some weird stuff where it's like, okay, I haven't really seen that before, but I don't remember it the same way I remember like Halloween, Friday the 13th, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Nightmare on Elm Street. It's not like that.
It didn't start a franchise, you know.
It did though.
Dude.
There's like 8 movies now.
Not a memorable one.
No, yeah, honestly, like the last like 5 have
Asterisk.
been like Redbox movies. Like, there's quite a few of them though, but it's like people don't talk about the Phantasm series like they talk about Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street,
Right.
even Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Have you seen any of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequels?
I've seen the second one.
The
Yeah,
okay.
second one is awesome.
This isn't Dennis Hopper in that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh fuck.
it's just funny.
I haven't seen it yet, but it looks really, really goofy.
We should do that one for the podcast.
That would be pretty cool too, because there's a guy in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 that stars in Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses.
Oh, tight.
Yeah, I've seen the reboots, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre reboots.
All of them?
I think so, except for that one called Leatherface.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see that one.
Didn't they go straight to like DVD?
Yeah, I think so.
Damn.
There was the one in 2003 with Jessica Biel. That one's like, that's the one that they used for Joseph's thing. It's, I don't know. I think it's actually kind of creepy in some parts. It's not great. It's not like the original, but for like a horror remake, I feel it's like more interesting than like some of the others that came out. Then there's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. That came out in like 2006, and I remember watching the trailer for that, and it really scared me because there's like a scene where there's this like weird noise happening, and then like a urinal in a basement, and whenever that part came up, it really scared me. I don't know why, but that movie that's not that great either, and the ending's kind of funny. And then the next one they made was Texas Chainsaw, which with Texas Chainsaw they did a thing that they just did with Halloween, where like it's probably like the 10th sequel or whatever, but they retcon everything else and say it's a direct sequel to the original.
A rebootquel?
Yeah, it's like that's rebootquel. I like
Rebootquel.
that. But what's funny about that is like the movie came out in like 2012, and it's a direct sequel to the 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it's basically the main character was like a baby during the events of the 1974 one, and now she's like 25. So what year would that be? Like around 2000, right?
Yeah.
But they have fucking iPhones.
What the fuck?
So it takes place in like, yeah, it's weird because she should technically, it's Alexandria Daddario.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
now.
and it's just like, that movie's funny. That movie's really funny. I saw it in 3D though.
How much money did it make?
It probably like made back a decent amount, but not enough. I think it was bad enough where the amount it made was not enough to get another
one made. Yeah.
Shame was much higher than profit.
Shame.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like
yeah.
you made a shitty movie. We
Um,
also watched Titane.
Oh,
Titane.
yeah.
Do you want to
we
talk
should-
about
yeah,
that when
should,
we
yeah, a
talk
little-
about Raw? Because I feel like they go together
can.
well.
Yeah, we could do that.
Last night with John, we like roaming around, and I guess his brother was having like this sleepover thing. So we're like, okay, let's check this out. And like all these guys are like sleeping.
Did you just break
I don't know,
into
it
somebody's
was-
house?
Kinda. We needed to
Yeah.
go pee really bad. So John was like, I know my brother's hanging out like at this sleepover. And his brother was still awake, so it wasn't like we like broke in there. But he was watching The Hateful Eight. And I don't know, The Hateful Eight's pretty amazing.
Was it the Netflix extended series edition?
I don't know if it was that one or not, but we were also kind of stoned too.
Have you seen that one though?
I haven't seen that one, no.
Me neither. Have
I've
you
only
guys?
seen the
The theatrical version.
yeah.
It's already kind of too long.
Yeah, it's already too
Yeah.
long.
The Hateful Eight those were like really good.
Mm-hmm.
It is fucking good.
I haven't
I
seen
agree-
it
I
since it
remember-
came out in theaters.
Me too, yeah, but I remember really liking the fuck
Like
out of
I
it.
feel like people kind of gloss over it in like his filmography, but you know, watching it again, and maybe I was high, like maybe being high like
Amplified it.
amplifies it a little bit, but it's still like actually it feels like a play kind of with the way they talk to each other, but the
Mhm.
dialogue is just so like so vibrant.
Mm.
It's very entertaining. And then just, you know, cinematically, what was it, like 70 millimeter? The whites are like super fucking white. And then the way it ends is like, I was thinking about it, it's like incredibly emotional. You guys have all seen the way it ends, where like
Yeah.
the white dude basically is reading this letter that's supposed to be from Abraham Lincoln to Samuel L. Jackson's character, but it's actually like Samuel L. Jackson writing a fake letter.
Yeah.
But it's like really cool because Samuel L. Jackson wrote it in like a convincing way for like Abraham Lincoln to have written it, you know? It would be something that would fool people from that time, and like it fools us in the beginning because we actually think it's a letter from Abraham Lincoln.
Mm.
And just at the end when the guy's like adding Mary Todd in, there's like a nice touch. There's something about that like makes me want to cry kind of. And then the music starts playing and it's like there won't be many coming home. Or like maybe 10 there's like and then it cuts to the credits and then there's a line in there where it's like maybe 10 out of 20, and that made me think of like the Civil War and like you're fighting like your fellow countrymen and like half of you are going to die. And you know, like you hear that thing in the Civil War, there were like brothers fighting brothers and shit. And I don't know, it made me think about like why the Civil War is like really fucked up, you know? Like I feel like now there's like a lot of memes made about like stuff like that because it's like so far removed. And
Yeah,
don't know.
over 100 years
I didn't
ago.
feel it, yeah, like watching that didn't make it feel far removed.
Mm.
So that was a cool feeling.
Looking forward to the second Civil War
Now,
coming soon.
do you think another Civil War will happen?
Robbie said no more brother wars. Will it happen?
I don't think
I'm not
any
getting into
movement
it.
will get that far. You know, it'll just.
I don't know.
I
We
don't
gotta
know,
watch that Tim Dillon video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's too many like different groups of people. Like before it was just like North and South. There's too many like niches
Yeah.
where it's like we want freedom, but just this much.
There's too many holidays. You know, there's just
Too many holidays.
There are
Yeah.
too many holidays,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think we're too diverse to have
Tomorrow's
a real
like
Civil War.
Indigenous Day or something. It's actually pretty funny. Like we're supposed to get like a shipment of merchandise tomorrow, and the other day, like the manager of our other store called us to ask my manager if we're still getting our truck today because it's a holiday. And I just remember thinking like, what fucking holiday is it on Monday?
Yeah.
And then my boss tells me it's Indigenous Day, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why wouldn't we get a truck for Indigenous Day? I don't know. This is goofy. That might be a better like question though, for a different podcast.
Yeah, for the wizard one. I like talking about the second Civil War.
That'd be fucking crazy.
Anything else you guys want to talk about, or you guys want to just jump right in?
Oh, have you guys seen Easy Rider?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought about recommending it for the podcast sometime in the future.
I saw it once freshman year, but I don't really remember it, so I rewatched it, and damn, that like last like half hour is like really fucking good.
Yeah.
When it becomes like an LSD trip or some shit like that.
Yeah, they
Mhm.
start crying and shit.
Yeah, that ending, like, I kind of felt like I felt different afterward. Like I don't know if I was moved, but like after I was like, oh,
You
felt
something.
yeah, like I don't know, I walked a little different.
Just walked an extra centimeter.
Yeah,
Reached up.
I don't know, just like the way like the camera just like pulls out and it's just the burning like bike. I don't know, I don't know. It made me kind of cry. I'm not gonna lie. Like I got home, I took
Dang.
a shit. I like, fuck. All right, yeah, I'm done.
That's a good America movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
I'd
Jack
want to watch
Nicholson.
that movie with you guys. I watched it within the last year, and I cried at that part where they play The Wait, the song. I don't know. I was high
Oh,
too.
yeah. You said you just
Yeah,
like the,
'cause
you like
there's,
the
like-
landscape and stuff.
Yeah, there's a part where it's like a big shot of like them driving off into the canyon. It's the end of the Wait, and for whatever reason, it got to me.
It's a cool song too.
It fits really well there.
Mhm.
I think a really cool or let's talk about Easy Rider sometime. That can turn into a big discussion.
All right. Anything else? Anything else? Middle names?
Ted.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is it just Ted?
Yeah, TED.
Oh shit.
Let me see. What's yours? Jake.
What the fuck?
Norby's. Let's see. Leonard.
Wow. No.
Okay. Was I close?
Fuck no.
Ah. All right. What's mine?
What's yours?
Tell
Oh,
me.
I know. Elijah Ralph Fuchs.
Okay. Your turn.
Nope.
Fuqua.
Fuqua?
Oh, is it some Polish shit?
Nah, it's just weird.
Oh,
Francis.
Francis, that'd be cool. No.
EFF.
Cyril.
What the
S-Y-R-I-L.
fuck? S. Wait, how do you spell that?
Or not S. C-Y-R-I-L.
That was my second guess.
C-Y-R-I-L. Cyril.
It's
What is
my
that? What
is my grandpa's name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His first name?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's a weird name though. It's like a weird but cool name.
Is he from America?
Yeah, but I think his parents are from Sweden.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Yeah.
that's
My,
gotta
my
be-
grandpa's name was Ted.
oh, shit.
Okay. That's
My
cool.
grandpa's name was Norby.
No.
Norberto
Norberto. My grandpa's full name is Norberto Franco Cisneros. And then my great grandpa's name, I forget his middle name, but he's also Norberto Cisneros.
What's your middle name?
Miguel.
Miguel.
That's entirely Spanish.
What about yours?
Mine's just John.
Is it really?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, my grandpa's name is John Never Ready Lozano. It's Native American and then Spanish.
Robbie's name is
Cool.
Robbie's middle name is Charles.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. On Xbox he goes by his last name is Murphy, so he goes by RC Murphy. But yeah, Miguel. I don't know if I told you guys that. I'm the fourth Norberto in my family.
Nah, you didn't tell us you were the fourth.
Yeah, I'm the fourth one, dude.
When's the fifth coming?
Maybe never. I don't know.
That's a wizard question.
That is a wizard question. Yeah, when is the fifth one coming?
We gotta
Johnny,
get on Wizard soon.
Johnny said
Yeah.
if I don't name my kid, if I have a son, if I don't name him Norberto, he'll do it. So like it'll happen no matter what. Okay, we went over middle names, and Evil Dead, and Easy Rider,
2 Freddy.
2 Freddy,
Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight. All right, are we ready?
Yeah, where are we starting?
We start with Elwood getting closer that way.
Here, you want to switch? You're the guest.
Yeah.
Or we could keep these on, right?
Switch the headphones just because I have to give that one a shorter cord. Yeah, here in the backcountry
Oh,
garage.
are these rolling papers?
My equipment's finally starting to catch up to its abuse. Yeah, all this equipment's been thrown around by stoners and teenagers
Oh.
and 20-something-year-olds
And film fans.
and film fans. Yeah, this equipment needs to get replaced
Yeah.
because I ain't gonna fix it. Right now we have 5 viewers. It's a good amount.
You got 5 viewers?
5.
Hey, shout out to all the film fans out
Cinco.
there. You're in for a treat.
Happy Halloween.
Oh yeah, so this is all right. Let's get into it. This is Screen Tongue 21. Elwood is the guest right now. he recommended Snake of June, which will be the first one we go into. If that's okay with you. I mean, yeah, all right. Cool.
I mean, like, it's okay if you want.
All right, cool. Let's see.
Toss me that ball.
Oh, this is a clown nose.
Oh, nice.
I got it from Charlie the Clown. There you go. Good catch.
Damn. Thing works.
Works.
So yeah, we watched Snake of June, Halloween, Raw, and Shaun of the Dead. So we'll start with Snake in June. So why did you recommend it, Elwood? Or if you have anything else you want to say about it before we all start talking.
So, I guess, like, it just started with Tetsuya, the Iron Man.
Fuck yeah.
I bought a box set with a bunch of his movies in it, and you asked me what movie do you want, and I was like, oh fuck, and I was just thinking of movies I gotta watch, and I watched the first half hour of it like 4 months ago. I never finished it, so I was like, oh well. I was like, a Snake of June. I don't know. There's no reason for it.
Okay.
I didn't even know. It kind of sounded like Halloweenish.
Dude, the fucking is there anything? Do you want to talk about it before we all
Nah,
start cutting you off and stuff?
Nah, I think you guys could.
Okay.
I didn't know what to think of it really.
Oh really?
Yeah, like I enjoyed it kind of. Me and Jalen, we kind of sat around for like an hour talking about it.
Oh, tight.
Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't. I don't know. Give me your guys' thoughts. I need like your guidance.
First thing off the bat, like just looking at pictures of it on IMDb. I didn't look up a log line or anything, so I had no idea what it was about. But I was really happy that it was blue and black. Like you don't see, there's no blue and black movies, you know.
That's what I was gonna say. It trades in like traditional black and white in terms of an emphasis on like shadows and contrast, which I think the movie kind of like thematically is. For yeah, a black or like a blue and black or a blue and gray is this sort of like in between. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was like, it's such a simple visual choice, but it makes the whole thing, you know. It transforms the whole emotion, the whole experience watching it. So I really enjoyed that aspect of it.
What do you think, Elijah?
I like the blue in terms of like there's like a lot of stuff with water.
Yeah.
And the rain.
Yeah, the rain.
The rain. Fucking love the rain, dude.
It was an interesting movie. I kind of like some of the weird take on sexuality, you know? Like the opening image where they're saying like the stuff about like the girl's naked, but he
bigger
has
cameras, bigger lights, turns them on.
Yeah,
more.
yeah. That, like, you see that and you're like, okay, this is gonna be something weird to do with this subject matter, and I thought that was interesting, but I didn't feel amazed by it or really blown back by a lot of it.
And I haven't seen Tetsuo.
Me neither.
But I'm going to take a leap here, and I assume that Tetsuo is more independent in terms of its production and the way that it came about, starting the whole genre and a movement in a sense. And this movie feels like that, but not as successful in terms of like, I don't know how many people saw a Snake of June and it changed their life or the way they wanted to make movies, but it still felt idiosyncratic in that way, choosing to do it in a blue and black. And also like just like technical stuff too, and like the way it's cut and things like that. Not just like actual like picture cut, but narratively too. I found pretty interesting, but yeah, it felt more like something he had to get off his chest than like something, you know, that's gonna impress people, which I appreciate. There's a lot of things though that like it was cool to see it all in one movie, but I wish each aspect was like, I wish it was a longer movie. It's like 78 minutes.
Yeah.
And
true.
like especially like is what came out in 2002, something like that. And so at the time too, and stuff like having like a mental health like hospital or like a service thing, a phone call like
a
that.
suicide hotline.
Yeah, it's a suicide line. But in 2002, you know, it's like
Mhm.
before like this whole suicide awareness like movement
Mhm.
has really at the
Japan-
point it is now.
Japan's ahead of the times.
That is a thing. Japan is the future. But I wanted to see more of that, and I also wanted to see more of the cancer photographer guy and just his thing. I did like all the darkroom stuff.
Oh yeah. I like taking a photography class and then like they're talking about negatives and shit. But
Yeah,
when
they-
they show the go ahead.
I was gonna say they had contact sheets too.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. Like when they come to get the negatives, it's not even the negatives.
it's the contact
It's the
sheet.
contact sheets.
which is more cinematic and it's more visual.
Yeah. But it's like
just say that.
But it's like he's like, I'll give you the negatives, but he doesn't even give them to her. He just gives her the contact.
Which
sheet.
makes sense. He's like, I have more negatives. You know?
Yeah. So like he technically just like ripped her off. I mean, what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. Elwood, anything else?
I was gonna say maybe he doesn't know what like negatives are. Like maybe
Oh,
he's just
maybe,
a really
yeah.
bad photographer.
He could be. The pictures he took were like, I mean, it looked like some of the ones at the end were like at nighttime. You know, it's in the rain. Like, I mean, I guess he's cheating with the flash. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of reminded me of Harmony Korine, where he,
Oh, yeah.
he makes the same movie twice, and then he
Mm.
just moves on from his interests. Where it's like he made Tetsuo and then Tetsuo 1. I saw Tetsuo. I kind of just assumed all of you watched Tetsuo, or at least like Norby. I thought you watched it.
No, but I've been like wanting to watch it for like the longest fucking time.
Oh.
But I'm super familiar with like what it is, how it influenced, you know, movies from then on out.
Mhm.
What is like the big draw with it?
Fucking drill penis.
What?
Yeah, the drill penis.
It kind of like started like the whole like Japanese cyberpunk like
Body horror.
like
Oh, okay.
thing.
Mhm.
The guy who directed 964 Pinocchio, he actually like I don't want to say apprenticed, but he's credited as an assistant director on Tetsuo. But like he kind of like influenced a whole bunch of people around that time
Okay.
Mhm.
and was in that scene.
You wouldn't have Blade Runner.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have Akira. What's the Netflix one? The Netflix cyberpunk show?
The Walter
Carbon.
Alternate
Yeah.
carbon. Whatever.
What
it's
year
called.
did it come out?
I hated that
Tetsuo?
show.
1981.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that sounds
Like
about
early
right.
Oh,
80s.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I just saw a screenshot one time. I was like, "What the fuck is Tetsuo?" And I watched it. I was like, "Oh shit!" I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like, you know how like Eraserhead's like counted as one of the first like midnight movies,
Mhm.
and then like other side of the coin's like what El Topo. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Is that what it's fucking called?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where it's like midnight movies. This felt like the Japanese like equivalent.
Yeah.
Where like except he didn't go on to make like bigger movies. Like David Lynch would, you know, he'd go on to make
Lynch.
he'd go on to make David Lynch. And then what the fuck's it? Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Yeah.
No, that's mine. I switched them
you
already.
switched them?
Yeah.
Alright.
I thought about you. Alejandro Jodorowsky, like he would go on Holy Mountain and stuff like that.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
guy kind of was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make a midnight movie, but I'm gonna keep making midnight movies."
Fuck yeah.
Which I respect.
He didn't sell out.
Yeah, I want to say, the film, like there were certain shots that looked like really soft, so it made me kind of, it reminded me of a lot of like classic Hollywood.
For
For
A Snake of June.
Snake
or,
of June.
Okay, for Snake of June. Okay.
yeah, like they were like the shot of her like in the bathtub where it's like a close up of her face.
Mm.
It's like lit like really softly. It kind of reminded me
Yeah.
of like old Hollywood. Like even the score kind of reminded me of like old Hollywood,
Mhm.
like Hitchcock.
Yeah, yeah. I can. Oh, that's not a bad. That's
Yeah,
good.
I was gonna bring that up. There's a lot of like, not even just like soft lighting, like maybe on the female aspects, but like there's just like a lot of like purposeful lighting. Like
Yeah, it's all,
not
like,
even
super
It's
cool.
not even
The lighting was
3-point
sick.
lighting. It's like a light here, shadows, and a light on the nose. You
Yeah.
know, like in the darkroom shot. Or I was gonna bring that up,
Mhm.
but that is a good point when you bring up like the whole Herman-esque thing. I wouldn't even say it's so much though like evoking like Bernard Herrmann or something like that of Hitchcock, as much as it is more just orchestral, like classical music. But it was still a good point, and I wanted to know what you guys thought of that because I was gonna look it up, but I watched it today, so I didn't really have time.
Yeah, me neither.
What song they were playing in the end? Because like, it reminded me of like when like Lars von Trier plays like Requiem, like in the beginning of Antichrist, something like that. It's like, all right, there's probably something thematic here. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I agree with Elijah where it was like the whole movie I was kind of expecting a lot more, like because there's like a trailer with like for the box set where it's all of his movies like cut together, and this is the one that looks like the most intriguing. So when I got the box set, I kind of wanted to go in order, but then I was like, oh fuck it, Snake of June. Yeah. And it's definitely like it's a lot more style over substance. But I think like I don't know. Again, all the DVDs are like individual. Like there's 2 per disc. Yeah. So I kind of feel like the second one's gonna be better because I was reading the book and it was like he made 2 movies about women's bodies. Yeah. And one Snake of June, one is it's like Vital or something like that. But yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember the song at the end. I was too busy thinking about the fucking Robocock.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That came like so out of left field.
That thing that wraps around his neck.
It's alive, right? Or like it's moving on its own.
Like, the movie's interesting because it sets itself up as like a really like, you know, like realistic, like grounded sort of movie, just you know, blue and black. And they have those scenes where it's like pretty like cyberpunkish, you know. Also, I forgot I was gonna bring this up. The dude who took the pictures, I think it's the same. I think that's the old man from Ichi the Killer.
He looked like it.
I think he did look like it. I think it's the same guy.
I knew he looked familiar.
Yeah.
I never saw Ichi the Killer.
Oh,
I've only seen Audition.
Oh, that's Anthony keeps telling us to watch Audition.
Audition?
Yeah, Audition's cool.
Takashi Miike. Wait,
yeah.
What other Takashi Miike films have you seen?
I've literally only seen Audition.
You have to watch Dead or Alive and come back to me after you've seen that fucking movie. It's DOA, Dead or Alive.
Is it based off the video game?
Nah. It came out before actually, but and then at a certain point, I'm gonna get the Visitor Q DVD.
Please.
And we're gonna watch that shit.
Okay.
Takashi Miike episode 80.
yeah. There we go. We gotta do the Miike one.
That's gonna be like 10 years, dude.
It'll take like 10 years to do that episode. He has a lot of shit.
Yeah, Takashi Miike, I want to get into his work. He kind of reminded me of this guy, the guy who made Tetsuo, except I feel like he's got a lot like wider, like filmography.
Yeah,
he definitely does. Like, he actually does make a film in every genre. Everyone knows him for his horror stuff, but he makes children's films. He makes dramas. He makes action movies. Not all are as successful as others, but he has over 100 credits in his IMDb, and he's not even 60.
Which is the one the found footage one, where it's like shot all on camcorders.
Somebody just said
off the top of my head.
Somebody just said in the chat, AQ6476. Holy fuck, Dead or Alive is dope.
Yes! Oh fuck! Shout out to Angel. That's my friend Angel.
Oh, is that Angel?
On my around the time of my birthday, I had all my band friends over, and we got some canna butter, and so we made ourselves a little birthday cake edible. We didn't really measure it out or anything. We just put all that shit in there, and none of them they don't really smoke or none of that shit. So it was most of their first times, and we'd taken it right before we started Dead or Alive.
Oh no!
And so by the time it really like hit them, it was at the ending of this fucking movie, and it was like one of those things where it's like. You watch a movie with people, and like, you won't forget it because you know they won't forget it.
Yeah.
And yeah, shout out to Angel.
Pretty fucking
Angel,
tight.
I'd like to. I'm actually Angel's the one I want for the trumpet short.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Angel. Angel, I got some plans for you. Sit down.
Watch out, Angel. Robbie just said they added Judge Dredd to Call of Duty Warzone. That's fucking. He sent me a trailer for it. I'll watch it later, but I saw the first 2 seconds and they didn't fuck.
Have you guys seen the 2012 Dread movie?
That movie's
That movie's fucking awesome.
tight,
That's
dude.
fucking awesome. That honestly, that's the movie that like really makes me like Alex Garland, because it's from
Yeah.
the same guy who did Ex Machina and all this shit. And he's like,
Oh,
oh, you
is it
think
really?
he's
I
like
didn't
some
know that.
pretentious guy or whatever. Or
Whoa.
like technically he's credited as only writing the movie,
Like
but
ghost director.
yeah, but like Carl Urban and everyone says it like, nah, he directed that shit.
Oh shit.
But yeah, Dredd's cool, and Judge Dredd with Stallone is pretty funny.
I haven't seen the old one.
Rob Schneider's in it.
Oh, for
as like
real?
a main side character. He's like throughout the whole fucking movie.
Oh yeah, he is.
So,
Yeah,
like just to tell you what
forgot
that
about-
fucking movie is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a childhood film. But I
The,
only
the original Judge Dredd.
Yeah, with Sylvester Stallone.
What do you think of the 2012 Dredd?
Oh, I liked it way. It was kind of one of those like middle school movies that I had an obsession with.
Me too.
It's like Scott Pilgrim and Judge Dredd.
Yeah, Judge Dredd was
Or like
fucking
Dredd, I
tight.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Snake of June.
Yeah, back to Snake of June.
I want to say the camera works really nice. Like there's a lot of
I
parts.
think that was my favorite part.
Yeah, like the part when she puts on the skirt for the first time out,
Mhm.
and she's walking. It's like her POV. I don't know. It looked like they shot it like on a fucking like long lens, and like it's like really shaking. You just see people like glance at her and
Mhm.
stuff like that. I don't know. It made me feel like a woman, or I guess like
This
made me
movie,
feel like with the
this
movie
movie made me feel like a woman. At least the
Made me
first
a
half.
woman.
The first
You're
half
wearing
did.
like no skirt or no underwear or something, walking
Yeah.
in public.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what happened right after I watched it actually.
Oh,
I was like,
shit.
oh shit.
with a vibrator.
Yeah,
That was awkward.
I wanted to say, yeah, the fucking RoboCop. That shit, when that came out, I was like, wait, what the fuck is happening? I don't know, the whole film, like, again, in the trailer, it's only the, like, abstract parts, the shit where it's, like, the fucking tunnel people and shit.
Yeah.
I love that.
That part was cool.
Yeah, that part was really fucking sick. That if you like that part, that's Tetsuo, but the whole thing. If that makes you excited. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys, what'd you guys interpret from it? Like in your own time. I know you watched
Yeah,
it today.
I watched it
You
today,
watched
so I
today.
didn't have much time to think about it.
What'd
I
you
watched
watch?
it today.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Do you think is it supposed to be like a literal thing, or like when they keep on mentioning hell and like I'll see you in hell and I'll see you in hell, is it supposed to be some sort of afterlife thing? Also,
that's tough to say.
does the husband die, or what is this? What is the whole
Snake thing?
the cyclone thing and the snail thing as well?
All right, it's time to do some dissection. Okay. I guess we could start with the title. Like, why is it called the Snake of June?
When I think
Did they mention June in the movie? I don't remember. I don't think they did mention June at all.
it's strange, or like
Does it just rain a lot in June in Japan?
I think so.
Probably.
In like in
Probably,
East
yeah.
Asia around like the summer months, it's
Mm.
more like monsoon season, so that makes
Okay,
sense.
it could be, yeah.
When I think of June too, I think of like Gemini, or just like
Mm.
stuff that's like kind of like
Oh, like
diametric
Two-Faced, yeah.
opposites. And I don't know how much the movie really deals with it, but it's what I thought of.
Mm.
Snakes.
Mm.
Snakes are snakes.
Yes.
There's kind of like this thing where he keeps telling her to do what she really wants, and it seems like she has like a sexual repression type of thing.
It's an Adam and Eve story.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah,
Snake,
yeah.
like
Oh,
Garden
shit.
of Eden.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
But
You're all
like
good.
the guy's telling her on the phone to like do what she really wants.
Yeah.
And that's just interesting because like she's like sexually repressed, but what he's making her do isn't like something sexual that she wants to do.
Right, yeah.
She doesn't get pleasure out of it.
No, yeah. That's what I thought of. With,
I
like,
think
the
you
Garden
kind of
Eden.
cracked it though, like
Mhm.
the Adam and Eve thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's Adam and Eve. Yeah.
Garden of Eden.
Garden of Eden. Yeah, at the beginning, because their lives are so, like, simple, you know.
I kept thinking, why is there so much like water in this movie?
Yeah,
It's like,
I think it just...
it's a very wet.
this is gonna
oh,
sound stupid.
okay, I see where you're going.
I'm like, are they trying to make this like feel like we're in a vagina?
The movie did, like, the feeling was, like, similar to that.
Okay.
I can see where you're going with that.
You just had to like get it out there.
There's a whole. What do you think all the shots of like the drain are too? It's like the same shot they keep cutting back to.
Drying up. I don't know.
He's also, the husband's always, like, cleaning, like, a drain or, like, a sink or the bathtub and shit.
Oh, and does the I don't remember exactly, but when he pulls out that one drain thing,
There's,
it's
like,
all
hair in
dirty
there.
and shit
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
He said something like, "You didn't tell me about the hamster."
Yeah,
Yeah.
is that supposed to be the hamster?
It
Also,
looked like
do they
hair,
have
I
like a
guess so.
delivery service for their pets? Like, she gets a package in the mail, and her hamster's inside. You remember?
Oh, fuck.
Fucking Japan.
Japan, yeah. I was gonna
Japan.
say.
Fucking Japan.
Fucking Japan.
So wait, is the whole like plot basically like this guy's taking pictures of her
Yeah.
Yeah.
and he's sending her the pictures and basically telling her to do what he wants her to do in order so she gets the negatives back, and then he starts doing it to the husband too?
Also,
Sorta.
too, she's his therapist, kind of.
Yeah. He called her on the suicide hotline.
Oh, that's right.
And then-
She saves his life.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Also, why did the little kid call the suicide hotline? Because she
Yeah.
Do you
remember
wanna
the
kill
mom came
himself?
I
up?
was wondering that a lot. I was like, what's going on in your life?
Yeah.
You're like 5.
Yeah, because remember the mom came, she's all mad, but I guess she's like, I just want to thank you, you saved my son's life.
Wow.
But then they bring the mom and the son back, so it must mean something more than just
What the
like
fuck?
the setup that she's a
What does that
a
mean?
suicide hotline thing.
I don't know. I mean, she's really good at saving lives. From the looks of it.
I mean, they did, what was it, like the part when it's like nuns get breast cancer because they have sexual repression.
Yeah.
So what?
Is
it's
your
like,
wife a nun?
What?
That's like a line, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
is your wife? a
Sorry,
nun?
I shouldn't have interrupted you.
No, you're good. I thought you were asking me if I was a nun.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I'm not a nun. If that means anything
hope
to you.
not.
Frank.
Frank.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe something about that. Like she kind of like helps the kid. I don't know. She's a helpful person. She's very selfless.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel like I need to watch the movie
Oh.
again to really dissect like the meaning of it, but
I
feel like with all four of our heads we can piece it together.
I'm like curious, but also too like I don't have like a desire to really watch it again.
me neither, just because like the plot was so like it didn't feel like anything that was like
Groundbreaking.
super like groundbreaking,
yeah.
like super new or refreshing. Just like the cinematography, I'd go back and look at again because like some of the way the shot, like even just like framing, lighting. I mean, it's just like this is really well fucking done.
It's a movie you'd steal from.
Exactly. Yeah, I would like. I'm glad like I watch movies like this because it's just like I'm gonna probably use some of the shots. You know,
It's
Yeah.
important, yeah.
recycle. You know.
What do you
Recycle,
think of
reuse.
that part where like you go down and like she doesn't have a nipple
And then he goes back down. He
and
just comes up and
the
goes back
nipple
down.
Yeah.
the nipple reappears?
Oh, so like the end.
Yeah, oh, there's also like a thing in there too where like she's talking about how she's gonna get one of her breasts removed, and he's like really against it kind of, and she's like, but it's gonna save my life. And I forget what he says, but it's almost like
Why
would you want to do?
He
yeah.
says, "Why you? Why does this happen to you?"
Yeah.
But then there's a line later when he gets kidnapped by the photographer dude where he says like, "You'd rather have your wife beautiful and dead than ugly and alive."
Yeah, that's a good like
Mhm.
grass is greener type of idea.
Would you guys want to be ugly and alive, or as you guys are and dead?
I'd probably be alive.
Yeah, ugly and alive.
Yeah, I still gotta make films. I got
Oh
more
yeah,
to make.
same.
I mean, like, who's like judging us? Like beauty's like subjective. So like, who's like the person that's gonna like tell us?
You're ugly to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. All right, I think I'll be alive.
Yeah.
I think in general it's just better to like be alive than dead.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you always talk about how afraid of like if it's nothing.
Oh
The
yeah.
afterlife. I
Yeah.
won't get into that.
That's a yeah.
Those are- what else? Oh man, but I was just really just a fat sucker for all the rain stuff, like all the rain shots. Even like dude, when she's taking a bath, the water looks like how it does in like Perfect Blue.
Oh.
Like the way it shines, like it looks so
yeah.
like, how the fuck is the water that clean, dude? That was just like so like I could like I wouldn't mind drinking that water, you know. It was just looks so good. But I liked all the like I remember when we were doing GOG for Lucifer and we shone the light on the like the water in the tunnel. We're like, oh look how cool that lighting looks. And they used that in like a third of all the shots in the movie. I was like, this is fucking tight.
Yeah. I was
Does that
gonna
mean we're cool?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
We didn't even watch this movie.
Yeah, we didn't watch the fucking movie.
Yeah, has that ever happened to you guys where like you make a short and then you watch a movie after and you're like, oh shit, I stole from this. I didn't even watch it first.
Yeah.
I get
Oh, yeah.
frustrated because usually in that circumstance or situation, they still end up doing it better than me.
Yeah.
So it's like no one will even know that I didn't even watch this because everyone's gonna think of this. It actually reminds me. Quick side story. Kareem,
Yeah.
another film fan of ours, he was at some Q&A for this director's movie, and it gets just screened in there, and he asked
Oh,
this question.
tight. Fuck yeah.
He
Talk a little more in the mic.
he asked the director a question because I guess, have you guys seen Do the Right Thing?
Yeah.
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 And you know how like there's the gentrification part when the white guy's on the bike there and he gets stopped by them and he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? He's like, I just moved here. And I guess there's an exact scene like that in this guy's fucking movie. And so Kareem asked him, and the guy's like, yeah, I never actually seen Do the Right Thing. If anything, I'd get inspiration from like Kirkland or something like that. Anyways, long story to say that like, I guess people watch your shit and it's gonna remind them of whatever they've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So
You're all good. Robbie said, every man dies, but not every man truly lives. Thank you, Robbie.
When I was like going through like doing Loveless, I think in the middle
tell the
of
audience
it.
what Loveless is.
Oh, it's a story I wrote about a year and a half ago.
Elijah's very first feature-length script.
It's a first draft. There's still a lot, but yeah.
Elijah's very first draft of his very
Yeah,
first
first
feature-length
draft
It's a good
of,
first
like, a
draft,
script.
though. It's a good first draft.
And I was like halfway through writing it, and then I saw fucking Eyes Wide Shut. I'm like, damn it.
It didn't remind me too much of Eyes Wide Shut.
I don't know. I watched Eyes Wide Shut, and I'm like, oh, this is like the feeling I kind of wanted to have.
You probably when you would go back to rewrite it, you couldn't help but think about Eyes Wide
Oh,
Shut now.
definitely. I think it also made me like want to watch Eyes Wide Shut again, and then probably like why I like that movie so much, you know. And I don't even think like it's Kubrick's best, but I don't know. I guess I feel like I have an emotional attachment to it.
Yeah.
But I know what you guys mean,
Mhm.
where like it's like sometimes, you know, you say something and then you think, did I like read this like 10 years ago? You know? I saw like this meme, this like screenwriting meme where someone like writes like a really cool line of dialogue, and then it's like Robert Downey Jr. looking up, like making a weird face, and then it says below that like, when I write a great line of dialogue, but it might have just been something I plagiarized from a book I read 7 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if it makes you feel better, I don't even like Eyes Wide Shut that much. So like, I'd probably like yours more.
Oh, why don't you like Eyes Wide Shut?
Oh, why didn't I? I don't know. I feel like I think it was just expectations.
Oh, okay. That's
Like,
fair.
I think
That's fair.
I think that fucks me up a lot with like movies. I'm like, oh dude, this is gonna be awesome. I watch. I'm like, fuck. That shit was kind of like, I don't know. Eyes Wide Shut was like, I feel like I'm kind of a baby. I feel like it was probably like pretty like alright, like pretty
Yeah.
good. But I think like when I watched it, I was expecting like, oh, this is like Kubrick's last movie. Like this is like his magnum opus. This is
Yeah.
sex. Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman. And then I watched it and I was like,
One thing about Eyes Wide Shut is the first time I saw it, I was kind of confused. And I feel that's kind of what they're going for, though, too. But, like, I don't know. When I watch, like, The Shining.
Confused in what sense?
I don't know. There's, like, he's kind of just wandering around town, and, like, not a whole lot happens until he gets to, like, the sex place. You know? It's just kind of like...
For like a 2 hour and 45-minute movie.
Exactly. He's kind of just walking around. There's no big, like, crazy scene like in The Shining or, like, Clockwork Orange or Full... It's not like... I don't know. It's not like his other movies in that regard. It feels more of just, like, uneasiness throughout.
You hear Shostakovich dance number 2 like 4 times before like that's the sex stuff even comes up, you know, and it's like, what is this movie?
Yeah.
It's like the first time it's cool, like, oh, sorry, I like that song. That's a fucking great song, you know. But yeah, sorry. And then he plays more like 3 more times after.
I really liked
I remember Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah.
That's like a
First
screen
time I
time
watched
classic.
It, yeah, I was just like, I was like the first movie I was like really dug the fuck out of.
I rewatched it because I listened to the podcast and you guys were talking.
Oh,
about
that's,
it.
Oh, for
that's
real?
awesome.
Yeah,
that's
that's
actually really
cool.
cool.
Yeah, I was
And I kind of like, even when I watched it the second time, it wasn't as confusing, but
Mm.
there's still parts of it that like it doesn't come full circle.
I agree.
But that's like what I also like appreciate about it, you know. It makes you scared of like the mystery a little bit.
You can't help but also think about like, sure he had an improved cut when he died, but you know they weren't done with the movie, you know.
Mhm.
And the way I interpret it is the same way I listen to Kanye leaks, where it's like you fill in wherever like Kubrick would have let you down because he's not around to finish it.
Mm.
That's the thing too. Like he died he died before the movie came out, so he was kind of like he didn't really talk about his movies too much, like try to explain them, but he wasn't there to explain it at all. The movie spoke for itself essentially.
Mm.
So I don't know. There's no one there to hold your hand, even in like a little way.
Mm.
So
Did
Cool.
he die? He died after the editing, didn't? Or did he die
So,
before the editing? I
the way
forget.
like the story goes, I think he sent in his final cut
There
like
you go,
4
yeah.
days before he died.
That's right.
But then there was some editing because the movie had the possibility of getting an NC-17 because of like some of the sex stuff, even though it's not like extremely explicit. So what they did is they went in there and put in like some CGI people just walking around,
What the fuck?
and it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the first one I watched was like the original version, and I didn't notice anything like it's not like some Antichrist shit or
Yeah.
something,
Mm.
you know.
I'm gonna get some WD-40 for that thing. It's noisy. You guys keep talking.
Is there if I actually use the restroom real quick?
Oh yeah, okay.
Intermission.
You know you're not allowed to like not like Eyes Wide Shut though.
I'm not allowed. I don't know. I think I don't know. I think I'll probably rewatch it now. I just cause I tried watching them all like in high school, like all of his movies, and then I think like when I got older and I got money, I was trying to buy all of his movies so I could rewatch them. I think what really deterred me was like I didn't even like Eyes Wide Shut the first time I saw it. I was like 15 or like 14. I didn't like it the first time, so I think after I was trying to buy them, it was like Eyes Wide Shut's like $20.
I know it's fucking expensive as hell.
So I was like, you know what, fuck, I don't even like this movie that much. Fuck
I'm not
it.
gonna pay for it. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, I did see the Kubrick collection though at Zia. It's like $70 for all of them.
I already have all the other ones, and I paid like, except for Eyes Wide Shut, like $5 for them. So it's like, you know, want to know what I'm trying to collect though?
What?
You know how like some of them have like the similar covers where it says Stanley Kubrick collection?
Oh yeah.
I have it for Clockwork Orange, Doctor Strangelove, The Shining, and Full Metal Jacket.
Oh yeah. I still need to get. I have that for Full Metal Jacket. I still need to get
Smoke break.
Lolita.
Loli?
I need. Do they have one for Spartacus?
No.
Or did it start with Lolita?
No, it starts with Lolita.
Oh, I have the one for 2001, obviously.
Yeah, Spartacus isn't that like a studio movie? So I
Yeah.
don't think they could put him in the box set. But
Shucks.
yeah, I feel like we should just. I kind of get the feeling that we didn't really groove with a Snake of June too
Yeah.
much.
We're just taking a quick break. We'll come back. We'll finish up Snake of June.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. In terms of just like the writing, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like, you know, those movies that you watch, and like I think short films kind of show it more when like you're watching somebody's short film and you heard their idea, but then like you watch the product and you're like, oh, I could see it connecting, but I had to know you as a person
Yeah.
for
yeah.
to me to get it.
Yeah.
You know,
Type-
it didn't
type
really,
shit, yeah.
It didn't really like speak for itself.
I agree. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me a little bit, like, just conceptually, a little bit of, what's it called? Sex Lies and Videotapes.
Oh yeah.
Just a tiny bit, yeah.
You guys talking about
Get
Snake of June
back on
again?
Snake of June, yeah.
Remind me of like a Japanese cachet.
You've seen Cachet?
Yeah.
I've thought about recommending Cachet.
Episode 90, Michael Haneke.
Michael Haneke.
Jal Binks, I think that's Jalen. She said, a wet-ass movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wet as fuck.
We watched it and she was like, it felt really moist, but like kind of in a gross way. Like it felt just really like wet the whole movie, and yeah, like a vagina.
Like a vagina, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. That's a good analogy.
I always like think about when I'm watching it, I'm like, Do I want to say that? Kind of sounds
No,
stupid.
it feels. I feel
but
the,
like,
the same way. It's like
Think
it's exactly what it feels like.
you had the balls to do what we couldn't.
I guess so.
Freedom of speech, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say
So Angel, he said this real quick. He said, "Eyes Wide Shut is great. I remember finishing it, and it kind of makes you feel sick about just people in general.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
alright,
rich people in general.
I'll fucking rewatch it.
Ah.
Just is yeah. You I love it too because like there's in a sense obviously the whole movie's about a relationship, but like mostly like trust and.
Remember what you're gonna say, Elwood.
I try to sum it up quickly, but the movie is kind of like
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like the first 45 minutes where nothing kind of happens is because like you're slowly watching like Tom Cruise's like ego kind of like break where he has this like whole idea of himself as like the doctor and you know everyone's flirting with him and he has a hot wife and he's like, oh, my wife thinks about fucking other guys, you know, and then that's when it gets crazy. And I think that's the part that's kind of brilliant where it's like it recontextualizes the first 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna say, Elwood?
Well, to really sum up Eyes Wide Shut talk, I apologize. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know I'd get so much shit for not liking it.
Oh no,
No,
you don't
No, I
worry,
know,
don't worry. No.
I'm kidding.
I'm not
but-
trying to give you shit. It was a fact that I liked the movie. I'm not trying to give you shit. I'm just trying to.
You're allowed to
I'm just trying to share
dislike
my
it.
experience. No, yeah.
He's trying to school you.
There's this. No. There's this one.
Told me I wasn't allowed to like.
I
dislike
know.
Oh,
you.
yeah, that's Elijah. Elijah's that dude in the memes where he's like, "You like Nirvana? Okay, name me your favorite Nirvana."
Sing In Utero backwards.
Yeah. Robbie said, Robbie's not a huge film guy, but I'm surprised he's actually watching it right now. He said the SpongeBob SquarePants movie where they got to ride home on Hasselhoff. That's it.
Oh, that's it.
What?
That's the second best scene in the movie.
Yeah, for
It's a
real.
goofy
I think
movie.
that's one of my favorite animated movies.
we should have an
No.
animated episode.
Dude, I got so many. I've been thinking about that. I have like a whole list of animated movies I want to share with
that would
you
be
guys.
fun.
Yeah, that'd be. I'll watch.
Oh, American Pop.
American Pop.
American Pop. That's the movie where I found that Lou Reed song.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's in that movie.
He's
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my man.
And waiting for that version of it. He's that
Whoa.
live version of it in the
That's
movie.
cool.
I was
That's
like, this movie's
interesting.
fucking tight.
Yeah.
All right, back to let's try to
Snake
Oh.
of
back to
June.
Snake of June.
But yeah. Actually, no. I was gonna talk more about Eyes Wide Shut. Anyway, Snake of June. Yeah, it's a very moist movie, and I wanted to say it's kind of interesting because the whole movie, it's kind of like, it's supposed to be. She's supposed to kind of be like an object, kind of like the way it's shot and everything, but it's kind of like not. Like there's a lot of shots where they could have made it very like sexual or like explicit,
Yeah.
but they made it very like the part when like she's in the room or in the bathroom and she takes off like her underwear.
Mhm.
I remember the way it's shot. It's just like her thigh, and you just see the underwear come down, and then it cuts like her face and she's pulling them down.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like with these kind of movies, there's like a really thin line where you're exploiting, or you're trying to say
Yeah.
something. And I feel like a lot of the time they really did walk that line really, really like nicely. Sometimes
Mhm.
with some of those shots, because I feel like in any other movie, if another guy made it, he'd make it like from the ass angle. and,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like panties or some shit
Right.
like that. But no, it was like hard cotton underwear like from the side. It made me feel really uncomfortable.
It wasn't sexy.
It was
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
it was
not.
tasteful for a midnight movie.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was tasteful
Yeah.
for a midnight movie.
Yeah.
It's not like a midnight movie you go to and like you're like tits.
Nah.
Like you're like ah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it feels like a midnight movie that you watch because it's with another movie that you wanted to watch. Like this is like the first movie, and you're here for like the second.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I was really looking forward to it. Again, I have a lot of like expectations for movies, and then when they don't reach, I'm like, oh fuck. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I gave up on expectations.
in life.
Yeah, just in general.
Alright.
It's a good stance because now I go into a movie like pretty neutral like 90% of the time now.
Alright.
I feel what is nice though about having like some type of expectation is it prepares you for the movie a little bit, at least emotionally. Like I feel like when I do kind of have an expectation for a movie and it delivers, I'm more attached to it. And sometimes when I just go in like, okay, I'm not going to think of this as like anything too special, unless it's like really like a crazy movie. I don't know if I appreciate the movie as much.
I do.
Did you guys ever go to the anniversary classic screenings that TCM would put like in Regal and shit like that? You know how they always have like the little guy that introduces it beforehand and shit like that?
Cool.
I like shit like that. That's why I do it now before we watch movies. Because I feel like it's not even so much expectation, but you should have knowledge, and whether it be like knowing who the director is and know what their work is, or like the time and place where the movie came out. I think that helps contextualize what you should expect from the movie more than just like, this movie's gonna blow my mind.
No, that's a good way to, like, okay, we'll talk about it, but like, I felt that way about Raw going in, where it's like, okay, I saw Titane, I kind of have heard about this movie, but seeing Titane is kind of like, okay, this is what this lady has the capability of like showing us, you know? I'm ready for this. With The Snake of June, it's like, okay, it's blue. And like, it's not a bad movie, but I don't know. Like you said, maybe if I had more context too, like on like Tetsuo or something. And that's like my fault for like not looking it up or anything, but I think it enhances the experience a little bit. What made you not have expectations about movies? What movie was like?
Yeah, what disappointed you so much
Yeah.
that you stopped having What movie was disappointed you so much that you stopped having expectations?
I wouldn't say even I would say fucking.
Who'd you meet?
I wouldn't. Who'd I meet?
Yeah, what memory?
There's a lot of memories. I would say it started with video games. Like just like you hear of like, you know, leaks of like video games and shit. Like that sounds fucking tight. You know, you're in middle school walking out like, yeah, you can do this, you can do that, you can. Oh, like Destiny's a very specific one. They're like, yeah, you can fly in space. There's vehicles everywhere.
I remember that, yeah.
And then the trailer came out, the gameplay trailer, and I've been pretty intuitive about this when it came to games. I don't play games anymore, but I could just like tell by watching the gameplay trailer. I'm like, this game's not gonna be that good. And so I just learned to like lower my expectations for stuff now.
That is true, because I think that's part of the reason why I never really got like fully into games, is because like my expectations are always way higher than the actual game. Because at the end of the day, it's like you had like, or I had a PlayStation, so you had X, a circle, a triangle, and a square, and maybe they had different features, but like the actual, it didn't feel as cool as the fucking cinematic trailer. And that's another thing too. It's like you think the whole game is gonna look like the cinematic trailer, and no, that's just the fucking cutscenes.
No, yeah, they just do that for marketing.
Sorry, I'm a movie guy.
But yeah, the fun from games all comes from like just having friends to play with. I know people who are just like single player people, but like you will have like cinematic experiences playing like Grand Theft Auto 5 online for like 8 hours. Yeah. There'll be like those snippets where like, holy fuck.
My friend Angel does with my other friends.
Yeah.
They with Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I played the fuck out of that game, but not anymore.
But I think with like expectations, I feel like like you said, when it does hit, I feel like that's what drags me back in. Where sometimes I'll watch like 5 movies in a row, and they all kind of suck ass, like from expectation wise. But then like I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have expectations. But then I went to go see like, fucking what was it, Titan?
Titane.
Shut the fuck up.
Titane. That's how fucking Carlos.
Fuck Carlos.
For real though, I hope he doesn't watch. Sorry, Carlos.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean it.
Carlos, you're annoying.
But yeah, no, like Titan comes out, and I was like, oh shit, these were exactly my expectations, and like they fucking met them, and it was really fucking nice.
Oh yeah, that's like, it's almost like in the back of my head I say, I told you so, dude. I told you so.
What the fuck?
Like, Tenet was kind of like that for me. And I know it's not like Christopher Nolan's best movie or no, like the fucking reverse shit's cool, you know? And I saw the trailer and I'm like, I know this is going to be cool. And I came out of the movie and it didn't make sense, but it was cool. And I had fun.
That's all that matters.
It feels like an addiction, because like you said, you're just waiting to get the high back, and you watch a shit ton of movies and you're waiting for it, and then that one movie will do it for you for the next 5 to 10 movies.
Yeah.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was like that for me.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Elwood.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I before I watched it, I tried to watch all of his movies because there was some I just didn't watch, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I watched the last one I watched before it was like, fucking, Hateful Eight. And I liked Hateful Eight, but I was like, is this gonna be like Hateful Eight again? Because I don't know if I want to watch it if it's like people later again. I watched it and I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? It felt like I was watching like actually, this is off topic. We're not gonna talk.
Well, no, go for it. You're already there.
It was like watching a novel.
Can I have one of those Starbursts?
Like, it was like so interesting how I was like, damn, like we're really like in an age where you can have like in books you can have like a whole like 2 paragraphs that don't have anything to do with anything. It's just like subtext, like context.
Yeah.
But like with movies you couldn't do that because you know time's important. You have to like pace yourself. You gotta like show important shit. This was like the first movie I saw and I was like, oh shit, like that whole like fucking like flashback scene with Brad Pitt where he's talking about like his like where it just shows him like before he like murdered his wife and shit. Yeah, I'm like, oh shit, that was like, and then it cut back to him, and I was like, that was 15 minutes of just like a flashback.
A joke.
And yeah,
A joke.
Yeah, and honestly, like it gave a lot of context to the character that I felt like it was. I don't know. You see, like a lot of movies do, like, oh, the way he does something like shows what kind of person he is. You talk about them, it shows what kind of person they are. I feel like showing them a portion of their life that has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. I was like, holy shit, I like know more about him. It's like watching a trailer just for him. And I don't know, I was like, holy shit, like we're making movies like this now. I'm watching like Moby Dick.
Every movie can't do that though.
Yeah, do you I think that like when you're talking about like it's like an unspoken rule to be economic in your storytelling and whatnot. And it probably takes like 30 years of goodwill to get to the point where Tarantino was, where he was doing that. But you would do that in your first one?
That would be cool.
You just gotta.
That's the whole movie.
It's just flashback.
Is that the first 10 minutes is them like planning a heist, and then the next 2 hours is just like, oh, this is Tony Cruz flashback when he was like 5 and stole candy from his mother. And then like 20 minutes later comes back, all right, this is Mr. Blue. And then Mr. Blue I don't know, he like fucked his, I don't know.
I have flashbacks and flashbacks and flashbacks.
And at the very end of the flashbacks.
That's like 10 flashbacks.
Yeah.
And then it finally comes back in like the climax of the movie.
It's like they're standing outside of the bank before they're gonna rob it. And then the end of the movie is them just going in the bank. You don't even see how the robbery goes.
It's probably something plain too, where like each flashback it kind of tells you all the shit, and like maybe like the actual heist or whatever isn't that crazy if you just like saw it straight up. But like knowing the flashbacks, like maybe he meets his best friend when he was 10 years old from like the third flashback, while the guy that was driving the car that was in there was actually like his bully from the fourth flashback, and you're like, oh shit, this is why this is an important story.
Is Irreversible just a flashback movie?
No, Irreversible is a narrative. It's just in backwards. And it's not like you press reverse. No, it's just like you just cut the scene fucked up.
Did you watch the narrative version though? Like
no.
Well,
then what's the fucking point? It's called Irreversible.
Then it's reversible.
Like the fucking I don't know. I was like, oh shit, like I'm watching this movie. Gaspar Noé is God. And he made Irreversible.
Irreversible's cool.
Reversible.
Oh, but anyway,
Sometimes I just think to myself like that movie's cool.
Oh, Irreversible.
Yeah. No, that's like the thought. Not even like about the movie. Just like Irreversible is cool. Like those words, but in my head.
Fucking Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, kinda.
Whenever I want to explain to people how movies are magic, I use Irreversible as an example. When it sent people to the hospital.
They threw up. Yeah.
When it screened at what? Cannes?
Yeah.
Like how many people had to go to the hospital?
I think 3.
3.
or
All
4.
those weak-minded individuals had to go to the hospital.
But a bunch of people left.
Yeah.
They're like, what? He had to love that.
We should go back to Snake of June.
Snake of June.
So what do you guys? Let's use our 4 brains here to figure out
Robbie said,
what.
I gotta go, y'all. You guys take it easy. You too, man.
Bye,
You too,
Thanks
man.
for
Have a good one,
watching.
Robbie.
Let me know if you can do Wednesday, man.
Peace out to RC
RCM.
RC Murphy.
RC
RC Murphy.
Let me know about Roberto's, dude.
Oh yeah.
He's
Tacos.
He's a
Taco
cheesy
guy.
chicken tacos
Tacos.
guy, yeah. Yeah, I fucking love getting chicken tacos with that guy. Okay,
Tacos sound good.
what were you saying?
What is the Cyclops thing like when they're all watching the shit?
That's a good.
What is that?
There's also a bunch of men.
Yeah.
Right, it's like a bunch of men looking at. in the
Watching
first
two
the first
people
one-
fuck.
Yeah.
forcefully though, or against
Were
their
they-
will.
Yeah, it looked like, because they don't really show it. Was it like two women scissoring?
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
I think we all just interrupted each other.
And pause for the other.
Yeah.
So who's gonna?
I thought it's like, at first I thought it looked like he was raping her, but like the way he was standing, it wouldn't have been like possible for that. So
It's a guy and a girl, right?
It's a guy and a girl, and then another girl. It's like the guy's holding the girl.
It's two guys and two
Yeah,
girls.
no, it's two guys pushing
Really?
the girls together.
Mhm.
Oh, I guess I didn't see the guy on the right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of reminded me of the part from Requiem for a Dream when it's like
Oh.
ass to
Oh,
ass.
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I remember when I watched it, the way it was like framed was that it was very much just on the girls. So I don't know. It was sort of, I don't know. Actually, never. I'll come back. Come back to me.
Thinking about it now, I don't know, a little bit ago, but it almost seems like how men view women a little bit. Or like how men view women in like media and like movies and shit. Like it's really just like men like showing women in like a sexy way, even if they don't want to do it.
And there's always been like something like quote unquote like hot about like two girls getting together.
Yeah, like the
but
whole-
like girls don't feel the same way about like two guys making out and shit. You know, it's
Fuck no.
That shit's gay.
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 Gay. That's gay.
Fucking gay.
Oh, that's gay, man.
That's really fucking gay.
All right.
I was gonna say the part with the I don't like how I'm the only one saying RoboCock. Like
I could say RoboCock.
Yeah, well I mean say it.
RoboCock.
RoboCop.
No.
RoboCock.
RoboCock. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So yeah, the RoboCock.
What if I said RoboDick?
Robo penis.
Robo Pecker.
RoboPecker.
RoboPecker.
Or it's like a snake dildo.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the way it was like done with that. I really like the editing when he's like kicking him. With the sound effect and it's like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Did you
Isn't
see
he also wearing like metal like shoes or
Like,
like
yeah,
clown? They look like the Ronald McDonald shoes though, but with like a metal plate on top.
They're the fucking
Yeah.
they're like metal toed shoes or steel toed
Steel-toed boots.
shoes, but without the like any leather over it and shit. It's just the exposed steel.
Yeah, I really like the way it was edited, where it just kept. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It kind of reminded me of the end of Spider-Man, the first one when Grigon's just. Whoosh,
Just beating the
whoosh.
fuck out of him. I like how he's
Yeah.
just like. I thought it was funny that they just I don't know how they did the kicking, but he used the same leg every time.
Yeah.
Like it almost looked the exact same. It almost looked like they just put it in and like post somehow or some shit. It was like literally just like the same. It looks like the same motion for like three of them.
Yeah, this is a movie I want to watch the behind the scenes for. Like
That'd
I
be
feel
cool.
like it'd
Yeah,
be like a
me
lot
too.
more I feel like the making of it would be more interesting than watching it.
Yeah.
Does your DVD have special features?
It does. It's a Arrow video.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
shit.
Is it just Arrow or is it the Arrow what's it called, Arrow Academy?
I think it's just Arrow. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's right. I just want to know what else is in the Arrow Academy. I have a box that's the Arrow Academy, but I don't know what else is because you also have like Audition's just a regular Arrow DVD. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
okay.
I just have the regular DVD. I found it at Zio's for like $7.
$7?
Oh, fuck
Yeah,
it, Christ.
Audition.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
thought you meant for the box set.
Damn,
no,
that's
no,
pretty
no,
good.
no,
This
no.
was it used?
Yeah, it was used. I
Okay.
found Itchy the Killer, but I think it was like a bootleg, so I didn't buy it.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, I kind of thought the way that it was done, where he kind of like had him like wrapped around like by the neck. I don't know. I kind of, cause so like you have the parts at the beginning where it's like the chapters. It's like the female symbol and then the male
Mhm,
symbol at
yeah.
the end. It's like both of them.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, I was gonna say it kind of made me think it was like, him treating him like a girl. Like he had him like wrapped around his cock. And
Oh,
everything,
yeah.
Like submissive to him, and he was telling him like, oh, how fucking dare you tell like your wife she can't get her tit cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked how like halfway through the movie you switch main characters.
Yeah, it was a good tone shift. Like it worked for me.
Yeah. Oh. No.
For for what the movie was.
In the male part though,
Oh shit.
isn't he
oh,
like
sh-
stalking
sure.
some girl or something like?
At the beginning.
No, like of his section. Like he's like waiting outside somebody's window, and then the police come up to him or the guards or whatever,
Oh yeah.
chase him out.
The husband?
and then that's when he gets kidnapped, right?
Oh.
Yeah, when is he? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
Also, there's one part when like they're in the rain. He has the umbrella, but he's hiding from his wife. But like he hides like in like the corner of like the wall, but his umbrella is still like above the fucking fence. I thought that was goofy.
Oh yeah, it was I think it's Jar Binks. I think that's Jalen. That's Jalen. Okay, Jalen said, "I thought the movie was showing both sides of the coin. Women often are sexually repressed. Men often have unrealistic fantasies of women, etc." Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that's what the movie is.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Tell her I said hi. I guess you don't
You
have
don't
to
have to tell her.
Then what do you make of the ending where they kind of like make up, and like they have the happy dinner?
I sort of thought of it like kind of like the way it's like done is that well, wait, do you mean like the ending or just the part when they have dinner?
Well, I guess there's multiple parts too, because like before that, when he sees her like take the naked photos and he's jerking off to it and shit, and that's what leads to the happy dinner, and then the boob scene.
Yeah.
Well, cause I had an idea for the boob scene, where I kind of like the where it starts out and like he sees without the nipple, and yet Jalen had a problem with that because she was like, that's not what cancer is.
Yeah.
You don't just cut off it's kind of like gone. It's like
It's removed. It's like flat. Yeah.
But I was gonna say, I think watching it, he's sort of like, I kind of like the way that they sort of accepted each other, where he's accepted like her like sexual like desires, and he's decided that like he doesn't. That his like unrealistic expectations are unrealistic expectations. So I kind of like how like he was like crying because he's like, oh fuck, what did I do? She's like, no, it's okay. I kind of like how at first it's not really making out, it's like embracing each other, like loving each other, and then it turns to fucking. And I want to say the way it's like edited, where it's like it just keeps fading to different shots of them fucking. That was really nice. I kind of thought it was gonna end like that, but then it like just cut to them fucking like wide shot.
It reminded me of Showgirls though, because like it's a little awkward and they're standing.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought like, the close-ups were nice when they were fucking like fading into one another. I thought it was just gonna keep doing that until like the very end, like kind of like. Have you seen The Favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like all the bunnies,
bunnies,
like
yeah.
together. I thought that's what it was gonna be like, but then I was like, oh well. I mean, it was. I mean, I guess like that's cool that you're fucking like that.
Standing up.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh no. What about the cancer thing? It seems to be some motif because the photo guy has it and she has it too.
I don't know. That's interesting.
Something that eats away inside of you, maybe repressed feelings.
Making the best of it, kind of.
Yeah,
where it's like you have cancer, and yeah, you could technically turn into this weirdo, but like the girl also has cancer and she doesn't.
Or because she says something too. It's like, why don't you just accept it and die peacefully and alone instead of like bothering me? Oh, also too, and I talked about it a little bit before, but like Japanese movies in like the early 2000s, they had like this weird fascination with like the internet and like cell phones, and I liked that the whole movie kind of revolves around the novelty of having a cell phone with you like at all times.
Internet envelope.
This whole film was actually an ad for Nokia. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like an underground deal, like, oh, you put a Nokia.
I wouldn't be
phone in your
surprised either.
film.
Yeah.
Like, we'll give. I feel like this film did cost like $10,000 or something like that.
Yeah, it didn't seem too expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I would put this like in the category of films where it's kind of like Brick to me, where it's like that low budget film that's like, oh, it's like inspirational. Like it probably costs like pretty cheap to make, and like it's like something to like, I'm gonna base my movie on like something that I can do like this.
Something to aspire to.
Yeah.
Gives you a good baseline to build upon. When you watch lower budget movies, it makes you understand, oh, this is what I can do with a low budget. Because when like we were talking, when you watch just Spider-Man all the time, you can't start out just making Spider-Man. You know, you gotta watch a few Bricks.
Yeah.
You gotta watch a few Snake and Jude.
You gotta watch a few Bricks.
I watched a few Bricks.
The shot of the city, that kind of looked like just like a picture of a city with like pouring rain like in front of it to me. Not that was bad. I kind of liked the way it looked.
Yeah.
Even the nighttime shot of the city was like the sky was like a little bit darker, but all the buildings were like completely silhouetted. I just thought it was interesting. Oh, what'd you guys think of like the scene where she's like undressing in the rain and like the husband's watching like jacking off with like both his hands? Dude, I was like, that's the weirdest way I've seen anybody jack off. Like,
my grandpa calls it pocket pool.
pocket pool.
Pocket pool.
Yeah.
Why do you think he switches to the? Or I think he says something about it. But why does he switch to the small camera, like the one that he made when he was a kid?
Oh. He said there's that one line where he's like, "There's this camera I made in it, and like I want to take pictures of you with it or some shit like that."
And like with the opening lines being about like girls like the bigger camera, the bigger light. When like it seems like his more intimate camera is just a quiet little like.
Yeah, because he basically like when she's like done, you know, when she like comes or whatever, that's when he switches to the other camera. He's like, all right, time to get like the after sex like mood.
More intimate, like more real.
Intimate, yeah.
It's not a show anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it also means something when like the guy is like trying to get the photos and like the only photos he gets are the after shots, like afterward.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was like, that's his wife. That's his portrait of his wife.
Yeah.
But he wants the you know.
Wants the.
What?
Wants the grease.
It's like, the way I think of it is like, in a sense, he was seeing the creative process. Probably his goal the whole time was to get those portraits he got at the end, and maybe that's what like they needed to do to get to it. But I think a lot of people like that's all you can focus on is like all that crazy shit when that's not even what it's about.
Yeah.
And that feels more like a comment on like the process of making something or art. There's also the one scene where he takes a self-portrait, but it's a photo with him in the shot and one of just the room.
Yeah.
He puts an extra and he likes it. I feel like is he accepting death?
That's what I would think. That's what I was just thinking. It's like that room still looks pretty good. But anything else major with Snake of June?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm wrung out.
I'm
dry.
tapped
I'm
out
dry
too.
on this movie.
Yeah.
The wet
moist,
movie.
Not moist no more.
I mean, I don't know. I don't regret submitting this film.
I remember watching it. I was like 40 minutes in. I'm like, I don't think this is gonna get scary.
Yeah, no, I mean, I only watched the first half hour, like a long time ago, and the way I thought about it, it's kind of like I kind of put it in my head. I was like, oh, this is gonna become a psychological thriller. So I was like, oh, this is for Halloween, like, cause I was kind of thinking like, what kind of movies they would recommend, and I was thinking like they're gonna probably recommend like traditional horror movies. So I was like, you know what, I want to do something different. So Snake of June.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, it was not gonna get scared.
No. Elijah, anything?
No, I'm pretty good.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Elijah.
Oh no, don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong.
He's still hurt because you said he's not allowed to dislike Eyes Wide Shut.
You're all right. We'll watch it sometime.
All right. You guys want to rate Snake of June?
Let me think.
I would give it. If a student brought this up to me, I'd be like, "This is great craftsmanship. Could use some work on the writing." I'd give it like a. I want to say a 6, but like I like the lighting so much. I'll give it like a 6.5 out of 10.
On my new scale, I'd probably give this. It belongs in the box set.
Okay, for sure. That's.
It's not as good as maybe like Tetsu or something. I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna say that it can hold its weight
For sure.
in the filmography.
Yeah.
You know, coming on here, like on the way here, actually, I was trying to think, because I was like, everyone's got their own scale here. Where every time I watch, I'm always like, well, this guy doesn't make fucking sense. That guy, you know, it's just 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know, didn't you just make a new one the other day? Or
Kind of.
Just the other day. Yeah, I think he did.
I do like the IMDb one, and then I like try to be creative. But I guess I'm just not.
You're creative, man. You wrote Love List.
So I don't know. I was thinking, do I do traditional or do I do something fucking doesn't make fucking sense?
Speaks in here.
Speaks in here. You know, I rate everything out of bubbles.
Do you really?
Like out of the film bubble.
Are you just talking out of your ass? Oh, out of bubble. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna rate this.
Snickajune out of bubble.
A Snickajune out of bubble. No, I'm gonna rate this about like 25.5 bubbles out of 40 bubbles.
How many bubbles is bubble?
How many bubbles is bubble?
Yeah.
Like 1.
Oh, it's like
What?
the bubble.
It's the bubble.
The bubble.
There we
It's
go.
ground zero.
Wait, so like the more bubbles you have, the less like
Doesn't
bubble
make-
it is?
Shut the fuck up. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so just the speak in here type of thing. Alright, so if we say 22,
25.5.
25.5 out of
bubbles
40.
out of 4 bubbles. Alright, Elijah.
I'd give it like a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
It's like the movie, like you go to BR Video to see what movie you're gonna watch on Thursday night and cook up like some of that
Popcorn.
popcorn, popcorn you buy from Smith's for like $4.99 that comes in like a
$4.99.
6-pack.
Alright.
You're like, okay, we're gonna heat some of this up. We might watch it with Busha, we might not, depending on the subject matter. So we're looking around BR Video, and it has snake in the title, so it catches your eye because you've liked snakes since you're a little kid. And then you're like, yeah, I'll get some other stuff too because this looks interesting, but then you go home. Eventually you watch it. You're like, that's kind of cool. Kind of has like some interesting things about like sexuality. It kind of looks cool, but it's like not gonna remember too much about it, unfortunately.
Is this like
But-
the new rating system where you tell a story?
Yeah, that's the way I thought about it.
You
If
could
I
do
went to the
that.
video store and like found it on my own.
If a student brought this to me, you're gonna have. If I went to the
If I
video
went
store,
to the library, Blockbuster, something like that.
On my new scale.
Yeah, I like bubble.
yeah,
Yeah.
we reviewed, but fuck, we should have had you on for that one.
I mean, you didn't really know me. I didn't know any of you back then.
Really?
Kinda.
You were.
It wasn't that
was
long
that
ago.
before or after GOG?
This was like in
forget.
April. It was in
Okay, so it had to
April.
be before.
Was it in April when we watched?
We watched
I'm
Bubble in
losing
April.
track of time.
I feel like I heard your name. Oh no, yeah, the way.
I definitely.
Yeah, you-
Yeah,
I-
we
I-
watched Scott Pilgrim with you.
Yeah.
That was a little afterwards, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I mean like I don't know because I think what really like drew me away from ever like somewhat maybe asking if I could ever be on here was because I remember one time me and Kate went to go eat pie at Marie Callender's. It was a nice time.
Dude, yeah, I
Uh,
want to go back to Marie Kondo
yeah,
so bad. It's been a while.
It's just expensive.
Yeah, they
But-
have a sale. I saw on a billboard. Continue.
like $10 for
Yeah, for a full pie. Yeah.
yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
And I just remember I think I was talking about you and Kate was like, yeah, Nora was talking about you and she was like, yeah, he likes you, and Nora was like, he probably just wants to be on the podcast.
Wait, what?
I think she told me that you said like he probably just wants to be on the podcast, and I was like, I didn't want to be on the podcast. So then I was like, I'll never ask. And yeah, so, yeah.
damn.
We would have had you on.
Yeah, we would have had you on. I mean, you're on now.
First of many to come.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Uh,
Fuck.
yeah, I like having all kinds of people on the podcast.
We've had like 5 or 6 guests.
John's even been on.
John.
Dude, when John was on the podcast, he had a Instagram call, like FaceTime, like right smack in the middle
Oh,
of
that shit was
the
so funny.
podcast, and he was talking to this girl about this friend they both have that like legit wants to be a superhero.
No, yeah, he came out as a superhero.
Came out as a superhero flat out. He said like he was in the womb and God was talking to him,
Like,
telling him he has to be a superhero.
John does this thing though when like he just FaceTimes people. Like last night we were like driving around and like to communicate with the people we were hanging out with, he didn't text them, he just like FaceTimed them. And then I like how like I don't know. I feel like if someone just randomly FaceTimed me, I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know? I don't know.
That's what Kanye does. Anyways, wait, what movie did he recommend when he was on?
He recommended
Fantastic
Fantastic Planet.
Oh, okay.
I swear he told me like, oh, let's watch.
Oh,
Fantastic
yeah,
Planet.
but
But
then-
then he comes on here and he was
Yeah, what
kinda
the
like,
fuck? What
he
the
was
fuck?
like, this was the movie I wanted to watch.
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah, no, I remember.
you remember? Yeah, he forgot that he recommended. I was like, what the fuck? It's such a John thing. Man. Halloween. He's been thinking of
Halloween.
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 All right.
What time is it?
It is. Let me check. 10:49. Okay.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
All right, Elijah. So you recommend?
So, yeah, I don't remember the first time I saw Halloween,
Wow.
but I've said it before, but I'll say it for the podcast. You know, when I was a little kid, I was really into like horror stuff. You know, I really liked the Goosebumps, just like spooky stuff. And I watched like a lot of TV when I was like in elementary school and stuff. And I watched Channel 52 a lot because just in general, AMC has like some pretty cool stuff on it. And then around October, you get the Fear Fest where you watch like all sorts of scary movies, and they're not even necessarily like great movies, but they're scary movies and they're good movies to watch around like Halloween. And then the closer you get to Halloween, the more like movies they're playing from the Halloween franchise. So, like I said the other day, like, you know, I probably watch Halloween over the course of like a week because it's on so much, you know. And I don't remember the first time I really like sat the first time I watched it, but I think I remember the first time like I sat all the way down and watched it, and it was with Busha and Jack. And I don't remember too much about the way it made me feel, but I remember I really liked it, and I probably saw that when I was like 8 or 9, and throughout the rest of my life, I got the other DVDs and I watched them. And even for fun, sometimes I would just watch the Halloween movies. Like, I remember one year, it was New Year's Eve, so I'm like, I'll watch the Halloween. I watched Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 4, Halloween 5, and I tried to time it out. That way Halloween 5 ended at midnight, but it didn't. It ended at like 12:10. But, yeah, that's like what I spent one New Year's doing.
How old were you?
Maybe 12.
Wow.
I thought you were gonna say this was last year.
No. And then when I got into high school, you know, like, when I got into high school, I was still really into them. You know, I remember like on Halloween sometimes, instead of like going out to do something, I'd just watch them on AMC. And I'd watch them on AMC so like I could see the Fear Fest commercials like talking about Halloween instead of watching it on the DVD where there's like nothing cut out. I don't know, really goofy behavior, I guess.
AMC though, for the Fear Fest, it was so fun to watch the commercials where they would talk about the
Oh,
movie
it's
and
so
everything.
fun. And then you see like the montage of all the other horror movies
Exactly.
and stuff, and it just makes you feel like in the season. And Halloween 2018 came out in 2018. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
And
Just your inflection when you said Halloween 2018.
yeah, that's like, we'll talk about that, how there's like 3 movies now called Halloween, and Halloween Kills is coming out in like 5 days, and the expectations for that aren't too high, just given the trailer. And just, I'll talk about this because I was ranting to Elwood about it, and now you guys are going to have to suffer through it.
Oh, boy.
But they keep fucking doing this thing in the series where they make like sequels. It's a series of sequels. There's Halloween and Halloween 2, and Halloween 2 starts where Halloween leaves off.
Yeah.
Then there's Halloween 4 and 5, and Halloween 5 starts where Halloween 4 leaves off. Then there's
Yeah.
Halloween H2O 20 years later and Halloween Resurrection. And
Yeah.
Halloween Resurrection starts where Halloween H2O leaves off. Then
Yeah.
Rob Zombie rebooted the fucking series. And
Yeah.
Halloween 2 picks up where Halloween left off. And now they've made Halloween 2018, which is just supposed to like retcon all the other shit. But now, and I know it's supposed to be a trilogy, I get that. But there's Halloween Kills, which picks up where Halloween 2018 left off. They've done it 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th time they've done it. And the second one's never good.
That was badass.
Don't forget, it's a trilogy.
That was-
You
yeah,
got that there?
that was badass. as fuck.
But like, it's actually kind of crazy how they keep doing that
Time to
shit.
turn out Elijah's mic. I'm just kidding.
And we can talk about that and all, but that being said,
I'm
like,
gonna check the audio real quick.
I don't know if I've seen like in a way, I don't know if I've seen like enough horror movies to really like say this is the greatest horror movie of all time, but it's definitely certain that this movie had like a tremendous
Say this is the
influence
greatest horror movie of all
on
time.
the horror genre and slasher films and movies made in the 80s and fucking Scream wouldn't have there's like Kevin Williamson said like Scream wouldn't exist if Halloween didn't exist, you know. And that I feel that's pretty self-evident. We talked about that a little bit. Like if you've seen both movies, you get it. Movies amazing, and I'm glad that I got to share the experience with you guys. And I tried to watch it like it was the first time I watched it, and it felt that way. And I feel like I felt, even if it was just like a fraction of the emotion that, or the terror, or being scared that people who saw it in 1978 felt. This movie is scary. And dark, and
Very dark.
I'm glad I got to share this experience with you. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Elijah.
That was
Thank you.
great.
I hope I didn't hurt your.
No, I felt like Nick Frost.
Nick Frost.
Yeah, when you were when he's all like, "Can you see why I'm so fucking angry?" He's like, "Fuck yeah."
So yeah, what'd you guys think? Talk about like first, second time, third time.
Well, first I was gonna say, like, we talked about it on an earlier podcast, but like, you know, there's certain movies that are like masterpieces and kind of like, you know, are great on their own, and then there's certain movies that change the game, and Halloween is one of those movies where you can't really talk or think about it without thinking about its influence all the way until modern day, you know, 40 years. This is like my third or fourth actual time in watching it from beginning to end. But a little similar to Elijah. It's always on AMC. Always watching that shit. Personal favorite's the third one. But that's more of a franchise
We'll get there.
thing,
We'll
yeah.
get there. We'll get there.
But the things I love about Halloween are, it's like, in a sense, on paper, you should only get the experience you'd get from watching like a Brick or like a something like that, where it's like low budget, cool concept, but this is what they can execute. But then this is the exemplary like execution of like, no, this is when you actually do it right, you know, and knowing how much like, it's not even just the film, but like, you kind of change the way movies are scored, and you know, and with synths and stuff like that. I know it's mostly piano, but still, its influence is still felt.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, and we were talking about that too. He made a jingle.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah,
It's
he
like,
probably
it's like the whole
He made
every
the Halloween
every
noise.
Halloween store
Yeah.
is playing that fucking song.
Bro, like fucking like people who like really go all out for Halloween, like with decorations outside, have that fucking song
Yeah,
playing.
it's everywhere.
My grandma has this skull that when you turn it on and you walk by it, it's like motion sensitive or whatever. You walk by and it plays the Halloween thing, and you gotta turn that shit off because after a while that shit gets annoying, you know. Yeah.
Dude, he should have.
But it's great. It's great.
How are companies able to get away with that? Like, does John Carpenter get any of that money?
He probably did. That's why he just
Like-
plays Xbox now. He probably
Did he really?
Yeah, yeah. He's transitioned out of a filmmaker into a gamer.
What the fuck?
You should see John Carpenter.
and
For
like,
real?
yeah, all he does now is like on his Twitter is like talk about the latest game he's been playing,
Oh,
and
shit.
in like recent interviews, and by recent I mean probably like the past like 10 or 15 years. He talks to us like, yeah, fuck movies, bro, fuck the industry. I'm gonna just go play
Damn, son.
Xbox.
He did come back to do the score for Halloween 2018,
Okay, cool.
and
He does
might
well.
have-
He now he like tours and he plays synth shows with his son.
It's pretty cool. His
And
music
we,
is
we
pretty
should,
cool.
We should go sometime.
That would
Should-
actually
Yeah.
be cool as fuck. I'd love to see that.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, I was literally about to say like he does music now, like he does concerts. Yeah, I always see his records like when I go to like stores. I always
Yeah.
just see like his face, and it's always like neon lit, and I'm always like, damn.
And on top of that too, it's. I guess what I was trying to say with like the whole brick thing and stuff like that is like, you can there's clear signs of like things that are like And Elijah even said this too. He's like, I can see how like that's kind of goofy and whatnot, but you still love it. And there's stuff where it's like you can see the limitations that they had, all the way down to like the mask. And maybe that's like, and we've talked about this before too. Like, what's your main job as like a director, as a filmmaker, you know, in any aspect, and it's to elevate the material. And it's a prime example of like everything works together to elevate everything else. All the way to like the first shot, dialing in on the pumpkin. You know, it's like iconography exemplified.
Right. Yeah.
It's they made simple very scary.
Yeah.
Or something simple can be scary.
Exactly.
Something simple can be incredibly scary.
It's and the way I imagine it too is it's like a more successful version of like Blair Witch, and in terms of like being like a cultural moment where it's like, I'm sure if like we were young film students in the 70s and we see Halloween, it's like, why didn't we think of that? You know what I mean?
That's the thing too. There wasn't a Halloween movie made.
Exactly.
Because
Wow.
I don't know if I watched this one thing last night on the DVD, and I think I'd heard it before, whether or not it's true or not. But Erwin Yablans was the guy who came up with the idea of like, let's set the movie on Halloween, you know, because there hadn't been a Halloween movie made yet, and that's crazy, you know. Movies had been around since like.
At least 70 years.
Yeah, and no one thought to make a fucking Halloween movie. And then it's not even like, it's cool because it feels like the Halloween movie.
Yeah.
And it's still so simple, you know? I don't know, that's so like, that makes me feel good.
What do you think about this movie, Norby?
I was gonna say, so this is my third time watching it all the way through.
Oh, nice.
Third
Okay.
time, yeah. This time watching, I mean, I think all of us except for Elwood were a little bit stoned.
He was a little stoned.
I mean, I think you may have been just like secondhand.
Oh yeah, my lungs were like hurting.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it
that's-
wasn't. I just remember I was breathing. I was like, oh, you know,
Yeah,
it's a little hard right now.
No, that's weird. Yeah, watching it this time, like even that, like you know, you were talking about the first shot with the pumpkin and stuff like that. It's interesting to see like what was groundbreaking for like back then, especially for like, I don't want to say it. I like that this movie's, it still feels like it's relatable to like our society in terms of like, you know, that could still happen nowadays. I was really thinking about how modern the movie was, because I mean, like, I can definitely feel like the age of it now. I remember when I was like 14 watching it, I was like, this is fucking tight. But like now, like I've learned so much about movies, and it's like I can see the age of it. And there's still like a lot of stuff that still works, but it got me thinking about just like I need to see more modern horror movies almost to like compare like where horror is now, like good horror, you know. Like there's obviously like a lot of bullshit horror. One thing I liked about it, like just starting off in the movie, I could really feel like Michael Myers' mental illness, you know, like he definitely feels like a retard.
Or,
I don't want to say like a retard, but like
You already said it.
not exactly like.
it's like you
yeah, I'm
feel his mental illness isn't like mental retardation. His
No.
mental illness is like apathy,
Yeah.
incredible
like
apathy.
sociopathology.
it's,
like
it's like he's a psychopath.
Like,
you know?
when there's that scene where it's finally revealed who killed his sister, it's him,
Mhm.
and just the look on that little kid's face, it's so blank.
Yeah.
And then that gets into the whole. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
That opening shot, it's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Also, for those film fans out there, we started the movie off in a bit of a sin, and it was in full screen mode.
Oh yeah.
And you
That was
know,
fucked up.
that was a fucked up time when full screen was an option on DVDs.
Mhm.
I just wanted to say that. I just want to put that out there. Never again. And you know, 4:3 is a cool aspect ratio. You know, and it's nothing knocking the ratio, but don't show me something that's 4:3 that was shot anamorphic. All right. Sorry.
Oh, Angel
Amen.
said, The most impressive part is that even though Carpenter is known for Halloween, he didn't even let that be his best movie. Yeah. Equally impressive is how he's 73, even though he looked 73 until. So what does he look like now?
I mean, he looks like he used to, except just old.
He wears glasses.
Yeah, he wears glasses.
You know, he's an old man. That's it.
Oh,
did you say anything?
Angel, sorry, I just want to say I didn't do it last time, but you should check out the last episode where we did Spring Breakers and all that shit.
Oh, did you like Spring Breakers?
I don't even know if I don't remember if he's seen it or not, but I just want him to see that one. I want to talk to him about what we talked about on there. It's long though, so sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Elijah and I we met up with somebody we went to high school with, and we were talking about how we had the podcast. But the last episode was like 4.5 hours, and he's like,
yeah.
You ever think about making a version that's like listenable? and I was like, I feel like it's meant to be like made. It's meant to be spoken. It's not meant to really be listened to, I guess, which is weird, but
it's meant to be like a part.
Yeah.
It's like spontaneous.
Yeah.
You know.
But I feel like these podcasts are more like if anybody wants to see our opinions on stuff, just like go and like skip to that certain part.
It's an archive.
It's not like an analysis type of thing.
No.
You know.
Yeah, and there's plenty of videos out there for that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. All right, back to Halloween.
Okay. Where's a good place to start? I guess.
I liked this time, like just watching it Stone. I was really paying attention to like when it was at nighttime, like because a good portion of it. What does night start at like the midpoint? Where's like or like breaking it to?
Night starts right when Nancy drops off Lori at the house.
So like
I'd say it comes like halfway through the movie. Though.
So like the midpoint. Yeah. That's like the tone shift.
Yeah.
This time paying attention to like, this is more just like an analysis on like having darkness in your movies and stuff. And it's kind of obvious, but what I really like about having dark spots in your movie, or like a lot of like darkness, and you can only see like moments of light. You get the idea of it. But when there's darkness, it really forces. It's basically like they're saying, all right, it's all dark. You have to use your imagination. It's like this is all imaginary. Imagination's weird because it's weird that you have to like. It's almost like a sixth sense. It's like it's forcing you to like really picture what's going on. And how do I tie it?
That's good though, because it ties in just to like how the movie doesn't scare you with any like weird special effects or jump scares. It scares you with things like darkness, like that scene where Lori just found all her friends dead, and then Michael's face just starts to illuminate out of that doorway, and it makes you just. I think it makes me think of like that space. Yeah. Because like in real life, darkness is kind of scary because I can't see what's over there, and my mind. Maybe if I'm like a little nervous or stressed out, makes me think that there might be something bad there. And that's what scares me. And then I watch Halloween and like Michael's kind of stalking these people. And when there's like just so much darkness, you kind of think like he's out there. Yeah. It makes you uneasy.
I like that they understood that back then, like how the visuals weren't as important as like the sound. Like they could have it dark and like it'll still like we know it'll still work, I remember back when I was getting into like the first Halloween movie and hearing them talking about it, they described him as like the what is it, the Shape?
The Shape, yeah, that's what he's called in the credits. Yeah.
Like that, I remember that. Like I really took that with me. Like the fact that I think it's my brother, but having almost having. What I like about the dark scenes is that it's really just giving people the bare necessities to understand what's happening in terms of like action and stuff. I just think that stuff's interesting. It's like you're really peeling back as much visuals as possible and like really. I don't know. They're just pushing stuff.
It makes like atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's like a simple atmosphere, but like simple's still scary.
Yeah. Like thinking about the movie now, it really has me thinking about like back then. I'm sure the movie felt like the first one at least felt like somewhat grounded. You know, at least starting out before Michael's like, you know, gets shot like a few times, where he gets kind of fucked up, and he like keeps coming back up. It felt like pretty grounded. Like this, you know, it could potentially happen. There could be some dude who could like take a few blows that are like pretty lethal and still come back from it. But it has me thinking more about like really good, like I asked you guys about this afterwards, like what's a really good slasher, like modern slasher movie. Trying to think about like what would be like a really good modern slasher movie. I think because I mean, you know, things have changed now, and but also I think just like film language has changed. You know, I wonder.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say like I wonder what it'd be like to make, not like a reboot or anything of like Michael Myers, but to make like a new really good slasher movie. You know. What would that be like? Because like now slashers have been like, they always have that element that's like really kind of like supernatural almost.
I feel like all slashers kind of like outside of the 80s too always feel like, in a sense, like a noir. Even if you watch a modern noir, or even like I feel like neo noir is a little bit different because typically their take is a bit more not even modern or futuristic. I can't slick. It's more slick. But when you think of a noir, you always think of like the time that they were big in like the 50s and shit like that. And when I think of a slasher, I think the same way. It's like I can't help but think of like the 80s and
me
that.
too.
And in a sense, it's not a true answer to the question, so apologies.
Oh, you're all good.
I feel like in terms of like the state of horror and whatnot and things like that, I don't think it's necessarily like you couldn't make a modern slasher that's like as good as like Halloween. And I'm not saying you're trying to find an example that's comparable to that, but like at least in the horror genre, stuff that seems to be making as much of a splash culturally seem to be like the A24 horror movies, like a Midsommar, something like that, which feel like instead of focusing on some sort of not necessarily like there's obviously there's like an antagonist or something that's with stuff, but it feels more protagonist based, if that makes sense. In a sense of like we don't have characters like a Michael Myers or Freddy or Jason. But I think that's a good segue too, unless you guys have stuff to say about the slasher thing.
I was gonna say one more thing. I would say because Elwood brought it up after we watched the movie. He asked if Titane was a slasher. I'm like, that is like the most recent example I could think of like a good modern. It's not the whole movie's not a slasher, but the beginning feels like a slasher, and it was pretty good because it's like it feels like I don't know the whole thing felt like I felt like a satanic to me. You know, it just felt like just really intimidating, that movie. But yeah, that was because it didn't feel goofy or anything. It felt like genuinely like this is like this person's deciding to kill people right now.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Mandy.
Mandy, yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say I feel like the reason why there's no more slasher movies we kind of exhausted it like in the 80s.
Yeah.
But I feel like now like to really like I guess to catch audiences it has to be like the fuck do they call it, like elevated horror or some shit like that. I feel like if you try to make something like a Halloween, something where it's like like you're trying to make like a character, you're just trying to make it just a slasher, it's just a well-made movie. I feel like it wouldn't catch on. I feel like people would think it's just like it's like, oh, is that it? Like there's no, like, there's nothing else going on. It's just a slasher. Why would I watch this? Yeah.
I feel like right now with movies, especially like genres like that, there's room for it to like come back in like a different way. You know, because it's like it's been a little bit since like slashers have like been like, I mean we have like, you know, the franchise slashers now, but I mean like a newer take on it. You know, there's room for it to come back in like a very specific way, or in like a small area like Titane.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Titane, because you were like slasher, and I was like, that really is the only movie I've seen of the last like 3 years that's like new. Yeah. That felt like slasher. Because if you kind of think about slashers, in its core, it's just like there is no reason for it. It's just person wants to kill, and that's what Titane felt like at the beginning. Spoilers for
spoilers for
Titane.
You spoil that movie if you try.
Angel said Yeah, true. I was watching Halloween, but I was pooped and slept midway. Damn. And he said, fake film fan. Shame on you, motherfucker. And he said, I think slashers have a leg up over other subgenres of horror because they can really touch on emotions of empathy, and Halloween worked because, you know, if you were this completely plausible situation, you'd be fucked. Not Halloween, the last screen tongue. Oh, this last screen tongue. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no worries about that. Yeah, I agree. Whenever like you watch a slasher, well, I mean, at least for me, like watching a slasher for the first time, it does always feel like, you know, like you're in the shoes of the protagonist. But I remember when Elijah said, like, you know, he watched Halloween like a fuckload of times, and he learns to.
You get desensitized to it a little bit.
You said you learned to like Michael Myers' presence.
Yeah. You watch it enough times, and like, I don't know. Sometimes you watch it and you're not like in the mood to get scared, I guess.
Yeah.
So, you know, sometimes you wait for like those scenes when the ending where like he's chasing Laurie and then he tries to stab Laurie and Laurie comes and stabs him in the neck, and then kind of like the scenes with him, you know?
Yeah.
And then in a way that's why I think like people kind of like the goofy side of slashers, because that's what you go to a slasher to see. You go to see them killing other people. And I think they started to realize like it's hard to make like a good slasher though. Like Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Black Christmas, like I don't know. Those movies are special instances. And it just turned into something where these were popular and good, and we need to cash in on it while we can. And it turns in like I think of the slasher genre as kind of like fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun to watch. It's fun to go see them like do some really fucked up shit. And that's why they start to get more and more ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
That's like you get to Jason X in 2002 and he's like in space freezing a lady's face and then smashing it on like the table or something.
Ouch.
It's making you smile. It's not making you like feel weird inside.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel good inside.
Like Halloween, there's no like kill in Halloween that makes me go ugh. Like
yeah, me neither.
It's or I wouldn't watch Halloween for like the way the kills look.
Right.
You watch them for like the way they feel. Especially like Linda's death. I think that was we were talking about it earlier how like darkness and space and kind of ties into what Angel's saying about like the empathy of it. I was really thinking about that scene and why that's scary when Michael comes in with the sheet over him. And it's simple why it's scary. It's scary because like she thinks that's her boyfriend and it's really not.
Yeah,
But like you think about that, that's actually scary. That's scary as fuck, you know?
Yeah.
That's like and also too like we know there's like a bunch of other Halloween movies and you kind of get a connotation for Michael as like the course of the series goes on. He kind of loses like an intimidation factor. But in 1978 like no one knows who Michael Myers is.
Yeah.
And they don't even really give a reason for why he's doing what he's doing. He's just like a random dude stalking these people. And now he's just I don't know.
Yeah, damn, I wish I watched it back then.
Yeah, it'd be even scarier.
It would be way scarier because it's like this is like a one-off movie, just about some strange dude. Yeah, because then I could like, I really want to like when I was watching the movie, I just wanted to feel more scared, but you know I'm at a point where it's like
you are
it's hard to
desensitized,
get me scared.
If you watched like Friday the 13th, it probably wouldn't be like super scary.
No.
You know, Friday the 13th. We were talking about that and how like Friday the 13th is kind of like not a great movie. I like what he's saying though about the empathy. John was saying that too.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like it was easy to feel like you could be there with them.
John's a pretty empathetic dude.
John's actually like a super empathetic dude.
But he said have you ever seen Incendie? Owen? He said after he watched the movie, he's like, I'm really happy I live in America.
What did he say, though, when the movie started about the music?
Oh, he said it was.
Wait,
Was I forget.
He said something funny, right?
didn't he say some shit where it's like this music is like the fucking, what do you call it, like the white Christmas of Halloween? What the fuck did he call it? What do you compare, like Mariah Carey?
Oh, he's like, this is the Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
When he said that, I was like, what?
That was funny. That's funny as fuck. He's got a point though.
No, yeah.
He's got a point. Yeah. That's actually really.
It's
good
the Halloween
analogy.
song.
Yeah.
You know, even if like our kids, even if they don't watch Halloween, that jingle's still gonna be around,
Yeah.
and they'll probably associate it with Halloween.
But
What do you guys think about like the evils? Or were you gonna say something, Anthony? Go for it. Go for
No,
it.
I just had another question. It was, I'll ask it after yours.
Oh, okay. But what do you think about like the whole like Michael Myers and like he's a representation of evil? Do you have any thoughts on that?
For me, it's a bit. It doesn't work as well for me because I don't really believe like. I don't think anything could be like evil. It's just like he's just fucked up in the head, you know. But like back then, I'm sure it was just like, you know. It worked more. There's more religious people.
Well, if you go with that interpretation, then how do you interpret like Loomis's character and he's like chasing evil, like hunting it down?
I think you have a point where like it's valid to think that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, there's not inherent like good or bad. There's just like imperfections
Yeah.
that can lead to like
Travesty.
really bad
yeah.
things, you know. But I also think like it's not fun to think about it like that.
Yeah, but that's how I think about it.
No,
you
that's
know?
fair. Like I think of like just like horror in general, Dracula or something. Like having something be like pure evil is like kind of creepy, and maybe it's like a fantasy or something. But with Dr. Loomis's character, I really felt bad for him this time because like that part where he's like in the house talking to him about like I spent 8 years trying to reach him, then like another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized what was behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
fucking nerd.
But like you really think about what he's saying right there, and you see the look in his face, and it's like for someone in real life, like for someone to spend that long of their life trying to essentially understand a crazy person, then realize that whether they're evil or not, there's a problem there that is incapable of being fixed, and you realize you can't let this person free again.
Yeah.
Like imagine what that guy's life is like. Imagine, I feel like he wouldn't sleep at all.
What's the line from the cop where it's like if you are telling the truth and like damn you, or how does that line go?
If you are telling the truth, then damn you for letting him go.
That part's cool.
And that's kind of like a running gag throughout the series where like someone gets killed and they're like, Dr. Loomis, why'd you let him go? And he's like, I didn't, but okay. I'll be the scapegoat, you know. No, it just made me think about Dr. Loomis a lot too, because like say Dr. Loomis is like Donald Pleasance's age, like late 50s, you know. So that means he meets Michael Myers when he's like in his early 40s. The guy's probably experienced like a good amount of life. He's a psychologist, like he's well to do. And then you meet this person that just like murdered their older sister, and like you basically devote the rest of your life to like an evil person, you know, something that is evil, something bad, and then it gets free because people kind of didn't listen to you, and it's like now they're blaming you too.
Yeah, kind of like
it's
that
awful.
Too.
It's really awful, you know.
But I don't see it as evil. I just see it as like Michael Myers like a counterproductive machine.
Defective.
Defective, yeah.
Yeah,
but like a
yeah,
rare
guess.
defectivity, you know.
Yeah, something
But you don't
uncommon.
yeah.
Not everyone has it, and it's a good thing that everyone doesn't have it. I think like if I would think of it like that, it's kind of like he has incredible apathy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Incredible apathy.
Yeah.
Like just seeing someone he doesn't care about them so much that it makes him like want to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Loomis realized that.
I think it's interesting to think about why he wants to kill.
Yeah, that's
like the
cool
psychology
point.
of it. Like that's like
a cool
why.
point.
Like what about killing makes him want to do it?
I was gonna say though, there was something you wanted to say.
Nah, mine was more straightforward. I was just gonna go to like Jamie Lee Curtis's performance.
Oh yeah.
And that and how this movie kind of just like builds all the tropes without really doing it because they didn't think about it.
She became the scream queen.
Also,
Yeah.
how old is Michael Myers supposed to be?
So he's 6 when he kills his sister, and he's 21 when the events are taking place.
Oh shit, I'm 21.
Yeah, but you didn't kill your sister.
Nah, I don't have a sister because I killed her.
This is a side note. I think I said it to you guys in the car. Or I don't know, I said it sometime. It is kind of goofy how he escaped. And there are kind of like some things the movie like doesn't I don't know. I don't even really like want to criticize the movie about it, but like
the first scene.
the first scene where they just escape and like they don't even escape. It's like someone probably just left the doors open and they walk out.
Yeah.
And then Michael's like able to drive and he's able to drive. Like the guy's been in this institution since he was 6 years old and he's able to drive back to his hometown.
Mm.
He didn't forget how to do it.
Yeah, the tone there felt a little.
And then do you guys
Really
know
weird.
what like or no, we won't go there. He goes all the way back to his home and then just stalks these teenage girls. But you were saying something about like why does he kill?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Psychology of Michael Myers.
There's definitely like a sexual aspect to it.
You think so?
So when he kills his sister, it's right after like her and her boyfriend like do some type of sexual activity.
Dirty. Yeah.
And then he kills her when she's naked.
Mm.
And then there's several scenes where he's watching Annie kind of talk about sex and be like, she's not like in erotic clothing or anything, but she's like kind of like half naked sometimes.
Mm.
And then he watches Bob and Linda make out. And possibly he watches them have sex. And then he kills both of them.
Nice.
And then he strangles. He comes in and he watches like Linda like strip for him.
Mm.
And then he like strangles her when she's naked. But when he tries to kill Lori, he's not able to do it. And she's like a virgin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So whether or not, now I have read like John Carpenter wasn't intending to make it like a social commentary on sex or anything.
Mm.
But there's still that there
Yeah.
where all the like females, pretty much all the people he kills,
Are sinners?
they're like having sex.
Yeah.
And the person that gets away isn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you guys? Is there anything?
I was gonna say the one part where the girl gets stuck in the window. I was like, dude, come on, Pornhub.
That was
like
funny.
it was like I'm stuck in the window. It's
stuck
like
porn.
Michael Myers is gonna come up and stab her with his dick.
Annie's funny.
You got something to say, Owen?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say well first I guess for background I never watched them. I was kind of like you. I never really watched it like for a long time. I kind of just like it was kind of on TV sometimes
Mhm.
and you'd watch it and then like you kind of leave before it ended. I didn't really watch it for the first time until the other night, like the night before I watched it with you guys.
Yeah.
And I watched it and I was like, oh, that was pretty good. And then the second time I watched it, the one thing I did take away was like the first time I watched it, the scene that really stuck out to me was the part when he has the sheet over his head.
Mhm.
Because I kind of thought that was kind of goofy
Yeah,
the first time
yeah.
I watched it. Because I was like, that's kind of out of character for him. Because the whole time he's like, he's in the shadow, like he's watching, like he's
Yeah.
like, he's hunting. And this is like the one time it's kind of like goofy. Like, like if you write on paper, like, oh, like that's cute. And like you see it and you're like, oh, that's also cute.
Yeah.
But I think the second time watching it, it kind of made me start thinking about like, yeah, the reason why he kills and the first time I did think it was like sexual. I did like how it was kind of ambiguous about it.
Yeah.
Because in the other movies, they kind of like explain like why he's after Lori in particular and shit.
Oh boy, we'll get there.
Yeah, but I think this movie as a silent thing, it does leave a lot of room for like the psychology of Michael Myers to
Yeah.
just be like to think about it. Like, why is he killing particularly them? Is it
Yeah.
just because he just saw them or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the second time watching it, I did think he has a knife, but he chooses to strangle like the people around him. Like when he kills people, he doesn't just stab them to death.
Yeah.
Like he tries with Lori. Like he wants to feel them die. Like he wants
Yeah.
them scared.
Little
And-
freak.
Yeah, he's a fucking freak. And that's what I kind of thought about
Freaky guy.
the sheet.
Yeah.
Is that he wants her to get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like he wants her to get vulnerable for him. Like with the whole strip scene, because at first she's like, "Oh, you want some?" and then she kind of gets uncomfortable when he just stands there, just keeps standing there, and
Yeah.
that's what I don't know. It kind of made me think, damn, he's fucking sick. Like this is what he wants. Like he wants her to be like completely, like sort of like uneasy, because it's like it means more to him when when he kills her.
And she does kind of get nervous when she's like asking him like, "Come on, give me my beer," and he's just not responding.
Yeah.
And then she gets like irritated, and that's what makes her call Lori.
Mhm.
And I really think that scene's like pretty great.
Dang, it's like
Yeah.
Ichi the Killer.
I haven't seen. it.
He's like the
He's like the ultimate sadist. Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think seeing it the second time, it works a lot better for me thinking about it that way.
Yeah.
Like
That way.
Yeah, that way.
Just like with like, I don't know, the way jokes are today now too. Like I feel like maybe the 15-year-olds like 5 years from now, if they see the sheet thing, they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's really stupid. Why'd they think that was scary?" Just like, there's like a lot of memes too with the Halloween movies.
Yeah.
Because we were
Fuck
talking
that.
the other day about how like the reaction shots are kind of funny
Yeah.
in a way, but like, I don't know, it's all about like feeling that atmosphere.
Yeah.
Knowing that like, oh, she thinks she's talking to her boyfriend being cute, but no, she's like
But,
about
like,
to get killed by
inside
like
the
a
sheet,
maniac.
There's an evil mind.
Yeah. It's creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy.
What's the scariest scene for you guys?
Thinking about the sheet scene now is pretty scary.
The sheet scene, really?
Yeah, like
Okay.
imagine you're like in your bed naked, and in the doorway there's just like, imagine you knew like underneath that sheet there's somebody who really wants to kill me.
The audience knows that.
The audience knows that, yeah. But like,
that's-
imagine if you knew that in the bed.
Oh, it'd be
You know,
like,
that's
terrifying.
that's fucking terrifying.
It would be terrifying, you know. And that's the way, or yeah.
Growing up, it was always the opening scene as him as a kid killing his sister.
Yeah.
That's really uneasy too, knowing it's a little kid.
I like
Mhm.
the POV shot is cool.
Oh, it's really cool.
That's yeah. And just the way
He's
too,
a
it shows
tall-
his arm
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. He's like, you don't look at your arm as you're stabbing.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
He's a tall kid.
Yeah.
It
I like that whole just tracking shot.
really
too,
is you,
where-
Elijah. Holy fuck.
Huh?
Were you a tall kid too?
Yeah.
Dude. All right. Sorry.
That whole tracking shot is pretty cool because like it sets up like the idea too that he's a voyeur
Mm.
because he watches like his sister and all make out, and then they go upstairs and they go backwards to go up to the window,
Mhm.
and then the light turns out and you hear da-da-da,
Yeah.
the weird little synthesizer thing, and then you hear the slow piano, kind of like
Mhm.
dreadful,
Mhm.
and that's a
Yeah.
thing too.
Don't.
We were talking about how the movie's like really voyeuristic,
Yeah.
and I feel there's something that's kind of like
Cool.
that's like the way cinema is too.
Yeah.
Now there's something there.
Hmm.
I don't know how to say it, but there's something there because there's like a lot of scenes where we're just watching Michael watch people.
Yeah.
I think, well, when you think of movies,
Oh, Angel said, gotta go. Catch you guys later. By the way, Hot Fuzz is greater than Shaun of the Dead. Sorry. Sad face. Also, Raw's pretty crazy. Wonder if it speaks to people way more who are in those crazy Cali party schools. Later, Angel. You have a good one.
peace out, Angel.
Thanks,
we'll,
dude.
we'll have you on sometime soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Angel's a friend.
Homie.
Well, when you think about movies, though, or like the concept of sitting down to watch other people's lives or something, a story, whatever, or even just like when you watch a slasher or a genre picture, like we were saying, like you get a little bit of enjoyment about how crazy it gets, or at least we do.
Mhm.
Irreversible's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Irreversible's fucking tight.
And that's like Michael Myers' sort of like pastime, is to watch people. And so in a sense, when you talk about like you enjoy his presence, it's because like he's kind of like us. He just watches people. We're just interested in people. And he just has the ability to strangle them while we just press play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, everyone in this room, we're all just like Michael Myers.
Yeah.
But I was
Pure
gonna
evil, yeah.
to answer your to answer your question from before, the scariest scene for me is the closet at the end. Yeah,
that was pretty scary too.
It felt very. It's kind of funny because what's her name? Jamie Lee Curtis.
Mhm.
It's like her mom's from Psycho, and it felt like the shower scene, kind of like even with the shadow like, across like the Venetian blinds. Like I don't know, that whole part, because it felt the most claustrophobic to me, where he's fucking, which is another which is a scene in Raw. That my favorite part is. We'll get to that, but like, yeah, he just breaks and he just fucking like crashes it down.
Yeah.
Like, even I think it's also the best looking part of the movie too, like the way like the lighting is and everything. Yeah, I just want to answer that question. That's it.
Oh, for sure. Tight.
The scariest part of the movie?
Yeah, scariest part of the movie.
I like when he kills Bob and he like looks at him.
Oh yeah, like he tilts his head.
Yeah.
It is funny though when he just is that the one where he just stabs?
He impales him into the door with a butcher's knife, which is a little...
Not even a butcher's knife. It's just like a
kitchen knife.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks cool though, seeing him kind of like... He's off the ground and Michael's just like staring at him like that. And I guess I kind of think like... Why is he staring at him like that?
Yeah. Maybe he's a little gay too.
This film is queer coded.
It's an LGBT movie.
Just like Transformers.
Maybe it is an LGBT movie. Maybe Michael's like a different form of like sexuality. Or he's a voyeur.
Let's get that on the
He's a
fucking LGBTQ plus.
LGBTV.
Where's the V? Voyeur.
Voyeur.
You just put K for killer.
I mean, I was just talking to someone about this. Isn't like the gay community? Don't they have like a special like interest with horror movies in particular, like Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and shit like that?
Do they really?
I didn't know that.
Like
I didn't know that either.
Oh, fuck.
No, you're probably right. I just haven't paid any attention to it.
It makes sense now that you said it.
The Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everyone's like, oh, that's just a fucking like allegory for fucking being closeted.
Really?
Yeah, the second. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's like this dude, and every time like he thinks about having sex with like his girlfriend, like Freddy shows up, like, but it's like through him. So like he's fingering the girl, and like it's Freddy's fucking like fucking knives comes out.
That's funny.
That's cool as fuck.
And even the posters, like he's like hugging the girl, and like he's looking in the mirror. It's like Freddy's face, like hugging her. So yeah, everyone's like, oh, he's definitely fucking gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every bi girl I know is like, I love horror movies, and I was like, huh, maybe you guys like LGBT isn't really about being gay, it's just liking horror movies.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of like horror stuff at Zia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's real gay. But
There's a good clip of Elijah saying everybody at Zia is gay.
Ooh, yeah.
oh, I want to say you guys should do Zia picks more. I really enjoyed.
Oh,
that.
yeah,
I
we-
rewatched that video often.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
fuck yeah.
I
That'd be fun.
Anthony's the one who edited that video.
dude, good job. It
Yeah.
reminded me of the Amoeba videos, but way better.
Yeah, we want to do a UNLV library picks. That'd be tight as fuck. What else? And like a normal library picks.
Yeah, I go to the
Oh,
library.
yeah.
Probably another Zia one.
What else? What else
I
can
don't
we
know,
do?
any other video store, you know. We'll go anywhere.
Redbox.
That'd be tight. Yeah, I would do that.
We should start traveling. We'll go to Video Archive and shit like
Yeah.
that.
That'd be a good idea.
Netflix
But,
picks.
you guys can come to like my bedroom and like look at all my
Yeah,
movies.
Elwood
house
picks.
picks.
Elwood closet picks.
It's also like slash like what the fuck was the crib show called? MTV Cribs. That's also like Elwood picks slash Elwood's crib video.
Yeah, I'll move all my movies to a car and it'll be like
Yeah.
my ride.
Yeah, can we do like a little segment with like the editing where it's just like this is my
This
movies.
is fucking my movie. You see this shit? Spider-Man 1 full screen edition, the only edition that matters.
I totally do.
But I wanted to, because I sort of fell out of place. So I was like, this is your favorite movie, and I don't know. I felt like I should just let you talk.
No,
Well, I want.
no.
I just wanted to say really quickly, I really enjoyed the filmmaking, like aspect of it, like the way it's shot. It reminded me very much, the way it was shot, like Brian De Palma, but then also in like, at that point it's just Alfred Hitchcock,
Mhm.
where it's a lot of those POV shots and the matching close-ups.
Yeah.
And the way he builds up suspense is interesting to me. Like he plays with it a lot. Like I really like the part when who's the girl on the phone that spills shit on her and she goes to the Nancy. When Nancy's on the phone and the dog comes in, it's already established that Michael Myers is like watching her. But then like when the dog comes in, the only thing I could think of was the doors open.
Yeah.
And he leaves it open. I just really like that where it's like and then the dog comes out and he kills the dog. I'm like, oh fuck, the door is still open. Fuck. Wait, and then she leaves and she goes to the laundry room. But I couldn't stop thinking about that door, where I was like, oh dude, he left it open.
Yeah.
And like it kind of made me like kind of anxious about
Yeah.
it. But he definitely didn't fucking like. There's nothing about that fucking door, was there?
Mm.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You made me look so fucking embarrassed. Fuck. But there's a lot of parts like that, where they even play with a lot of like the framing where like the part that was also one of my favorite parts when Laurie finds all the people dead, and then Michael's like mask slowly comes out of the shadow. They do. Wait, what?
Sorry. It's probably the best shot in terms of like craft.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like there's a lot of shots like that where they play with it with they'll like shoot it wide and you'll have like a dark space over here and you'll have a door over here and a window like in the background and it's like he could come from anywhere.
Yeah.
And it really at least for me it really like held my suspense a lot. Cause again I never really like I saw some parts but I never like in fucking context of any of it.
Right. Yeah.
But I want to say fuck. The opening shot reminded me a lot of have you guys seen The Untouchables? Yeah. Oh, you haven't?
Have you seen what the fuck is it called? Battleship Potemkin?
Oh, I've only seen the fucking the scene. Have you seen The Untouchables?
No.
It's Sean Connery and the fuck's his other
Shit.
Dances with Wolves guy.
Kevin Costner.
Shit. Yeah.
Kevin Costner, yeah. It's like there's a part when like there's an assassin and he's trying to assassinate Sean Connery in his home. And it's like it's literally the exact shot from Halloween.
Oh
like,
no shit.
Where it's like he goes to the window and he sees Sean Connery, then he enters the window and like the whole it's like a 4-minute like tracking shot where he's just trying to catch up to Sean Connery. You guys should watch. I like Brian De Palma.
Episode 100.
Yeah.
Honestly, De Palma would be a good like if you guys do it next year for how like you keep doing this podcast for next year. De Palma would be a great choice for Halloween.
He's so diverse too in terms of like obviously his early career is filled with horror, but it would just be fun to talk about like then he went to do Mission Impossible and like
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm actually a big fan of Brian De Palma when he's not doing horror. I love the fuck's that movie Blowout. That's a movie. That's a fucking movie. But anyway, Halloween. I'm really glad you like recommended this movie, Elijah. I gave me an excuse to watch it. It's one of those movies like it's Halloween.
Yeah.
For Halloween. But I never have time for it. But I was like, no, I gotta make time for it. I was like, oh dude, this is a genuinely well-made movie, and I want to say the ending is my favorite. It's probably like my favorite part.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh yeah.
The ending's pretty great.
That part's really good.
Because that's when it kind of can turn into like an evil thing.
Yeah.
Because like a normal person can't do that. Just because your brain's fucked up doesn't mean you can take 6 bullets.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that's where it's kind of like okay, even if you thought like this guy's just weird, there is something unnatural about him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool too, cause like there's like a lot of scenes where like people are looking at him, and it cuts to like them, and then it cuts back and he's gone, and he moves slow as fuck. Like
So it's like, what the? Yeah.
yeah,
What the fuck?
like that scene where like Tommy Doyle's looking out the window and he like sees the boogeyman,
Yeah.
and then like, they look back there and he's gone, you know, but he walks like 2 miles. Like,
Have you seen the Friday the 13th game that came out like
Oh,
a year or
yeah.
two ago? The way that because Jason also moves pretty slow.
okay,
The way that so the way the game works is like it's a multiplayer game, and like so there's like people who are like the the campers, and then one person plays Jason. That person.
Oh, okay,
So it's
okay.
like, how the fuck does he catch up to the people? So they gave the Jason character an ability to like teleport to the people really fast, and so he can show up behind them. But like as soon as he's like in the Jason like body, like he teleports and he's there, he starts like walking super slow.
Yeah.
So it's
Oh.
like that's what that reminds me of.
that scene's great though, cause Dr. Loomis, like, just his reaction is like
You said it was like the same thing.
he kind of, it looks like he knew. He's like not surprised but also scared, or scared but also not surprised.
Mm.
And then like the music plays again, and then
Yeah.
you see like all the places he could be, and you hear his breathing,
Yeah.
and that's creepy too, because then you
Yeah.
think like where is he,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was I liked it was the storybook like like it
Oh, yeah.
starts with the house, it ends with the house.
Yeah.
Like the
It's pretty perfect.
I like those ending shots a lot. I really like
Yeah.
establishing shots.
It's like you don't know where he is, and then Halloween 2 happens 3 years later.
Oh, 3
Do
years.
you want to know like the history of the franchise?
Real brief, because we're already it's at 11:44.
Okay.
oh shoot.
So
Yeah.
Halloween 2 picks up where the first one left off, and it's like, I like it. I think it's the best sequel. It's not as good, but it still feels like Rick Rosenthal directed it, but then there's kind of like this thing where John Carpenter also kind of directed it, but John Carpenter didn't want to make like a Michael Myers franchise.
Mm.
He wanted to do like a Halloween franchise where it's like revolving around Halloween. Then that's why we get something like Halloween 3 where
Right. Yeah.
and it's kind of smart too, because like John Carpenter realized like you can't keep making Halloween movies and expect them to be good.
Mm.
It's not sustainable.
Mm.
That being said, Halloween 2, it's like all right. You kind of get the idea though, like okay, they probably shouldn't keep doing this.
Yeah.
I really like the score too for Halloween 2. He does like some cool stuff with like the synthesizers and all that. And then Alan Howarth helped him do it, and then Alan Howarth did like the score for like the rest of them. So then Halloween 3 happens, and Halloween 3 doesn't have Michael Myers in it. I haven't seen it all the way through. It's kind of like a conspiracy theory movie.
Yeah,
Is it really?
It's fucking awesome. It's like if the Halloween franchise was how John Carpenter intended it to be, it would be like the network of the Halloween franchise.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
That's pretty fucking cool.
The guy who edited Halloween and was the production designer wrote and directed Halloween 3. I have the DVD for it. It'd probably be cool to watch it
Yeah,
sometime. Were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say I think I told you this. I think the only reason why it failed was because they didn't do a traditional like villain or bad guy or something like that. It was
Yeah.
very much like conspiracy. Like it was like everyone's kind of the bad guy.
The system.
Yeah. But I was just gonna say, yeah, I feel like if they started off like a lot more like we're not following Jason anymore, we're gonna do like a ghost movie or something like that. I feel like there would have been room for Season of the Witch to
Mhm.
have like like some street credit.
Yeah.
I think also like it's just frustrating that it came after Halloween 2. So like the whole premise of like it's a genuine sequel.
Yeah.
Where if like if Season of the Witch was the second
second
one,
one, yeah.
I think it would leave a different taste in people's mouths. Also, just I guess more of a fun fact, it was actually the first one because like I said, you'd seen Halloween just bits and pieces or whatever until you actually sit down to watch it. Season of the Witch is the first one that I actually sat down and watched all the way
It's
through.
ironic,
And so it's like, yeah.
Even if like Season of the Witch isn't like a wonderful movie, I think the idea John Carpenter had about making Halloween themed movies is cool. Like that would be interesting,
Mhm.
But
It would have been cool, like a Goosebumps type of thing.
It really was.
like every few years you get like a Halloween themed movie.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, he kind of just did that with his career.
Yeah,
It's just not
yeah.
called Halloween.
Yeah. That's true. Cuz he made the Fog, The Thing, Christine.
Yeah.
Then he started doing like the escape movies.
Yeah, Escape from New York.
Big Trouble in Little China. Then he did They Live.
Oh yeah,
Have you guys seen Starman?
No, he made that before this though, right?
Yeah, no. He made it after Halloween. He made it after The Thing.
Oh, I was thinking of another one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard of
Dark
it.
Star.
It's pretty good. I was thinking of Dark Star, yeah.
I was gonna say Starman. We watched it for class when I was in
Oh, wow.
high school.
Oh shit.
And it's so fucking goofy. It's Kurt Russell, who's an alien, and he comes down to Earth, and he basically had to transform into like a human. So the first person he meets is this lady that husband literally just died like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So he sees like these pictures and like a lock of hair, and he like turns into the dude, but it's Kurt Russell. And Kurt Russell does not look like Kurt Russell. Like he's like freshly shaven. He looks like a good boy.
Yeah.
And he talks like, what is wrong? I do not understand. And there's a part when they're on a train together, cause she's trying to get him back to his ship. So it's kind of like E.T. except with like sex.
Oh, cool. All right,
yeah,
for
except
sure.
it's like E.T. except the little boy fucks E.T.
Oh, I'm down.
So like, there's a part in the train when they fuck, and then like it's a really awkward scene because it's not even like shot from different. It's literally just like a shot like next to him, and he's just on top of her, and they're just like making out, and like it doesn't even change later. It's literally just like they just take the same shot, takes off shirt and everything, and then it just jump cuts to the end of it, and she's just like sitting out, just like like the train keeps moving, and he comes up behind her, sits down next to her, and he goes like, "Guess what?" And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "I gave you baby."
She says that.
Yeah, he says, "I gave you baby," and then she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, he will be a teacher."
Whoa.
Yeah, I just want to say Starman. He got nominated for an Oscar. Kurt Russell.
What
did.
the fuck?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, there's a genuine part that I like, and it's when this hunter comes to this gas station. He has a deer tied to his hood, and Kurt Russell's just like, "Why would you do this?" And he just like pets the deer until like he fucking comes to life.
Oh.
Yeah, and then
badass.
he just starts like feeding the deer and shit. And that part was nice, but everything else I was like, I don't know if this like your only Oscar nomination should come from Starman. But yeah, he made it because he tried to convince the studio that a remake of It Comes From It Comes From Outer Space?
The Thing from Outer Space.
The Thing from Outer Space. He said a remake of it could be really fucking good and it will make money, and they were like, okay. So then they gave him all this money. He didn't make any money.
Yeah.
So then he had to make Starman to try and like to show that he could still make a profitable movie.
Yeah.
The Thing's like kind of awesome.
The weekend we talked about this before. The weekend of The Thing came out though was the same weekend that Blade Runner and E.T. also came out.
Oh, fuck.
Well,
Or I mean the same month, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was gonna say, Blade Runner didn't really make that much money, but like E.T. definitely like was the
Yeah.
thing that took everyone away
Yeah.
from it. E.T. was the thing.
Yeah. My dad even talks about E.T.
I like
Watching
your
in theaters
dad.
and shit. You didn't meet my dad.
I said I like him. Didn't say I met him.
Oh, yeah. What's my dad's name?
Norberto.
Yeah. You do.
I have his phone number.
The third.
The third, yeah. Number the third.
Um,
He's also John in the middle. Middle name John.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah, for real. That's why my brother's name is John.
Oh, dude, that's why my brother's name is John. My grandpa's
Shut the
name
fuck
is
up.
John.
No fucking way. For
Yeah,
real?
my grandpa's name is John.
My dad said,
Oh, go on.
My dad, when they were naming Johnny, because my mom was like, I want to name one of them. He's like, okay. And he's like, actually, never mind. We should name the second one John after my grandpa, but also my middle name.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, my same thing. My mom was like, I want to name one after my dad, so she named my brother Johnny, and then my dad named me. My dad's name's Alejandro.
Oh, shit.
But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, we were talking about Halloween.
Yeah, is there anything else to go? We should probably move on just because it's starting to get...
Yeah.
late.
I'll do the what do they call it? The speed run or whatever.
I'll give
They
you...
made-
Alright, just go. 90 seconds.
Do it
sure.
as fast as I can.
Yeah.
So they made Halloween 3 in like 1982, and then after that they like had like a hiatus, and like everyone wanted to have Michael Myers back. And then Mustafa Akkad's like, okay, let's bring Michael Myers back. So then in 1988, Halloween 4: The Return of Michael Myers comes out, and Alan B. McElroy had like 12 days to do it before like the Screenwriters Guild like went on strike or some shit. And he like put in he like submitted the script for like Halloween 4 like literally hours before the place went on strike, and like not like the screenwriting Halloween 4 is like a masterpiece or anything, but
Whoa.
They got the movie made.
It's a lot of
Danielle
content.
Harris is in it. Halloween 4 is like my third favorite sequel. I like it more than Halloween 2018. But then they fucking started to do this whole Halloween 2 thing, where Halloween 5 picks up right where Halloween 4 left off. And Halloween 5 is like boring as fuck. But like I watch it every year still. And then Halloween
50
5 does
seconds.
Halloween 5 does this thing where they try to hold on. There we go. Halloween 5 does this thing where they try to explain like the origin of Michael Myers, and they do it by having this guy with a suit walk around and be kind of weird the whole movie, but not really do anything until the end when they capture Michael Myers and they put him in the jail cell. Then this guy comes up and he goes, "Brrr," and he shoots like all the people, and they get
70
Michael
seconds.
Myers out of there. And then Danielle L. Harris is like crying at the end. And then Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers, which was like almost a low point in the series, but then Halloween
80
Resurrection
seconds.
and Halloween 2 still exist. But in Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers, they try to say like Michael was cursed with like the Cult of Thorn or some bullshit. And then Paul Rudd's first movie.
Yep.
But then that one isn't too special. That came out in 1995. Last one with Donald Pleasance though, and it's kind of sad because like Donald Pleasance was like kind of dying when they were making the movie, and you
100
can kind of see
seconds.
it, and it like doesn't make you feel too good. That movie isn't that great. Then they did Halloween H2O. I don't really think that's great. Too good.
There's
It was
one called-
directed by
there's one
Steve
called
Miner.
Halloween H2O.
Yeah, I know it's
Wow,
bad. There's
what
like
the
a
fuck?
CGI mask in it and stuff. But
Oh,
Jamie Lee
yeah.
Curtis is back, and Josh Hartnett's in it, and it was directed by the guy who directed Friday the 13th Part 2. And
So specific.
I don't know. But then
2 minutes.
after that one, they did Halloween Resurrection, which was the same thing as like Halloween 2 and Halloween 5, where it picks up right where fucking Halloween H2O left off. And wait, do you guys not know how? Oh, Halloween H2O ends. Jamie Lee Curtis cuts off Michael's head.
Whoa.
She cuts off his
Oh,
head, and it's
shit.
actually like cool as fuck. It'd be like, okay, if this is the way the series ends, this works. But then they fucking try to explain in Halloween Resurrection that Michael Myers like undressed, broke this guy's larynx so he couldn't talk, put the mask on him, and Jamie Lee Curtis cut off the wrong dude's head. So then Jamie Lee Curtis is in the mental institution, and takes place like right after H2O, and Michael comes in there, and he kills Jamie Lee Curtis in like the first 10 minutes in like the like
Whoa.
lamest fucking way ever. And like Jamie kisses him, and then like he falls off, and basically like the rest of Halloween Resurrection is like not good at all. Busta Rhymes is in it, and there's like a part where he says like "trick or treat, motherfucker," and I don't know, not a good movie. But then Rob Zombie comes along and he tries to reboot it. I kind of like the first 45 minutes of that movie because it tries to explain more of like Michael's childhood, and it's kind of interesting. It has like that blend of white trash in there, but
Yeah.
the rest of the movie isn't that great. Then he did Halloween 2, which they don't fucking learn from their mistakes, and now we got Halloween 2018, which is, I don't know. I don't think it was that great.
All right, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
So
We have 5 viewers.
Shout out to the film fans out there.
Shout out to the film fans.
Hi-
Okay.
Elijah, are you going to see Halloween Kills this Friday, though?
you want it?
Yeah. that'd be
If I'm
cool.
free,
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm still, even though I shit on it.
All right, quick rating for Halloween. Quick.
Mm.
Change the game.
Change the game.
Oh, it's my turn.
Anybody could go.
10 out of 10. It's always a movie I'm gonna
Yeah,
have on
10
DVD.
out of 10.
When I get like a more high-paying job, I'll try to seek out like the cool director's cuts or something. But I'll buy shirts for it. It's awesome. You know, I think this, what I was talking about speaks for itself, kind of.
Oh, I would give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
He said, okay. All right.
Probably like 31 bubbles out of 40.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty.
That's pretty good.
To like relate it to like your like rudimentary system. It would
Hey
probably-
man, I've had the same system the whole time. Anybody can go back on my
He's
shit.
been consistent.
Yeah,
I don't
anybody
know.
can go back on my
I-
shit and be like, can log it. You know, I like that.
I
like that
realized
can
by
remember-
like
I can
episode
log it.
3 or 4, like, okay, he says this every time. Like if this was
Yeah, if a student brought this to me.
yeah.
Yeah, I had to stop saying it because it got too self-aware. You know?
See, no, I'll be consistent. Whenever I talk to movies about you guys, I'll always say it's a certain bubble out of bubble.
There you go. So long as I mean, I like being consistent because then people can be like, I can just go back and be like, I liked it this much, and then, you know, I can, whatever. Okay. Raw. We're also talking about Titane. Welcome to the Titane Raw discussion.
I don't even know her name, but it's
Julia something.
It's Julia's time now.
Julia.
Carnal.
I don't know, some like some. It starts with a D. I know that.
Oh, no.
Julia D.
Julie D.
Fun fact, actually. Well, I saw this movie my senior year of high school.
Wow.
We were having a Halloween marathon.
Nice.
We watched Shaun of the Dead Raw.
No shit.
And I forget, and I think
That's
I-
Nick of June.
yeah. I forget the third one though.
Jalen said, "Thank you for the Halloween rundown." Fucking.
I'll show you my collection sometime.
I kind of want to just get stoned and watch all the Halloween movies with you now.
Oh, totally.
On Halloween.
Totally.
What are you guys doing on Halloween? Anyways,
Possibly.
we'll talk
Oh,
about
fuck,
that.
Dude, I think I have to work on Halloween.
All right, yeah, that's a Sunday, right?
It's a Sunday this year.
I'll be off on that 7.
Yeah.
We'll
Next
figure
week's my last
something
week.
out.
We'll figure it out
something
though. Fun fact: I actually watched it with Angel for the
No shit.
yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, it was just a cool fucking movie. Yeah, at the time I hadn't really seen much like that. Actually, well, I hadn't seen too many French movies. I'll put it that way. And so this put the taste in my mouth. Oh, this is what French movies are. Then I saw the 400 Blows. I'm like, all right, there's more diverse out there. And I think we can get more into this when we talk about Titane, which feels like a more realized version of a lot of the stuff that's in Raw, while also kind of being a bit more, I don't want to say less focused, but for lack of a better word, less focused.
I'll move the water bowl a little bit.
But there's a certain confidence. And I was messaging Norby about this, but like, to use my direct words, there's a palpable amount of confidence in every shot that makes you know, from minute 1 to credits, that this is a filmmaker. This is a filmmaker, you know, making something. And this movie's just really cool. It's really gross. It's really cool. There's movies that try to do it like this, like Swallow, that came out recently, and it doesn't do it as well as this one in terms of grossing you out.
I won't swallow.
It's I recommend it, but like if you want to see something that's like about eating shit that's gross and it has cool colors, check out Raw instead. You know what I mean? What you guys think of this movie?
I felt similarly to like Brady Corbet in terms of like I saw Vox Lux first, and then I saw Childhood of a Leader, and it's like I see what they're going for with what they did afterward, but like it didn't hit as hard as like the one they made right after. You know, like I can see how they're like their abilities in terms of like, you know, all of it, like writing, shooting, the shots, you know, everything was like more, it felt more like it had more flesh, you know, it was built on more, you know.
That's actually interesting to bring that up, because like in both of those cases we see their second feature first. In a sense it kind of ruins the magic when you watch the first one, because like you're like, obviously they're still original and unique, but like you would hope that every filmmaker can, and all right, well, I don't know how true this is, but I'm going to finish my statement. You would hope that every filmmaker would be in a sense in the vein of Kubrick, who every movie feels unique, but still of a singular voice. When that's really fucking hard to do.
Yeah.
And at least for me, it's more of like an archival historical like learning thing, where it's like you watch this and it's like, oh man, I don't want to say it ruins the way you perceive the second one, but in a sense it's different than when you didn't know about what this first feature was. It fills in the blanks. But I think that's necessary for us, and if we're trying to make stuff,
Mm-hmm.
that's where we pick up the slack.
Yeah. You gotta end it on one line.
Did you want to go first? Or?
Do you want to go first?
That's what she said.
Do you like people that make "That's what she said" jokes?
If they're doing it unironically, I mean, you need to be a very specific person to do it. I don't know many people that do it unironically. It's like somebody says "bow chicka bow wow," you know.
Bow chicka wow wow wow. Chicka bow wow. Nah, Alvin and Chipmunks. Anyway, I was gonna say about Raw. Raw, like both of you, I saw Titane, whatever the fuck, Titane first. And then I watched Raw. And honestly, I was expecting Raw to be a lot more abstract, like Titane. Like I thought it was gonna be less narrative than like focused than it was, which isn't like a bad thing. But I definitely like wasn't. I was like, oh, this is like a more of a traditional like approach.
Movie.
Yeah, this is a movie. But I was gonna say speaking of, I want to say really quickly, speaking of Kubrick, I was watching with Jalen. Jalen told me that she pointed this out to me, and I was like, oh shit, huh? There's like subtle like there's like a lot of shots that are like kind of Kubrick references.
The
like,
stairs.
The stairs.
The stairs.
Especially the part when she's in the party.
Yeah, the pink lighting.
Yeah, and like it just keeps pushing in through the crowd, and then she's just like, it's like the fucking Clockwork Orange shit, like the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But also I was gonna say that like the dead dog kind of reminded me of The Shining, like the way like it was like framed, like when the sheet came off the dead dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, huh. Yeah, I was like, Kubrick, huh. This guy.
This guy.
But it was definitely like a Netflix movie, where in terms of like, I remember when it came out, people were like, oh, watch Raw, and I was like, oh, I'll watch Raw sometime. And then like I was like, oh, it's on Netflix, cool. And then like every year someone would tell me to watch Raw, and I would always say, it's always on Netflix.
It's actually like always on Netflix.
It's on Netflix right now. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
How did you watch it?
Amazon.
It's on Netflix, so if you want to rewatch it.
Oh, I don't have Netflix.
You don't have Netflix?
No.
Whoa. We need to have. Yeah. When we
Netflix-
talk on
Netflix
I
picks.
gotta learn more about. Yeah, Elijah. You don't have Netflix, but interesting.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It's
That's
just-
like a whole nother conversation.
Yeah. I was gonna. When you said that it reminds you of a Netflix movie, though, I thought you meant like
like a
like
Netflix
To All the
original.
Boys, like a shitty like
Kissing
a
Booth.
Netflix produced movie.
Oh.
And I was like,
No, it was like the Netflix movie where like I think at a point there were just certain movies where it was always on Netflix to me.
Yeah.
Where every time I check, I'd be like, oh, I can watch it, and that's why I never felt like the pressure to watch it, like because I was like, it's gonna be there for me, and it was there for me. Anyway, yeah, that's my thoughts.
I just want to say one more thing about Netflix, and I don't even really like Netflix. I don't go on
Yeah, me
Netflix,
neither.
You pay for it though.
but I pay for it, and it's mostly because they have all, like I would say about 80% of Paul Thomas Anderson stuff and things like that. So it's like it's strange that these people made deals to have their films on
So,
there, or maybe the studio, whatever. Anyways,
Not that Netflix is like bad or anything, and I probably would have Netflix. The only thing though is like none of the TVs in my house like are new. So like
you
I
have
can't
to set
really,
up your Wii.
Yeah, I gotta set up the Wii, you know, and the Wii doesn't want to get set up. It's old. It's really old. So like I'd have to watch Netflix on my computer, and like it's not a huge issue. I watch fucking Raw on my computer, you know, but it's just like for the most part, I'd rather just like get the DVD, you know. Now like maybe when I get like a newer TV or something,
Mhm.
I can hook up Netflix. It might be more worth the time, you know. I think I would actually like spend time on it.
Yeah.
Because I used to use Netflix like for a while, and it was all right. The last Netflix thing I watched though was I'm Thinking of Ending Things, so I
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
used it for like almost a year now.
Yeah, Netflix is interesting. Like the whole history of it was like the first streaming service, you know.
Yeah,
It killed
that's-
everything.
But they started out as a DVD mailing service,
Yeah.
you know, for like a good 10 years before they became a streaming service.
You can still
About
you
10
can-
years.
You can still get DVDs from Netflix.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like an added tier, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like a separate service. It's like $10 a month still, but it's like you get physical copies.
So you could get like Raw,
Yeah, no, you could.
and you keep it.
No.
Oh.
It's
You give
like
it
it's
back.
still renting.
Yeah.
But actually, it's
That's-
kind of cool because it's like, you know, like every time you're like, oh, is this movie on Netflix? And it says it is, but it's not. It's like they're gonna have the DVD.
Mhm.
Okay, that's cool.
The only
Okay.
way.
I really liked Raw.
Yeah.
For some reason, I didn't think it was gonna be like Titane. I thought it was obviously gonna have like some disturbing elements to it, but there was something about Titane where when I saw it and I realized it wasn't like you were basically saying it, like the narratives are like really different. Like
Mhm.
Titane's like super abstract with it. Raw's kind of classical.
Yeah.
But Titane, it's almost like something with seeing the trailer, seeing the poster. I wasn't too surprised when it went out and did this crazy shit that like strayed away from what it looked like it was going to be, you know?
Mhm.
Raw just, it seemed like it was going to be more of kind of like a conventional story. And I really enjoyed this movie. I don't know which one I enjoy more, Titane or Raw, but they're both up there. And I think they're both trying to do different things. Titane's more like experimental, and Raw is more of kind of like a story just about like finding yourself, you
Yeah.
know? Because like there's like, you know, you go to college to find yourself, kind of. You hear people say that all the time. I found myself when I was in college, blah, 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 this or that. And it's like a horror story of that, where she really found like something that is in her, but not something that most people would like.
Right,
Not
yeah.
something someone would like. I thought that was cool. Whenever someone says like, "Oh, you'll find yourself when you get to college," it always has a positive connotation. But like, it's almost like she took that idea and's like, let's make that a negative connotation. You know?
And it's interesting too that you bring that up because I actually think there's like some like cool metaphors that the movie kind of makes, and we can get more into it. But it's funny because I think you could say the same thing about both movies. Both movies are essentially about the same sort of like theme: finding yourself in like the
Yeah.
weirdest situation possible. And it's interesting too in terms of when you think of them back to back too. In terms of like a classical approach to it, it's like Julia, whatever her name is finding her voice, and when she's figured out how to do it in a regular movie, she's like, all right, this is what she actually wants to do, or like what she, in that's interesting to think of him in that setting too.
And it's kind of like she has to make Raw to make Titane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Raw's still good.
Raw's still great, you know? I feel like you guys kind of like Titane a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
I'm more on your side though, because like
Or-
I think of them separately, and I think it's more because I had Raw was in my echelon of movies way before Titane was,
Mhm.
and so yeah.
you have that attachment to it a little bit. And like I said earlier, like I watched this after I watched A Snake of June, but kind of when I was watching A Snake of June, I was like, let's get to Raw.
Yeah.
Sorry. But I was like in a good mindset for this, and it is pretty great. It got to me at some parts, you know. I think right off the top of my head right now, like the hair part really got to me.
Yeah.
Where I thought too, like that's a lot of hair she's had to be eating. You know, you see
Yeah.
her like in the room talking to the professor, and she's kind of just chewing on her hair. But then like she's pulling out like a shit ton of hair.
Yeah.
And it's like, is this like implying that she's been actually like eating her hair?
Fucking.
Oh fuck.
There's
That's
actually
nasty.
this A Thousand Ways to Die episode about that, where like you can develop like a fat ass hairball in your stomach that won't go away.
Oh boy.
Fucking. I was watching it with Kate, and she was like, "Oh, she ate it for the protein." I was like, "Is there fucking protein in your hair?" She's like, "Yeah, there's no protein in your hair." I was like, "Damn." Dude, I was really taken aback by the animals.
That was
like
cool.
all that shit was real. Like I mean, it looked real. I mean, I don't know
Like
if it
when
was.
she's like
It
in
looks
the
real as
fucking
fuck.
cow's
Yeah, I
asshole
was
or
like-
something. What the
Like
hell?
I was like, I wonder what it was like getting the ability to shoot that stuff. You know, like that part really was cool. I was just like, damn, put like, and also like, did the act like that actress like? Do you need like a license to do that? You know, do you need like an
Probably
animal?
had some training.
I'm sure,
training,
yeah.
right? Like you need a lot of preparation for that.
And just to like
that
do
shit was
that.
cool. Yeah, to do it, yeah.
And to act while doing it,
Mhm.
you know? It's not like she just did it and like her face is off camera or something and she could like be like, "Ugh," or like, nah, she's like
She's got
doing it
lines.
because she's a vet, you know?
Mhm.
She's training to be a vet. And, really good acting.
Fun fact, I don't know if you guys caught it out too. The main actress, she's in Titane.
Yeah.
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 That's another thing. That was like a weird scene in Titane where like, I think it was the first scene I winced at.
The nipple.
The nipple getting caught with the hair. I'm like, oh, that's bad.
Yeah. I was gonna say I did not notice it when I was watching the movie that it was her until
Oh, really?
until I looked up Raw later and I was like, what else has she been in? Because I know like
Titane?
Titane. I know Titane. The main act. Fuck up. The main actress.
Yo, you can't
is-
go. You can't give in. You can't give in.
The main actress is like brand new. Like she's never. This is her first movie. Titane. Fucking Titane. And fucking. So I was like, oh, is this her first movie too? Like I don't know. And I looked and I was like, it's not her first movie, but it's definitely like the movie that like, I guess started her off.
Mm.
And I was like, wait, she's in. I was like, holy shit, that's the same fucking person. And yeah, I didn't notice it though. I feel kind of stupid now because I was like, was I supposed to? She felt very different from
Yeah.
the two movies. And I was gonna say, like, you always hear stories about having kids on set for like movies where it's like there's a lot of people. Like there's like a lot of people like when you make movies with like children in them, where they have to be on set to
Yeah.
make sure that everything's like
Mhm.
legit, like legal and shit like that. And I can only imagine what it's like for like animals.
Yeah.
Like
Ugh.
like actual cattle. Like I can't imagine how many fucking people had to be on set for that shit.
Yeah. Literal shit.
Yeah, literal shit.
Yeah.
And it also made me think, like vets, like you know, like the fucking shit out of the ass,
Mhm.
and like the birthing shit. I kind of think, you know, animals lived like by themselves, like in the wild. I kind of wonder, like, how do they survive without us? And I'm like, did we like make them like rely on us?
The domestic.
Yeah.
The domesticated ones. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's that woman in Canada that kept feeding bears. So now there's just a bunch of bears roaming around her neighborhood because they're just like waiting for us to feed them. And I'm thinking, damn, like fuck, we really fuck these animals up, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, jerk off horses and shit.
Jerk off horse.
Fucking. Freddie got fingered.
Freddie got
Yeah.
Oof.
How did you see it?
No, but I've just heard it's bad.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, but
that's really good.
Oh,
Oh, you're all good.
It actually ties into one of the things I wanted to talk about in terms of like the metaphors I think the movie's kind of going for, and that's like generational learned behavior. But I think it like the animals present like a good like parallel portrait of that in terms of the relationship with humans and in the way that like when they rely on us and stuff to learn stuff. But the same thing with like the parents and all that. The whole thing about like they're supposed to be vegetarian and it seems like they're pretty anal about it, and until like you get to the end and at first, the first time I watched the movie too, I thought it could have been executed better when he just takes off his shirt and it's all the bites and shit like that. But then like it makes me think like the movie's going for like this thing about addiction and all this stuff, and so much of that it's like there's probably this inherent shame as a parent or someone who suffers through something like addiction and whatnot, and so you teach your child without actually explicitly saying it all the shit about like don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, until they get to a certain age where they realize, oh shit, and because like they probably rebel and they do it anyways, right? And then you come back and you come back as an adult who's found yourself in college or whatever shit, and then you come to the truth of the matter is that like it's all for some sort of reason. And they were figuring it out as you were in this weird fucked up way. Yeah. And then I think yeah.
The last line of the movie is like, I'm sure you'll find a solution. And when you said that whole generation thing, it's kind of like she's new and she's like figuring out how college is going to work. She's figuring out like what she's going to be doing for her career. She's like figuring out her sexuality. Then there's all these like the elders who are kids who have like already figured it out. And then there's the teachers who have already figured it out. Yet she's going through like this existential crisis. And for it to like everyone goes through moments like that. And essentially it's like in order to get through it, you have to find your own way to make good of it. And the older generations have learned that, and you're just like, it's hard for you right now, but when you learn it, you're going to become like them.
Let me see. Somebody in the chat. Somebody said, "Bruv, is this 4 different camera angles of the same garage?" Yes, it is. I think it's always funny whenever people tune into the podcast and they're like, "Why are there so many camera angles?" There's another podcast where it's just one of the camera angles at a time and it switches, but this one, I don't have a camera switcher. Let me see. Man said generational learning behavior. Acquired learning is culture, fam. Let me see, what does it say? Has you line them up by how quickly they speak. That's funny as fuck. Who's this guy?
So wait, what does that mean?
Darius Stonk. Not Stonk. What does what mean?
Like, okay, so who's the fastest? Who's
He's the fastest and he's the slowest. That's funny. I was gonna say, when you're saying that, it almost makes me feel like it's like a allegory for like alcoholism in a family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the parents have problems, and then like kid goes to college and like starts like drinking, you know, and they find out like, oh, they have problems with it too. Like there's that generational. The ending really makes it a generational story. Like it also reminds me of just like shit like I was talking about how you guys were watching like a Tim Heidecker video or whatever it's called. Tim Dillon. And like he's saying like, oh, like this generation's gonna have to pay for like whatever, like, you know, the party from
the
like.
one we watched with Kareem.
Were we stoned?
Yeah.
I might not have remembered it. What were they talking about?
He's like, the past 50 years have been this big fucking party and all this shit, and basically like, in a sense he was saying like, we're the generation's gonna have to pay for it because like everything's about to end and all this stuff, and it was fun and it was cool, but it's over, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it kind of reminds me of that as well. Like I'm sure you'll find a solution. It's like, you know, keep kicking the can, or whatever. What the fuck is the phrase? They say it with slavery, you know, like they kick the when they made the Declaration of Independence, they're like, just kick it down the street, you know, they'll figure it out in the future. That's kind of what it reminded me of with that ending. So I'm glad they had that there for like more context, but also like a bigger meaning to it. I felt like they were like vampires. Like the sister looks like a vampire, like a Twilight vampire.
Yeah, the black hair, kind of little
like
tomboy,
the pale face, yeah.
I was gonna say
something.
Yeah, you know, fuck. Ever since you said that, I can't stop thinking about it now.
What, the vampire thing?
No, the fucking he talks the fastest, he talks the slowest.
Yeah.
He said, is you a lot at college or school, or is you just freelance garage people? We're just freelance garage people. Nah. I think he goes to college, I go to college. Elwood works at Goodwill. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I go to I go to college whenever I can because of COVID. All of us, he studied film in high school. He's studying film now.
We're filmmakers.
And then Elijah just does economics.
I mean, I'm still studying film, just not for a degree.
Homeschool. Yeah. Fuck the degree.
At first, I thought like it was kind of going to be like a vegetarian, not like a social message necessarily, but like
a PETA movie.
not like a PETA movie, but like it's gonna say something about like vegetarianism. Like they're vegetarians because
They care about
this or that, because they care about animals or some shit. But then it was cool at the end when they're vegetarians because they realize they have to be.
Yeah.
That was cool.
I agree.
That was like a cool way to do like the vegetarian thing.
Yeah, I was about to, it's like,
because like there's that thing like with vegetarians and vegans where like some of them can kind of be annoying.
it's like, fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah, and they weren't annoying.
Yeah.
And that was cool. That's why the mom's so pissed when she gets the fucking meatball in there.
Yeah. Yeah, at the beginning it's like fucking vegetarians.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I guess she just like really respects like that her daughter's a vegetarian and she doesn't want people to like, you know, get mad at her or not listen to her.
This guy said, is Raw that one where there's this mad vegan and she can't leave till she eats her flatmate's leg and it gets more manky every day she doesn't? Are you like from a different country, bro? Are you British, man?
What's his name? Darius?
Darius Stone, yeah.
Darius Stone.
That could be a British name.
Shout out to Darius. Thanks for tuning
Flatmate,
in.
that's
How'd
like
you find us?
That's he's probably just scrolling through Twitch. You said yeah, I was from London. I hope you're not bullshitting, man. Be funny if you were though, you know.
So
From London.
the basic like the plot summary of Raw is she goes to college and then they start hazing and her sister's there and then she eats like the rabbit kidney and then she starts to have like a taste for like
Flesh.
like raw yeah.
There's that
yeah,
one line
meat.
where it's like they have to put down the dog because once it has a taste of human flesh, she doesn't want to stop.
Yeah.
You could say that's about like what the character.
She has the roommate who's gay, and then but she kind of has like a crush on him, and then she's also like a virgin, and
Sisters at the school.
her sister, yeah, and her sister and her have like a weird relationship, and then she accidentally cuts her sister's finger off. While her sister's like trying to Brazilian wax her.
Yeah.
I thought that scene was gross
Yeah.
too. Especially like when she tries to do the other side and it's like you see the skin's gonna rip off. And the sister's probably like thinking like, okay, this is gonna suck for her, but we'll do it. And then she cuts her finger off.
They really subvert you with that because like I thought the gore was gonna come from the.
I was like,
the
I don't
wax.
want to see that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that.
And then it's just the finger. Like it definitely surprised me.
And then she eats the finger.
That part was cool.
That part was cool.
And-
And then the sister sees her eating the finger, and at first you're kind of like, it's weird that she's not like freaking out over this.
She cries.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she has that tear come
Yeah.
down. Oh yeah. And at first, like you may think like, oh, my sister's eating my finger. Like think about that.
I was
Like,
thinking,
what if you were eating my finger?
That's my favorite
I
scene.
was thinking about like what would I do if I woke up and John was eating my finger. I don't think I'd be mad. You know, I'd just be like, I don't even know what the fuck.
I
I'd
feel
do.
like if
what
like
the fuck do you?
Yeah.
It's just like,
you
all
have
right.
it's like shocking enough to lose your finger, and then like the person that's supposed to help you is over there eating it, and I think it would just be like it would be like sensory overload where it's like I'm just gonna pass out again.
Yeah,
you
for
know.
real.
But it's actually like she's like, oh shit, my sister's gonna be just like us,
Ooh.
Yeah.
and that's clever. And then like the midpoint's kind of where like you see that first shot with the car crash. I feel like this director, she really likes cars. Car crash.
Yeah.
She probably likes Crash.
Yeah.
She really likes cars.
She really likes cars. Yeah, she really likes cars. Huh?
Then you realize like, oh shit,
There's a few
cannibals.
like motifs in this one that are similar in Titane, like
Mhm.
the scratching
Yeah.
and shit
Yeah.
too.
The shot when she's under the sheets, like in Titan, bro, that scene in fucking Raw. We'll get to it later, but that fucking scene in Raw with the fucking sheets, I can't stop thinking about that scene. Like I went to bed and I was like, oh, I'm scared.
This dude Darius said, "Nah, fam, there's a film like that. I has seen it." He said, "What's all right?" And here's his question. Do you have something to say real quick, Anthony? He's got a question. That's gonna be played.
Just about that blanket scene, it's kind of genius in the way it's lit because you could just,
Yeah.
you really could just,
Yeah, I agree.
just put a silk over somebody and blast lights, and it's just so soft.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
And it's something like so like simple and practical. It's like, all right, so how do you film someone underneath the sheet? It's like, you put the camera in there, you know? And you never really see that, though. Yeah, like, you haven't seen that shot too many times. And so it's like, fuck, yeah. Yeah. All right, Darius.
Darius said, it's kind of a really big question. What's the point of this film?
To find yourself.
To find yourself.
Yeah.
The point of the film is to to relate to people who like have generational problems or like have problems like finding themselves.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah,
something
just like
else.
relating to those people.
What did he say?
He said, like, what's it saying in that? Like, what's it saying in that?
I don't.
Bruv, that's not specific enough.
Oh shit.
Wait,
you wanna
actually,
get
you should.
specific?
Well, if you're giving us a question like this, maybe it's unfair, but at the same time, it's unfair to ask a question and then say it's not a good. We didn't give a good enough answer, so you should answer it first, or at least
Or-
give us a direction of where to go, because you're asking the questions. One time, Norby asked us a question, and we went in the total opposite direction.
Oh, yeah, I remember
when we were
that.
talking about our
Yeah,
Bible,
that's funny.
and he just let us.
What's your Bible?
I'm not gonna let you do that to us.
Have you seen the movie?
He said he's seen it.
Or did you look it up right now? Be honest. It's okay if you did.
I feel like saying to find yourself's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've kind of been talking about it. What do you say?
What's the point of the film? What is the film saying about society and that using cannibalism, etc., as a metaphor? Okay, that all right. All right.
That's
That's more
better.
specific. Yeah. What is it saying about society?
I think there's definitely something topical too about having like the college hazing stuff too.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna bring that up just now.
I think I don't know how this directly relates to the cannibal thing, but there's certain things like, or it's weird when you like take an objective look at like society and culture and like the things that we like objectively deem as okay and not okay, and then the unspoken like rules in between of like etiquette and whatnot.
Mhm.
And I think the movie's kind of talking about that in a sort of sense when you talk about like these generational things
Yeah.
and these things where it's like you're not really you don't explicitly say it, but you're trying to get the point across, but it doesn't inherently work because you're not completely honest. I think there's something that one of the like the older elders, they say something about this too. It's like the only reason you're in the school is because of your parents, and it seems like it really is like something it's like it's passed down,
Mhm.
whether it be addiction or. I also think there's certain things about the movie too that feel like, and I think like a broad blanket thing of discovering yourself about sexuality and stuff like that
Yeah.
though too, because I know the
Mhm.
director, she's a lesbian.
Oh, is she really?
And not to say that like there's always a direct correlation,
I would smile.
but like I thought about that when we watched Titane too, because like there's so many shots of just like naked
Yeah.
naked females,
Mhm.
and I actually think it's kind of genius though. I think we talked about this, but like when you first watch the movie and you watch the first half, and it does feel a little bit excessive. It's like she's really naked walking through the fucking house and all this shit. But then when you realize that, oh, it's because the second half she's gonna be a boy,
Yeah.
and so it's like, oh, it's showing you like it makes you think about her body, like the female form,
Mhm.
in a completely different way. And I think there's something about bodies too, and there's a whole bunch in Raw about like anorexia and shit like that. And so I think it's
Mhm.
trying to say something about like, and also like and I guess when you talk about like what's socially acceptable in terms of like what's good and objective, good and bad, there's definitely like a weird thing of like, I think a large portion of the population have with their relationship to food,
Mhm.
and what do you guys think?
That's a good thing. Darius also said, is it being set at college and being about a woman bare importance when it's about eating raw meat? Yeah, of course. I was gonna bring up the college a little bit, because it's not just a college; it's like a veterinarian school, right?
Yeah.
It's like the whole purpose of it is like animals and like the whole medical side of it. I don't know. It's just interesting. I mean, I haven't pieced it together yet, but it's interesting to note that.
Any sort of medical school and in a veterinary school. I
Yeah.
think in specifically a veterinary school, but I'll start with the medical school. It's the purpose is to help, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's something positive in the motivation. and to an abstract degree that they even talk about in the film when they have like the conversation or the disagreement about animal rights and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between raping a monkey and a human?
Yeah.
And I think it's an interesting juxtaposition that the people that are supposed to help the world are fucking partying and kind of, you know, hazing.
It felt so like opposite, you know, like it feels like so it's like seeing like, oh, these are like our doctors, you know, this is the dude that's gonna save my dog's life,
Sophisticated.
this is gonna save Willie's life, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like seeing how they're behaving. It feels like, you know, like they're still human beings, you know. I really like that shot where they're all going down the stairs. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it was a good shot.
I was gonna ask, like, why do they haze the students?
Like, why in this? Like, why? Like,
why are these older kids hazing all these younger kids? It's not even just like the partying thing. Like, that's something that happens in college. But you can also party without doing like excessive hazing. So why are they hazing them?
I had it's actually cool that I watched the movie right now because I had a friend who actually just went to a rush party yesterday.
Oh,
but like a for a frat, but it was like more legit than the one that we fucking went to, where it was like only frat and sorority people there.
Oh, okay.
Like no randos.
Oh boy.
But he talks about how like, and the night before that though, they basically went through like this whole hazing thing. They had to go to like some back alley and shit like that. It was all dark. They were screaming at them to like yell, like recite the creed over and over again. And if they fucked up, they had to do all the shit, whatever. And he says like it's like, in a sense, they're forcing you to have like this like stressful. We gotta watch The Master, so we can talk about this more.
Yeah.
It's not really. Okay, it's not related to The Master, but it reminds me of The Master. But there's a lot of stuff like in like religion and faith that is kind of like, and why like a lot of people, the whole concept of being born again too is that like there's a lot of people that go through a lot of like really fucked up shit or whatever, just like they're sinners in the definition of whatever religion. And when they find that realization, there's like this moment of catharsis that is so strong and powerful that it causes them to literally change like their life, their way of living. And it seems like hazing is like a simulated version of that, a shallow version of that.
Gotcha.
Because you go through all this fucked up stuff, but like they say, like at the end of this, like you're family,
again,
you're into this thing, and it perpetuates whatever. And I think you can use that as like. I think we had a conversation about this in the last episode. We were talking about like wars and stuff like that and whatnot, and it seems like there's these moments in history or whatnot that are kind of, you know, traumatic in a sense, but they unite you in a way that causes society or whatever culture to progress, whether it be for the right reasons or not. There's still some sort of change, and it seems like college and party culture in college is part of that. Like, and not even just necessarily college too, I think, but like, I'm sure we could talk to all of our parents about the time they were our age and shit they were doing, you know, and they're a little embarrassed about it, you know, now that they're fucking middle age, you know. But we're probably gonna have the same conversation with our potential Norby the Fifths and whatnot.
Yeah. So what was that podcast you're doing? Darius said, does hazing actually happen because you'd get the shit beaten out of you here if you tried that nonsense? Oh, wait. Does hazing actually happen because you'd get the shit beaten out of you here? Interesting. In London? They don't haze in London? I don't know. And he also said, it's a rite of passage to induct them into their world, fam. It's like the he's explaining like what hazing is. It's like a rite of passage to induct them into their world, fam. It's like crossing the threshold. he spells gateway without the E, like Gatway. Gateway Guardians in it. Dude, you're trolling. This guy's trolling. You gotta be trolling, man. You can't put in it. You can't type that shit out. You can't believe he typed it out. He typed out in it. He said it's like crossing the threshold. Gateway Guardians in it. Oh my god.
Also,
this guy's funny.
If you're not trolling, the film takes place in France.
Yeah.
So it's not even over here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Got
damn.
him.
Boom.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck Europe.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Stay Darius. You're
Okay,
funny.
I'm kidding, sorry.
He said, allow it, fam. This guy's funny, man. Fuck France, bro.
Yeah, fuck France.
Fuck France, dude. The Nazis went over to France and they just leaned over and folded.
I was gonna say, like, there's definitely, like, he's kind of like what he said, like, you need a rite of passage to kind of get accepted in like a societal brotherhood of sorts. But I feel also they go about it in like an excessive way, like a way too excessive way, like making him eat the fucking, like, the raw meat.
Yeah.
You know, even if you're not vegetarian, it's like, why is that the thing that they have to do to show that they should be part of the club? Because the club's telling them it's that thing. But, like, what it makes me think of, because there's like a lot of parts where, not a lot of parts, but I think it gets brought up in the movie where it's like, essentially, why is it this bad? Why is the hazing this bad? And they kind of try to justify it with, it's like, everyone just has to go through it, you know, we had to go through it. And that's the thing, I think, is like, because it was bad for us, we need to make it bad for them. But to me that feels like I can't think of the fucking stupid little idiom. Like fighting fire with fire, you know, where it's like.
So this guy's fucking funny.
What did he say?
Oh, you finish.
Do you know what I mean, though?
No, yeah, because sorry, what you say?
It's just like you're just doing bad shit to other people because you had bad shit happen to you, but that doesn't necessarily mean these people are like worthy in a way.
Mm-hmm. Or it just made me think too that, like, you think of society and laws, and in a sense you can kind of like define laws as like these arbitrary rules that are set against us by something that, like, it's been here before us and it's going to be here after us, and so we might as well follow them instead of like kind of understand what they are. And that's tradition, I guess, right?
Yeah. You are what you eat. Butter.
Yeah.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I'll read it. I was gonna say, like, she's going through the hazing, but it feels like she almost has like her own hazing with her sister.
Yeah.
Like, it like really diverges from the hazing that everybody else is doing, and then it's like we're gonna do the family hazing.
Makes it more personal.
Yeah,
The
All right.
family hazing's like better though.
Yeah.
Like, why do they need to throw all their fucking mattresses on the ground? What? How does that better society at all? That just makes shit
How
more.
does it make you want to help animals?
Yeah, you know.
All right, but this guy said.
Can you read it in the British accent?
Yeah. Has you mandem? Oh, fuck. He said mandem. What the fuck does that
What?
mean?
That's like UK slang for like dude. Like have you guys like bros?
Oh,
Dude.
no shit. For real?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Has you mandem read Joseph Campbell in his mad theories about ritual as a metaphor to be an adult in the real world and that, bruv?
Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know.
Wait, what?
He said, has you mandem read Joseph Campbell in his mad theories about ritual as a metaphor to be an adult in the real world and that, bruv? Yeah, dude, this guy's a troll. He's fucking funny.
I haven't.
Nah, Joseph Campbell's cool though.
Have you?
Yeah, have you? I mean, this dude seems pretty knowledgeable
Yeah.
on film stuff.
This
He
guy's
seems-
smart.
Bro, you should have you on the podcast.
I mean, he is from like London. You know, like in Europe, they're like watching totally different movies than they are here.
what are they watching in?
Yeah, what do you guys watching?
Yeah, what
If
do
you're
you guys
actually from
watching?
London? He's like, yeah, bruv. I is an expert reader. Oh, okay.
What's your favorite movie?
Yeah, what's your favorite movie?
Are there more channels than BBC?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Nirvana song?
Yo,
name-
speaking
yeah.
of Nirvana, dude, everybody looked like Kurt Cobain from Reed.
From reading?
What readings? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, they all look like Kurt Cobain.
That's pretty cool, yeah. I did like that outfit.
I like it too.
Um,
Okay.
You know, sometimes like when.
No.
Oh, did he say something?
He said no. He just said I'm an expert reader.
Oh, okay. Expert writer too.
He said yeah, writer too. Yeah.
It's probably.
Oh,
He said, "Has you never heard of that?" Wait. Oh yeah, Hero of the Thousand Faces. No, yeah, we've heard of that. It's basically just like he's saying what the.
Hero's journey?
Yeah, the hero's journey, the whole thing.
what kind of porn do you guys watch over there?
Probably like teeth porn.
Teeth porn?
Yeah. Tea porn.
Cockney porn?
Crumpet porn. Cockney porn.
Beatles porn?
The Beatles porn.
So like in porn over there, instead of like girls getting stuck in the washer, do they like play cricket?
Said with porn, I started just typing in woman can't starter car.
Do the what?
Oh, he said for porn, I just started typing woman can't start her car, or girl running in
Woman
a sports center.
Do the guys wear like those clockwork orange like jock straps?
Oh man.
Woman
Everything
can't
this guy says makes me laugh. I is about the story, isn't it? What the fuck does that mean? I is about the story, isn't it?
Why do you think the gay dude has sex with her?
He's bi.
It seemed like he was just like horny, and he was just
Yeah.
trying, because he was watching porn.
He's trying to get off.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think he also kind of liked her.
Yeah.
Or I think he. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of like.
Attraction, a little bit.
Or I wouldn't even say attraction, but like a bond.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe the movie's trying to comment on that too, in terms of like the relationship between like males and females in a platonic sense, you know. And I actually I did a research paper once on this.
Mm.
On
and,
Raw?
Oh no, on platonic friendships between males and females.
Oh, okay.
What'd you find out?
Basics. I mean, it's like it basically like confirmed my theories. Where on average, most males have some sort of attraction to their platonic female friends.
Yeah.
In a greater sense than females do. But it's still I was actually surprised at the number. But sorry, you gonna say something?
Oh, just I was talking about.
But bringing it back to the movie, I don't know what it's necessarily saying about that. And I don't really know where I'm going with this point, but I do like the scene afterwards where he gets pissed off. He's like, "I'm gay."
I like how
Oh,
she
yeah.
asked for a female flat, and he's all like,
Yeah.
gay. It's like the same thing.
It's
Gay.
interesting though too, or I don't know how
Him
to
being gay
say
too,
it.
and that's in terms of like sexuality and stuff like that, and with the director being part of the LGBTQIA
Yeah.
community, it seems like some sort of thing. And
Something she's thinking
the idea
about.
too of like I don't know how to say it yet, but we're gonna say Elwood.
Well, fuck, I forgot. What were we talking about before?
The gay dude took her virginity.
Yeah.
No, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Fuck.
Fuck. Darius had some more stuff.
And then her sister
Oh,
ate him.
Yeah, go
So when he
ahead.
said eyes about the story in it, he said, for the porn, comma, needs a well-structured story.
I like how he skipped my question about the movie and went to the porn.
Yeah, it's her movie. And he also said, is man saying he got friend zoned? And he also said, research paper, yeah. Dude, he's spelling it like Y-E-H. And dude, that's,
Yeah.
you trolling, man.
Um,
Trolling. It's funny though, keep doing it.
I like that scene where she walks into the party and they like just blast her with like the blue paint, and then they like put the yellow dude and they like put him in the bathroom. They're like, go make green. That scene was probably like my favorite like shot though visually.
Really?
Like yeah, I really like the color really popped out. You know. You know?
There's a, oh man, it is simple stuff, but it was after the sister gets her finger cut off and all the parents are there in the hospital and shit too. The whole scene, lit exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Starting off with like the old guy who shows the teeth,
That part's
and then
great.
the light turns off and it's just pink for no reason other than it looks fucking awesome. And then when they go outside and the dad's smoking the cigarette, it's just like basic cinematography things in terms of like, all right, show like some sort of practical source and then actually light them. But like, you know, there's like this sort of relationship that the viewer makes, like, oh, they're probably being lit by that.
Okay.
And there's a part right there where the dad's smoking a cigarette, and I just like fluorescent greens, and it was fluorescent green. It's like, yeah, that's great. And then the sister runs away, and then she's in the parking lot, and it's the same thing. She's backlit by this warm light, and then in the background you can see the fucking street light with like, you know, like the tungsten glow to it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my fucking god! I don't know. It's just like I'm getting ready to shoot something or to DP something, and it's like simple things like that. It's like, oh man, I got up my game.
Yeah.
I was also gonna bring this up too in terms of like, it's probably one of like, there's a lot of things to remember from Titane, but I think one of the first is like, it's probably like this, after like that opening like prologue, it's like the first shot, the long take going through all that shit. And this one actually has a similar, pretty close in the beginning too. It's like the very first hazing thing. All the students go out into the thing, and they go into the basement to the parking lot. It's all in one shot, and it's not as stylized because it's just in the party and it's handheld and shit like that. So you're not on like you're not going from like a steady cam transitioning over to what I assume was a crane. It had to be. It was a fucking crane.
How do they do that?
Basically, you what I assume is that they have a Steadicam rig, but there's certain rigs that are easy to unbuckle, and so you go from that, and while you're on the Steadicam rig, you have someone on the crane getting ready, and they're guiding the camera until you go up to the shot, and then there you put it on the crane, and then that's when you pull out.
Those
It's really
I always
fucking hard.
like those because it's like, I don't know how they did that.
Yeah.
And like I kind of like that though too, because it's like if I don't know how they did that, it's like I almost forget there's like people behind the camera, and it's like
It's magic.
it is magic. That's what I like. I kind of don't like when I think of like the person behind the camera, because then it kind of, I don't know, it gets you thinking about something that isn't trying to be portrayed.
How do you feel about handheld then?
Yeah, because that's like a well, there's obviously times when it warrants it with like the emotion they're trying to get. Like, I know a lot of like Lars von Trier movies have like the handheld camera and shit. Sometimes it bothers me. Even in like the Lars von Trier movies I like. Like in Breaking the Waves, I feel like there's scenes where it's just like camera is like going like, and it's like, what the fuck? But in the movies too, there's also something kind of just off about his subject matter, and I think it warrants that. That was kind of, I don't know if that's a good answer, but
It's your answer.
Yeah.
we're working on it. Did that make sense though?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I remember what I was gonna say earlier. I feel like it was a lot earlier. I just like, I think this whole time I was like, oh, I gotta say this, but then like everyone else was talking, so I was like, oh wait, I forgot. So then the whole time I was just
What is
trying
it?
to
What
figure
is it? Don't forget, dude. Don't forget, please.
I was gonna say,
Just don't forget.
I really like the part, when she walks in on her fucking roommate getting head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
that
Yeah.
is.
Closes the door.
You know,
Yeah.
I knew that was gonna happen. Just like the way the scene was set up, it's like she's trying to go back into her room, and it just seems like it seems like she's not going to be able to get back in there. And why wouldn't she be able to get back in there? Someone's fucking or something.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it was going to be
Yeah.
like given head.
It's
but
the perfect punctuation to her like struggling to get the mattress up the stairs and all that too.
he just looks at her and then he closes.
Yes.
Yeah, I really liked how he didn't even say like, oh sorry, like, oh get out. I just really was just like, sorry. But I really liked how it just lasted. like a little too long. Like that wide shot, she's just outside, like she's just listening to him just like come.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I-
she listens. Yeah, she
Yeah.
stays at the door.
I really liked that part a lot. It was kind of like I don't know. I feel like it kind of added to like sort of her being sort of attracted to him like sexually, because she just kind of just hears him come and like just get pleasure. I don't know. It was kind of just subtle. I just liked how it's like, why the fuck am I just hearing him come? I was like, that's why I'm hearing him come.
I thought like the most realistically disturbing scene is when she's at the party and her sister. It's when the gay dude shows her the video of her
Yeah.
basically like being blacked out and like acting like an animal.
like a dog.
And I thought of it kind of as like, you go to school there, that's something you're gonna hear about. That's like a story you're gonna hear about that like you tell your kids.
Yeah.
Be like, you want to hear some fucked up shit that happened in college? Let me tell you this story.
You could just
you
put
know?
up the video.
And then it's just thinking about like, that's the main character. That's the person we've been watching the whole time, turning into like the story of like the school year. That's gotta be awful, you know.
That even heightens the dog.
Also, like,
metaphor.
she's supposed to be like the star student too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like what the professor says too. Is like, you're so good, you don't even need to be here. You know, it's everyone else, they need school. You don't.
I'd
need
rather
the same-
see like your rank drop.
Yeah.
Like that'd be some bad shit.
That
to
actually,
hear.
it reminds me though, or of something I thought of at least this time watching the movie. In terms of like she actually is like a good student. She cares. She wants. It seems like she actually is interested in what she's doing. But unlike the rest of them, and maybe this is just reminded me of like being at school and being a film major, or just being around certain film people. And yeah, you're talking about movies. You want to make stuff, whatever, and you can't get away from like the big bad, the boogeyman of Marvel.
Yeah.
And like they just want to talk about whatever, you know. Yeah, I watch it all too. But it's like when the first time they're taking a test, she's like, "It's really easy. Like, what do you just think?" And it's like,
Just think.
man, film fans. Obviously, there's all different kinds out there, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Your Darius said, my fave movie at the moment is this, old I had to watch called The Searchers. Did you guys talk about The Searchers?
There's no way this guy's real.
And how do you fuck do you say worst like
The
British?
worst.
The worst.
The
The worst.
worst.
The worst. The worst. There you go. The worst part of the worst. And the worst part of the film I've recently seen. Wait. And the worst film I've seen recently is The Candymans.
The Candyman.
Oh, the new one.
I like I said it like
Candymans.
I like I said it like plural.
Yeah.
You know. And he also said he lives in a mirror and shoots wasps at people. It's bare dumb. Oh, and then Jan said the standing and pissing.
Yeah,
That
the
was a
standing
good scene.
pissing part.
And then
That's just making a joke.
dude, Dre said Marvel is shit, bro. It's like watching WWE and that, just dumb entrances. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it is kind of like watching WWE.
What's your favorite Oasis song?
Favorite Oasis song?
Do you guys like Oasis over there?
Yeah.
You guys like
Oh.
Blur over there?
I like Oasis. Yeah, do people listen to that?
Yeah,
Probably
like-
not
What
now.
kind of music
as
do you
much.
listen to, Darius? He said Wonderwall. Wonderwalls.
That's funny.
He said, "Yeah, they does." I don't. It's
they
the way
li-
this guy writes.
Do
you know.
they like the Beatles over there?
Do you guys like the Beatles?
Do you listen to Pink Floyd?
Do you like British music?
Do you like the
listen
Who?
to UK drill?
He said, "Yeah, they does 'cause of was it UTD and City." Fuck the Beatles. Fuck yeah.
What do you think of Margaret
Fuck
Thatcher?
Hey, what do you think of Austin Powers?
Yeah. He says I does listen to UK drill. What is that? He says, I does listen to UK drill. Like, he calls music drill. I doesn't mind Who the fuck?
Margaret Thatcher.
It wasn't mine.
Maggie?
Maggie Thatcher. She let my nan buy her council house.
Do you know who Unknown P is?
Unknown P.
Or Unknown T is cool too, but
He just said yes. Not even yeah.
Do you like
Yeah, bro.
MF Doom?
Turning into the interview of a British.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
We should play 20
Supposedly
questions
British.
with him.
Yeah, we should. Get on my go to the channel and get on my Discord, and I'll interview you. I doesn't mind Doom. I like Harlem Spartans. Is that an MF? What is that?
I don't know. I don't know any of
I
his
think
songs.
It's a basketball team.
the Globetrotters.
Oh yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah, the Globetrotters. I like the in Raw. I really like the car crash scene.
Mm.
Like she goes and she starts eating that dude's head. I also just like how like it's just so fucked up, like going out and causing car crashes and like eating the fucking like people who are gonna die.
Damn.
And she
It's
says
so
she's like
dark.
she's not gonna make it anyways.
It feels so like parts like that remind me of like Titane a little bit, just like how it just feels like so. I don't know, just that tone. I don't know how to describe that tone. I don't.
It's
It reminds
cold.
me. It reminds me of Vox Lux too. It's just like I don't know what that tone is. But I don't know what it is.
It's cold. It's just cold.
I guess.
Weird.
I guess it's just like
It's weird.
It's weird, but it's like it's good.
So
It's good.
heartless.
like it's entertaining.
Yeah, it's
It's
definitely
very
entertaining. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because like it's. I don't.
It's so bizarre.
It's weird because like it's woman. I don't think it's just a woman thing. It's also like a film language thing. It's. I don't know how to describe that tone. It's definitely like I haven't seen it in older movies. This is
Okay,
it's only a modern
let's
movie thing.
define. It's women, like killing
Women.
people.
It's definitely women.
Women killing people.
Not just women killing people, because like Vox Lux, she doesn't kill anybody. You know. I mean, did you feel? Did you have a similar? Let me ask you this.
Vox Lux. Oh, sorry.
Did you feel? I know you had a bit of a different reaction to Vox Lux than I did, but like in tone, did you feel similarly to it in like Titane or towards the beginning?
When I watched Titane, I never thought of Vox Lux.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't think of it
Um,
watching it either. It took me a little bit to piece it together.
Maybe like I guess if I thought of Vox Lux a little bit. The only thing I think that reminds me a little bit between Vox Lux and the Julie D movies are the school shooting.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I don't think that's
Yeah.
that's not the same. That's not the same. The thing that's weird about the car crash and like the slasher element in particular of Titane is just like I feel it's a mix. It's like women killing people.
It's like serial killer woman.
There's something obscure though about
Yeah, I agree.
it.
It reminds me of that quote that John said to us once about like women and like
Oh.
being film and like
Oh, yeah, that's
women
good.
are life and
So
it's
it's
probably something
It's a John Morrison.
Jim Morrison.
Jim Morrison
Yeah.
quote. Yeah.
and there's probably if you like accept and believe that interpretation of life and the capabilities of certain filmmakers, it's interesting I think to see women who do bring life into the world taking life, right?
Yeah.
They do
Yeah.
it in such an apathetic way too.
Mhm.
I think that's
Like
what's
Michael
kind of
Myers,
weird
like
about
a
it.
slasher.
Kind of. Not as apathetic as that, but like in Titane when she goes and kills the lady from Raw's like I don't know, little commune
Yeah.
in that house. And when she kills that one dude who's kind of like flirting with her, she does it in a way where it's like she's not like Michael Myers where Michael Myers like whole persona is like apathy. Like she's a person and it's almost like these people don't matter to her. They're like an obstacle.
Mm.
So she's just going to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you feel weird.
Yeah.
That's the best way I could describe it.
Also, the quote that Anthony was talking about went like, John. We were talking about women on like the John episode when John was on, and he was all like,
The John episode.
he quoted Jim Morrison, and he said something like, "Women can't make art, cause what is it? Cause like
Can't make good
can't make art, good art, whatever, cause women are art." or some shit. Like
Or
that.
no,
No, because
I
art
heard
is an
that.
interpretation of
Oh, that's
life,
right, that's
and
right.
women are life.
Yeah, some shit like that. Just so you know that's what he was talking about.
I think she
Yeah.
makes good art though. I like her art.
The main similarity. I talked to Anthony about this a little bit already. but
Uh-huh.
The main similarities I noticed between like Vox Lux and Titane, at least from like a plot wise, more so in the beginning of Titane, being that there's like an accident at the beginning of both movies that involves like both of their heads, and then there's like also like a time skip, but also just like the woman in both movies, you know, like they are apathetic about like whatever it is they're doing. I mean, it's something about women being like like they make you worried, you know. I don't know how to describe
Their
it.
behavior
Their
makes you worried?
Their behavior makes
Yeah.
you worried. Like their outlook, you know, like it feels, you know.
It might be
you
like
said
a
it feels,
motherly
it feels
thing.
cold. but
There's
it's-
something. I don't know
It
if this is
feels
the
almost-
right way to describe it, but like, for lack of a better word, it's masculine in the sense that it's too tough.
Yeah.
And at least for me, I think of women, you think of something that's a little bit more warm,
Mm-hmm.
or yeah, I guess, yeah, just like more safety. And you think of like your mom or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I think of, when I think of women, I don't think of like my mom like instantaneously, but like, I guess like, my mom's the woman that I come from, and I think of her maybe doing like some act, or not even acts like that, but maybe if she behaved in a certain manner, it would be very frightening and not feel right. So maybe in a way, like it's like a subconscious thing when we're watching this, we're like seeing kind of like an iteration of our mother.
I don't quite feel that way though. Whenever I like watching the movies, I mean, maybe subconsciously, like that's what's going on. It could be like a subconscious thing.
I think it's a subconscious thing.
I think that's definitely part of it.
That was something I thought about the last time I took mushrooms. Was like my dad and I being like iterations of each other.
Generation.
So
I think I also think part of it just like women come from like a different world than men do. Like whenever like we watch movies, like you know, like a normal movie, you know, like the guy gets the girl and stuff. It's like for the guy it's like a big victory, but for like women it's like different, you know, like they're having a different experience seeing a story like that. If they're trying to put themselves in the perspective from the woman, like it's just a different world, you know. They're coming from like
their psychology is different.
their psychology is different, right? I mean, it's different, but it's just like it's also like to me it's like an alien world, you know. And so like seeing a woman act in that way is just
Do women
psychologically it'd be interesting to see what that's like.
do they think of us like that, or do they like have us figured out?
No, I don't think. I mean, maybe women have like a leg up because like I've heard people talk about how they express themselves in terms of aggression. They have to do it more socially because they don't have like the physical power that we do. Whereas like we'll express aggression through like beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
And they can't do that. They have to like slide each other and go behind each other's back and like gossip and shit. So socially they're a little bit like they have more practice, you know. But I don't know, it's interesting. And then he said, does he know Zone 2 if man's a drill fam? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
What did he say?
He said, does you know Zone 2 if man's a drill fan? I don't know what that means.
Drill is like a specific type of like hip hop rap.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh wait, is he saying song 2?
No, zone
Song
2.
two.
Song 2. Maybe he is saying song 2.
It's his favorite Blur song.
That's his favorite drill song.
There is kind of like, you've heard of like the male gaze,
Yeah.
where like they show like, you know, females in like kind of like sexy erotic ways, and it's just like a guy gawking at a girl.
Yeah.
There's kind of like a reverse thing like that where she's watching him play soccer,
Yeah.
where it's just kind of like his shirt's off, focusing more on like his body and like how she's attracted to
Yeah,
him. He
his
kinda
head
grabs
is cut off
crotch.
from the shot for a lot of them. It's
Yeah.
it's like his torso.
And he's like you know, he's an attractive
Yeah.
fella, you know. Why are you laughing?
The way it cuts back
What's
and forth
funny about
too.
that? What's funny about him being an attractive
I
fella?
didn't say the Elijah coming out episode.
Yeah. Episode 100.
Oh, Jalen said she watches him like pray.
Yeah, the way it cuts
Oh,
back and
kinda
forth
like that.
is
That's weird.
like the Kubrickian
Yeah.
thing
Like
we
an
were talking
erotic
about.
prey
Mhm.
type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna bring that up too when you talk about like the comparisons between like Vox Lux and like these two movies. I guess like form wise, technical wise, at least for me, there's something about the way it's cut too.
Yeah.
Where each cut,
Yeah.
it feels like abrasive, but not like where it's like jarring, but like everything just feels like too quick, but also like there's a whole bunch of long takes, so it's obviously
Yeah.
not quick.
Yeah.
But everything feels
Yeah.
like it's just happening very like
The
vividly.
the film language feels similar. Like it feels like I don't know. It's like very modern. I don't know how to describe
Is it
it.
like a perfect party guest type of thing?
Yeah, it's like it's really doing that, like really like in a really
Like
I
the
don't
whole
wanna-
movie.
But it's like I don't know. Have you ever seen like older movies that are like this style? You know, it's pretty. I think it's pretty new.
It definitely feels like something of the new millennium.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to say like there's like a lot of scenes where it like cuts away before you feel it gave you like all the information that you needed?
Yeah, but it's also like
Not-
there are like long.
It's not just narratively. It's just like in the way it's shot. Like when they shoot a
Mhm.
conversation, when they shoot a person doing an action, at least my experience of it is each one feels dynamic, if that makes sense.
Okay.
In a way that like a shot reverse shot in like say in a car of some other movie just feels kind of like, I don't want to say like boring, but like plain. You've seen it before.
Okay.
Whereas like we talk about movies and trying to make things you haven't seen before. Sometimes it's presenting something in a way you haven't seen before,
Mhm.
and that's how it feels.
Okay.
Mhm.
Elwood, what have you
I'd
got
like
to
to-
say?
I
Dude's
just-
itching.
Oh, I just feel like every time I had something to say, like everything was already said, so I was like, I don't gotta.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah. I mean, like, the last like thought. I mean, like right now I've just been listening. The last thought I had was about when you guys are talking about like particularly like women doing murderous acts on film
Yeah.
in particular, and I kind of thought of it like, I don't know, like I guess sort of you guys touched on everything. It was just like because I guess like women are so foreign to us, like in
Mhm.
terms of the way they think and the way they do things. I feel like there's just such, it's just you don't know what they're capable of, man.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally
Yeah.
I've just been sitting here.
You know what scene kind of like, I don't know, it was weird. Is that scene where she dresses up and she gets the lipstick on, and then they
Oh,
start playing
dude.
this really weird song.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 That
How
song,
did
and
it
then
go? How
the,
did it go?
the lyrics at first just kind of seem like it's like a sex song, but then it turns into something weird where she's talking about how she likes to fuck the dead or something.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
And it's
I
like
wish I remembered the lyrics.
that song was interesting.
It almost sounded like French, like 100 gex a little bit.
Yeah.
French what?
100 gex.
Um,
It's probably best you don't know who they are.
Yeah,
You don't look.
yeah,
Don't
yeah,
look. Don't look them up.
French.
Fucking Kentucky.
Don't look. Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
I was gonna say.
I just wanted to find the song.
Okay.
Sorry.
It was like there's like the part when it's like I don't like boys anymore or some shit. I don't want a 69. I want a 666 or something.
Yeah,
yeah,
that part,
yeah,
yeah, that
okay.
part was
Yeah.
cool. I actually like that part of the song.
That gets the
I-
tone across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to rewatch that part because it kind of felt like no other song has like the subtitles on it. It was like
Mm.
only that song specifically had subtitles.
Was it
For
really?
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Like even like right after when it was like the paint scene, there was like another song started playing, so I was waiting for the lyrics to come up because I was like, oh, more lyrics, but no lyrics came up. So I was like,
Mm.
okay, so this is probably like, really important,
Mm.
but I just didn't go back.
Yeah. Also, those. I was just a really quick statement. Also, those three movies, Raw, Titane, and Vox Lux, they all definitely feel like Satan movies to me. Like I just get that vibe a lot.
It's interesting too, and I guess when you think of like more like thematically and what that song is, and what do you think of like popular music nowadays, and a lot of it is just like, fucking taking drugs, whatever
Yeah.
shit, right? And you know, you could get a little bit more like heady and like, it feels like you listen to it enough, it softens your brain to
Mhm.
certain things, and that's a little scary. And I don't know. I don't know if the movies really say anything about that, but when you think about it, like all this stuff about young people, college, whatever. Have a modern song that feels like an exaggerated version of like lyrics you would. All the lyrics felt like maybe a degree or two away from something you would hear in an actual like popular song.
Yeah.
That scene is disturbing though.
She's kissing the mirror.
Yeah.
It's funny too because it ends with her like going outside and the roommate and the sister like playing video games and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know what it kind of reminds me of is that scene in Fat Girl where she's kissing the pole.
Oh yeah.
It's different, but it's like
I can see it. It's because it's just like oneself.
This lady kind of reminds me of like Fat Girl a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. A little bit.
She's got like seems like a rebellious, like more popular older sister.
Yeah.
Learning about herself. Has
Yeah.
a weird relationship with eating.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
She's just not fat.
Interesting. Yeah.
What did you guys think about the scratching stuff though?
It was gnarly.
Besides just like
That stuff reminded me a lot of like Titane.
I tried to think. Yeah. It reminded me of that. I tried to think like why.
Oh, thank you.
Is that like a normal reaction? Is that like actually something that could happen in real life? If like a vegetarian, like lifelong vegetarian, and then they like eat meat, like raw meat, could it cause that reaction in someone?
I think so. I know that there's like certain foods that can just like cause just allergic. I think like if you live 17 years not eating meat and like you eat meat, it's like a foreign body, like it's trying to get rid of it.
There's certain like bacteria and stuff that develop over or that stay and grow like cultures inside of you over time as you eat meat, so that it becomes easier to digest. Not to say you couldn't without it, but it's probably like a strange experience without.
It would. I imagine you'd feel something.
Probably just like shit yourself.
Even if it's not as extreme as that, but praise to like the makeup in the movie.
Oh fuck
It
yeah.
was amazing. There's like even at the end when like she kind of has that part where she gets like her cheek bit off by her sister. I thought about that because like a few weeks ago I was playing softball and I slid and I got like some scabs like on my arm.
Man.
And there's like a scene where it's like some time after it happened. And, you know, I've had, like, these scabs on my arm for, like, you know, like 2-3 weeks now. And you look at them, you know. And just, like, the way it looked on her face looked like what the scabs I had looked like after a few days. It's almost like it's in between it, like, turning into a scab and still having it be, like, an open wound. And, I don't know. That looked, like, super realistic. I liked it.
Yeah, I was gonna say this movie and fucking
the T movie.
The fucking the car movie.
T word.
The T word. Yeah. It was yeah, they just had really good like practical effects.
Oh yeah.
Like extremely good. Like the fucking oil part coming out of the fucking nipples.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I was like, how the fuck did they do?
Yeah.
And yeah, especially like this movie too. I didn't really know if there was gonna be. I knew there was gonna be like gore, like body stuff. I just didn't know like it actually have like the scratching part with like the flesh. I really like the part when she's like peeling it. The doctor's peeling it. Yeah, that part made me wince. I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, that was gross.
The sound design was really good in both the movies, especially like for like a lot of like
time.
the flesh stuff. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, like when she's scratching, it sounds so dry.
Yeah,
I have
it looks dry.
I have a friend named Finley, and she has like really bad eczema.
What's that?
What?
Eczema?
Yeah, eczema.
I don't know what that is.
It's like the fucking dry skin
Oh,
shit.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, eczema. Yeah, so she had it, and like I remember one time she was driving, and like she scratched it, and at first I thought it was the car, cause I was looking around, I was like, what the fuck's that car doing? And no, it feels like it sounds like sandpaper, like rubbing next to each other.
Yikes.
And I was like, have you gotten it checked? And she was like, yeah, I've gotten some ointments, but you know, I don't really use them. Yeah, and I think like after hearing that, I was like, oh, that's actually how it sounds like, and I was like, oh, dude, that does sound like fucking sandpaper all over you.
Oh.
It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, that is gross.
Yeah, fuck Finley. No, I like Finley. She's cool.
Is it spelled like Finley, like F-I, like find and then L-A-Y?
It's Finley.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Jalen said, sound design gnarly, very guttural. I'm telling Finley, snitching. Oh shit, you're in trouble.
Shut the fuck up.
I thought it was cool in Titane how like when she was pregnant, it looked very real. I was like, how'd they do that? You know, like if she was pregnant and wearing a shirt, you'd imagine like they'd put like something on her, you know, like attachable belly or something. But when she has the shirt off, like how are they doing that?
Yeah, at first I thought like I thought she was like gaining weight. So like I thought like at first like not like in context of the movie, I kind of knew what was happening, but I mean like in real life, I was like she could probably gain that much weight.
Just her
But
stomach.
but then like after I was like, nah, that's too much.
It looks good, you know.
It did look really like
they
good.
pull it off well.
I'm kind of like I get kind of sour about this shit when I'm like, damn, this is your first movie, like. That shit costs a lot of money. I fucking know that. Fucking movie costs a lot of fucking like all that visual effects.
How'd she get the money?
State mandated films.
That's why France is
Damn
cool.
it, dude. Fuck.
There's like a lot of places like that though.
Basically everywhere outside of like the U.S.
Yeah,
and
not here.
and like China.
Mexico.
Basically, a lot of the Western countries
Yeah.
don't have it,
Mhm.
or the North American.
Canada has something like that
Yeah,
though,
they-
right?
Yeah, French Canada. Shout out to French
It's
Canada.
like Clarence talks about that, how like there's like not like.
I like what he said
yeah.
about that too, where he's like,
They don't want the
Yeah.
truth to get out.
where
Yeah.
politicians want to be the farthest removed away from art because art is like truth and yeah.
Do you think, I was just thinking about this, and it made sense until I realized it didn't.
That's how I feel when I'm on weed.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you guys and I'm like, this makes sense. I'm gonna like start a conversation
Yeah.
and I'm like, it comes out of my mouth and it's just fucking vomit.
I know
It's-
that.
That's
Yeah.
interesting because I'm kind of the opposite. Like when I'm like sober, like I have a lot of things, but then like I start to say them and I'm not feeling it anymore. When I'm high, I don't think about it. And I just, I feel like it's easier to like just get out a whole point across. Actually, I don't know. I kind of just talk a lot.
I'd like to see your brain, Anthony.
Oh,
In a good- like in a cool-
Yeah.
skull
I
wide
don't
open?
know how. I was like, I'd love to show you, but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how.
It's just a little blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At,
In a car crash.
at Area 15, I don't know if it's real or not, but like they have that thing where like they can scan your brain and shit.
Oh, for real?
Did you see it?
No, I didn't. I just went to the.
But like, they just put like the scan on top of like it's basically like a 3D mold of a brain, and then they just like they project the scan on the mold so you can actually
Oh,
see.
that's cool as fuck.
But I don't know if it's like an actual accurate scan or not. But I'd like to see my brain too. I'd like to see all of you guys'
Yeah, me
brains.
too.
Also, I just wanted to let you guys know.
I got
I think
two.
that all of the people sitting at this table are a big deal.
I think we're all a big deal too.
We're
Oh,
gonna
yeah. Go ahead.
we're gonna do stuff.
Yeah, thank fuck. What I was gonna say,
Sorry.
no, sorry, I didn't forget. I was thinking about it because the parents went to the veterinarian school too,
Mhm.
right? And they're also going to the veterinarian school. And I was thinking, this before I realized it doesn't quite fit. But when I was on this train of thought, I was thinking about what they said, like, I hope you'll find a solution. I was almost thinking like that the family's going to the veterinarian school to like hopefully become smart enough to try and find the solution. But it's a veterinarian school, like for animals, not for human beings.
I think you could think of it though in the way of like why a lot of parents push their kids to go to school.
Mhm.
In some sense, it's like, hey, be greater than what we are. We
Yeah.
didn't go to school, you can.
Yeah.
But they did.
Yeah.
And then maybe there's something about that too. It's like, hey, we went to like you're saying, we went to school, we was whatever, but hey, now you got to go to school.
They probably know that there's some type of ritual they'll go through.
There's the picture of them at like the hazing thing.
So it's kind of like saying like, okay, your turn to learn.
Yeah, but it's almost like it leaves a lot of questions open because it's like why were the parents going to like a veterinarian school? Like were they thinking about solving the problem back then? Or like I don't know, or like how many generations of their family went to that school?
Didn't they meet each other there?
Yeah, they
I
met
think
each
they
other.
did. Yeah, okay.
I was gonna say I liked the part when she was showing the pictures and they were like, why are some of them blacked out? And they were like, oh, the people that the traitors that didn't pass the ritual. I liked that part. It kind of reminded me. It's like, oh, like if you don't take your life into your own hands, like you will get left behind. Like you will not be remembered. The master of your own life. There you go. Yeah, the master.
What a great movie.
A little unrelated, but I just so this whole time I've only been able to hear out of one side.
Just fucking
But then if you go like this, then I can hear on both sides.
Really?
No.
What the fuck? Yo, yeah, you can.
Do you have the same problem?
Yeah.
It only works on one side for me though.
Talk
I can only
again.
hear out of this.
Hello.
Try both sides.
Hello.
Oh wait,
Hello?
because there's something that
This one I think is
Hello?
just fucked up in this
no,
one.
so yeah, when I go to this side
Hello?
though, something
Hello?
moved and then I think it clicked
Keep hitting that.
everything back into place. Everything in its right place.
Oh, I think I got it working again.
I'm good with
What the
both.
fuck?
How
That's weird.
What?
How'd you do?
Do what?
How'd you make it light?
I clicked it.
Where?
Here. La 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 la.
All right, well.
All right. So, you guys want to rate it?
I just didn't do it hard.
Or anything else you guys want to talk about with Raw?
Is there anything? I think we're good on Raw, but
Yeah.
anything about Titane? We didn't. We
Titane?
talked about Titane.
Really liked it.
Honestly, it felt like a movie that was like probably ready to be made pre-pandemic, and then the pandemic. We talked about this, but the pandemic hit, and it just felt like it got crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
Maybe it was always just crazy, but something about it feels like. It feels like that thing where it's like when people talk about the pandemic, like made them reevaluate their lives. Feels like Julia kind of reevaluated like, life's too short to make a film that's not all the way.
Yeah.
And that's how I describe this movie, all the way.
The movie was cool as fuck.
That movie was awesome. That's
Yeah.
like I haven't seen like too many movies that have been released this year, but I don't know. This is definitely at the top. It takes something really. There's a lot of cool stuff coming out. There's still like PTA last night in Soho. It's getting exciting, but this is definitely going to be something that like when you go back and watch everything, it's still going to be at the top, I think.
Yeah.
Within the top, you know. And it won, we talked about it. But
It's crazy that this movie won the Palme d'Or.
it's great. It's really fucking great.
I was gonna say I haven't really felt so. I guess I haven't liked a movie that's like new, like I saw in the theaters since The Favorite. Like as much as I like
You know why I like saying Titane?
Why?
I just think it sounds cooler.
Why? How about I don't?
You don't have to.
I don't have
You don't
to.
have
I
to.
don't have to. I don't have
It's
to.
a
You don't
free-
have
it's a
to
free-
like
it's a
Eyes
free-
Wide
It's a
Shut.
free country.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't. I don't have to. I don't.
I
What like is
described,
just like Titane. You're like fucking.
but then Titane just sounds sexier.
No,
Titane.
I don't
I
think
do
so.
like saying
Yeah.
Titane.
It sounds like. Oh, it's
I'm
whatever.
just gonna say Titan.
You can say Titan too.
Titan. Yeah.
I explained the movie to my dad, and he just kind of was like, "Huh, that's weird."
How does the song go?
Which song?
Like, remember the Titans? The mighty,
We
mighty
are the
Titan.
champions.
No, that's Queen.
That's the same thing.
Is it?
No, it's not.
I was about to say it doesn't sound right. Alright, oh yeah, so Titane.
I was gonna bring something up too, real fast. So when we watched Shaun of the Dead
Yeah.
on Friday, I was big Buddha Farms. And there were a few parts near the end. That's why I wanted to rewatch some of it, where I was like fading in and out. So I was gonna say, if you want, or if you guys are cool with it, could we talk about Shaun of the Dead next week? And if you guys want to pick 2 movies.
Oh.
So it like. Cause
I gotta talk to you guys about that too. I won't be available next Sunday.
Okay.
Going to
Gotcha.
going to a
Yeah,
concert.
we'll talk about it.
Because from what I saw of Shaun of the Dead, it's pretty fucking awesome. But I feel
You were
I feel
you're
like
dazing in and out.
there were parts where
Oh, that's fine.
Apologies.
no, it's not your fault. Like I want to like feel
Yeah, I feel that.
everything with it.
We can just get Elwood to talk about it for like half an hour.
Wait, what?
So we can get Elwood's opinion out while he's here.
Shaun of the Dead Part 1 coming
Or
up.
if you want to go to the next one too.
Oh, then
Or
really?
Yeah, I don't mind.
because you're supposed to. I
All right,
apologize.
let's finish with Titane
Okay,
first, and
okay.
then we'll talk about this at the end. Titane. Let's just go in order. All right. The car. Oh no, the car accident.
Wait.
Yeah.
Jalen leave. She hasn't seen it.
Oh, okay.
I just don't wanna
Jalen. Yeah,
spoil it.
Jalen leave.
No
That was
spoilers.
actually-
Or no
Leave.
spoilers.
Yeah.
Leave.
No spoilers.
Oh no,
We've
this
been
spoil.
talking
Yeah.
about the
No, yeah, we've been
movie.
talking
Well,
the fuck about
I
the
was
movie.
actually really like surprised because like like okay Jalen, get the fuck out, leave.
What if she's like in the bathroom though, and she comes back, and then we talk about like.
Nah.
Just
it's
can
okay.
you just text her. Just text her.
I'll just text her.
Yeah, text
Yeah,
her.
I was actually okay. I'll
Or
text
call her.
her.
Just call her. Put her on speaker.
Oh wait.
Do
one
the
second.
John.
We're like,
FaceTime.
making this podcast like meta as fuck right now. Fourth wall breaking. One of the audience members.
What do you think like normal people thought about Titane?
And what Johnny thought? Johnny.
Wait, hello.
Probably made him
Yeah,
like
you
less
on
excited to go
podcast?
back to the movies.
They're like, damn.
Get off. Oh, you muted us? Oh, okay, cool. I'll text you when you
We appreciate that, that boost morale because we still see the viewer
yeah,
there.
that's very nice of
Yeah,
you.
Anthony said that he appreciated that.
Shout out to Jalen.
Shout out to Jalen.
Oh yeah, he said shout out to Jalen.
Thanks for watching.
He said thanks for watching. I'll
Feel
tell you all
bad.
this later. Alright, bye. Yeah, I was really surprised that like you guys said nothing about the car sex.
No.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
no,
it was really
I didn't
fucking-
look up anything
I-
about the movie.
No, I mean like talking about it. Like
Oh, that we
with
didn't bring
each
it
other.
up?
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to say car sex or like just fucking a car. But no one did, and I was like, holy
I
shit.
said I think
that
the
was
closest
so
thing we said
crazy.
was like she really likes cars.
Yeah, she really likes cars.
Is there supposed to be like a logistical way to think about that at all?
Like having sex with a car.
Car fucking.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
like what
put-
was actually fucking her?
The gear shifter.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So it must have been a manual car.
Huh?
It must have been a manual car.
Wasn't she?
Yeah,
in,
that's
wait,
true.
Never mind.
But
I'm-
also too, how would like ejaculate?
wasn't she in the back seat?
She
She's
was in the
front.
back seat.
No, she was in the front.
I thought she was in the
Like,
back
it
Or
seat.
was
it,
a-
it
it
might
was-
have
she
been
was
one of those
strapped.
cars with the full.
Yeah, it was a front with a bench seat. A front
Oh,
like
okay.
so like an older style car.
So like, can like oil get through there or?
No, that's just
Okay.
That's
No.
movie
You
magic.
just take it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
I feel that's one of those things. Don't think too hard about
No,
that.
yeah.
Just kind of be like, oh,
Dude,
fuck.
it's
Just
a fucking-
feel it.
It's like a possessed car. With
Don't think it. Just
maybe
feel
she's
it.
able to do that though, because like she has that titanium thing in her head.
Could be, yeah.
That's what. Well, I was thinking about that too because like when she's a kid and all that shit, like she puts her face against the car and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that part. Yeah.
But
And-
like
Sorry, I'm sorry.
no
I'm sorry.
worries. I thought it was gonna be a little corny though, like she's gonna have powers or some shit,
Mm.
and maybe she does 'cause she could fuck cars.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say from the trailers, it looked like it was gonna have like a superpower element.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but watching it, I kind of like the part when like she kisses the car. Comes like, oh, it's like her first crush, like her first love. It's like, hi.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hold on.
Yeah, she's making the car noises at the beginning.
Oh. So you know there's those parts where she's like looking for the people to kind of like mask herself as. There's like a thing where it says like some of them are computers, right?
or computer generated estimations, right?
Oh, okay. Maybe I just
Like
I felt like they were saying like they were looking for like missing like androids.
no, I thought it was. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
you could just hit the mic.
I thought it was because like when she sees the one of Adrian, the boy, it's like they say it's something like a computer generated version of him from 10
I know
years
what you mean.
later. So that's what I thought.
What
about
they
the
thought
other.
he would look like.
Yeah.
Okay, I might just.
Also, too, like the actual opening. Isn't the opening shot of like underneath the car?
Yeah, it's all like it's. That part was interesting because they some of the sound effects made it sound like the car was moving, but like all the videos they took of the car underneath were like, it didn't look like it was moving. You know, like there'd be a lot more like rumbling parts or like more of the particles moving. But it was cool as fuck. I like seeing under cars. This shit's cool. Reminds me of my old job.
The way it was shot too is just, it was.
Underneath cars are so like confusing.
Yeah.
It just
It
looks
looks
so
like a
cool.
maze or some shit.
Yeah, it is. There's so much shit going on.
She framed it very much like organs.
Yeah, man.
Like everything just like expanding. I don't know. That opening, I was like, holy shit! Like, all right, I'm gonna like this movie.
Yeah.
Like that opening was really, especially the long tracking shot, like when
That
she's
was
walking
great.
around.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked it because you get like that whole where you were kind of talking about it, where like you kind of see her naked a lot, because in the second half, you know, she's a boy kind of. I kind of like that because the first half she's just walking around, and the way you kind of like see her strut around, you kind of think that, oh, this is gonna be like a fucking like race or some shit like that. Like, oh, she's gonna get in her car, fucking like drive off. But then like and you see all these bitches dancing and shit, and you get to like the car, and you get to like seeing like some like woman's legs like dancing,
Mm-hmm.
and like you're waiting to see our main character again, and you realize, oh, that is her. Like when I was
Yeah, it
watching
took me a little bit, too.
yeah, I didn't fucking realize it was her until like it showed her face, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very nice. It was real. I like that. Like
It was cool.
I like the opening a lot.
What'd you say?
I like the opening a lot.
Yeah.
You have to whisper.
She changed outfits.
She sure did. But I like how you're saying like she's walking around a lot like naked and stuff, and then the second half she's like walking around not only not naked but like bondaged up, you know, like extra.
Every
covering.
time she strapped herself up to, it looked painful as fuck.
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
The belly looked like it was about to like burst and shit. It
When
was,
she
like,
took it off and there's all those red marks. And
Oh.
Yeah, the fucking red mark. That I feel like the continuity with that would be hard. To try and like keep making the red scars in the same exact place.
I'm sure they had like a rough idea and they were probably like just do it like this design every time. Or
Yeah.
some shit, you know?
Especially because they were using like colored pencils, you know.
But then she's like going out and being like a fucking firefighter.
Dude, the fucking, you know what scene I really like? The scene where they're doing like the simulated fire and they open up the cupboard and there's like a burning like toddler in it that he's imagining.
Oh yeah.
That scene was intense, dude. That was.
Oh, we haven't even talked about the dad.
Yeah, the dad.
It's fucking
He's
awesome.
great.
That was cool.
I haven't looked yet. Is he an actor?
I
Yeah,
know.
Yes,
he won Best Actor at like this movie. He won the Best Actor at Cannes a few years ago.
Oh,
Like
so
within
he's
the last
good.
5
He's
or
been
10
good.
Yeah.
That guy's just visual.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. So one of my favorite parts of the film, I was gonna ask if you guys liked it. Is the part it's purple, and it has that song playing.
Yo, yeah.
Dude,
That part's good.
Fuck yeah.
The dance scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Everyone's
good.
kind of like, what the fuck?
I kind of like this. Felt like a very genuine moment of like father and son, like he's like, hey dad, come let's dance together.
It also felt for me a little bit like she was trying to make the other dude jealous a little bit.
Yeah. I kind of like the way that, I don't know, the way that they were touching on the idea of masculinity and femininity, because I really like that part when, I think it's the last like dance scene when she gets on top of the fire truck and starts like dancing like a fucking like stripper.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking about.
Yeah, I really like that part a lot.
That
Like
was
honestly.
funny as fuck.
I love that part.
That part was funny as
That
fuck.
part's pretty great.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I really like the way it blurs the lines between what really is masculine and what really is feminine now. Like it.
LGBTQ movie.
Yeah, fuck. I told. Yeah, this movie's a slasher movie.
Yeah.
Because gay people like it.
Yeah.
You have something to say?
Or it's funny too in that scene when she's dancing on top. Because there definitely is, and we talked about this a bit before in terms of like youth and young men. There's camaraderie and brotherhood, but there's this like weird homoeroticism, not really acknowledged, but you say certain things that even if you're not gay, it sounds gay, and and they do that, and then they realize, wait, I'm not actually gay, and I don't know. That's the part that's kind of funny is the reactions to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that part when they're watching the stripper dance is so fucking funny.
That character.
They just finish like moshing like super hard.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's funny too because when the dad comes in and sees that, his reaction is to light himself on fire.
Yeah.
But like the idea of it's really nice to me, where you take the traditional like man's job, firefighter, like fireman, and you put her in that costume. Fuck. Yeah, I can't stop thinking about that scene. Like I went to bed and I was like, oh, fire truck.
Fire truck.
Fire truck.
Fire. Yeah, I fucking love fire, man.
His body was like extremely red sometimes.
Yeah. Or pink.
Pink. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
who is it that said penis man?
Me.
You.
He was like the personification of a penis.
Yeah, he kind of was.
Yeah. I felt like the main character was kind of like gender neutral
Yeah.
by the end
the
of
whole
it,
like
you know.
it's like she's lesbian, but she's not really lesbian.
Yeah.
She's like car sexual.
Oh, dude. Screen tongue is live. I got a notification right now.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? I just got it too. What the fuck? I don't know. I got it on my phone as well.
I was looking up the director and shit right now, and I guess her first short film from 2011 has the actress from Raw in it too.
Oh,
nice.
cool.
So they must be
They're
friends.
buddies.
But she's like 13 in here. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, how old is that actress?
She's got to be like
Fairly young, in her 20s, I'm assuming.
yeah.
I gotta go pee.
That's sorry.
Wow.
That sucks.
She was born in
Do
1998.
you know where the bathroom is?
No.
You don't know?
No, I don't know where the bathroom.
You want
do
to show
me?
me?
Yeah.
She was born in 1998, so she had to
Oh,
be
she's
only
young.
17
She's
when
like our age.
17
When Raw.
when filming Raw, because
Yeah.
it came out in 2016. But
Yeah, she's like our generation.
whoa, she's good.
Yeah, she's good. She's so 2 years older than me. She's like 23. Damn,
Dang.
she's young as fuck.
Ah!
It's cool to see our generation like.
They're coming.
out,
They're
you know?
coming.
It's like it's slow, but it's coming right now.
Elwood just showed me a picture. I guess that it's like officially confirmed that
Hmm.
Timothy Chalamet is going to be playing Willy Wonka.
What
in
the
the
fuck?
fucking sorry, it's a little unrelated,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
it's
just
fine,
wanted to
it's fine.
say I need to talk about it.
They're making another one.
Yeah, the thing about it though is that the director, it's the Paddington guy. He made the first two Paddington.
shit,
I
okay.
fucking love the Paddington movies. I'm
Oh,
I'm still gonna recommend them
Yeah,
one
you
day.
should- I haven't seen them yet. I was talking.
I got them
about
both
them.
on
They
DVD.
sound cool as
They're
fuck.
actually like genuinely like
Yeah, they sound fucking badass.
they're amazing. And so, it's like it's like the same thing when they get like Chloe Zhao to do the Eternals. So it's like you put me in a frustrating predicament right here.
Yeah.
Both of you, not just the studio, but the filmmaker as well. Why would you say yes to this?
Yeah.
But I was also talking to Elwood about this too. Like Timothy Chalamet is like one of those actors that's like, unlike someone like, I would even like a Joaquin Phoenix or
Mhm.
something, or a Christian Bale, who are like a true chameleon. He's more on the side of like, you can always tell it's him.
Mhm.
It's always Timothy Chalamet playing whatever
Right, yeah, yeah.
character, and sometimes and he's still a great actor. But yeah, I guess he falls more in like the Leonardo DiCaprio shit, where it's
Yeah.
like he's him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I can see
That was one thing I was thinking about when watching The Hateful Eight, where it was like, sometimes when you have like a famous actor in the movie, it can be a little difficult to see the character, even if like they are giving like a good performance and like the dialogue directions like good and all that. Like with Samuel L. Jackson's character, and like we watched like the end of the movie. We came in like the last like 30 to 40 minutes. So his character's kind of just like.
I like how it's like you say
Dying.
that's the end of the movie, but that's like the midpoint for like a lot of at the 45 minute mark.
You know. He's kind of just dying, but like you see Samuel L. Jackson a little bit.
I was when you guys when you guys were talking about Hateful Eight, I thought about Samuel L. Jackson and like it's really strange that like it's strange that he's as successful as he is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, obviously you want him in your fucking movie, and that's why. But it's a strange thing.
Like when you use stars, you're almost risking like you're getting people in the seats, but you're almost risking like the character being like
Just risking
unique.
the character, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Not even just the character, but the movie, because it
Yeah.
stops being your movie. It starts to become theirs in certain people's eyes.
What are like some good movies and like good performances by the actor, but it's like hard for you to get into just because it's like
I was thinking about this the
whoever.
other day.
Like in a way, I really like the movie, and
Mm.
like his performance is like really great. But like The Revenant,
Yeah.
I kind of
yeah,
think
yeah, me
about
too.
it. It's like
It would
I
be a
don't know.
different movie if it was
Uh-oh.
like someone who at least looked even more like, because like the actual story, he's supposed to be, or at least his kids are he's supposed to be Native American and shit like that. Like if it really was just like a random dude.
it would be like a guy who like looked like he'd be some type of like what was
Like
he,
a hard to be a god
navigator?
type of like casting.
Exactly. You know, I feel like there's like a no-name actor in it, and it just like I've never seen
Yeah.
this person before, so they are that character. That's what I felt about the Titane dude.
Mhm.
Oh, the Titane. Eat dick. Um,
All right, you guys want to wrap up Titane?
Yeah.
But it's like I've never seen that guy before. You know, he's that character. And then I think too about like just like professional actors who are like on the top of like making like a bunch of money. In a way, I feel like sometimes it'd be hard to do like I don't know, like sad scenes. Because in a way, everyone around them, they have so much money. It's easy to just be like happy, you know? You're set for life. And like now you have to get to a point like think in a way like you're not.
Maybe that's why Adam Sandler only does a drama like every other like
Yeah.
blue moon.
Yeah.
I remember did you ever see that thing where he's talking about like how the Safdies told him he had to cry in one scene, and he's like, when we get there, we'll get there. And they're like, Benny Safdie's like, nah, dude, you got to cry in this.
It's funny because in that story he talks about like I guess like Benny Safdie went up to like, this is how you do it, and then Benny Safdie just cried in front of Adam Sandler and like showed him like
like
that.
it was easy, you know?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I think he does cry in the movie.
Yeah, it's the scene after when his girlfriend shows him the tattoo on her ass. Remember, and he's crying. He's like, well, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh.
And then the fucking the guys that are asking for like their watch or whatever, you gave me the fake watch, and the thing's like, this fucking guy.
That's a pretty good,
I love that fucking
pretty
scene,
good Jewish impression.
man. Honestly, working at Life's a Bagel makes me
Oh.
love Uncut Gems.
We
even
never
more.
rate. Oh fuck.
It's like it's brilliant. Fuck.
Can you get a little closer in frame?
Yeah.
We
Uh,
never rated
let's-
we
Yeah,
never
let's
rated
let's
Raw.
wrap it up because it's already like
Yeah,
almost
that was
two.
the
I wasn't
reason,
expecting
too.
I wasn't expecting
Oh.
to go on this late.
I'm
all
sorry
right.
about Shaun of the Dead though.
No, it's all
Yeah,
good.
okay.
It's all good. It's all good. We'll talk about it after we wrap this up. All right. All right.
Raw.
Raw. What do you guys rate Raw? Fastest. You go first. Fast.
Mission accomplished.
Dude, you said it like you just took a shit.
Yeah, I did. Basically, a mental one.
There you go. There's a scene like that in Xavier Renegade Angel.
I give it like what I give fucking what was the other movie?
Raw.
No, the other one.
Halloween.
Titane.
Yeah, what I give
Halloween?
Halloween?
Oh,
like,
you gave it a.
like 31.
Yeah,
31
out of
40.
Yeah, this is like a 33 out of 40.
Ooh.
bubbles.
Okay. I give it like a 9 out of 10, and then like I don't know, medium rare. That's the way I like my meat.
All right? So that's for Raw or Titane?
Yeah.
For Raw.
For Raw.
Titane though is also like a 9 out of 10.
I would give Raw. What did I give Halloween?
You gave Halloween an 8.5.
8.5.
I'm gonna remember that.
I'd give Raw an 8.5.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair.
Titane.
This guy gave Shame a 7.9.
Like
Out of 10?
Shane, like Steve McQueen.
Yeah.
Huh.
Straight up, yeah. I'm not gonna go back on that. I still feel the same exact way.
I love that you do.
The bar has been set.
No kidding.
We can talk about this at some point, but like I'm curious, like, what do you guys think she'll do next? That's a good question though, I feel like.
Yeah.
I was looking right now on her IMDb, and it looks like she's directing a few episodes of an Apple TV Plus show. Which is a little, but it's not like she's heading it. She's just kind of hired as a director. But that's not really. I'm excited to see what she does next.
Yeah. So, okay.
I give Titane like 35 bubbles out of 40.
Damn, getting a little.
I really like Titane.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I probably would rate. To be fair, I made up bubbles today, so
You can.
I'll revamp it.
Yeah, revamp it. Yeah.
Yeah.
On your new
later
system.
on. Oh yeah, my
Your
new
new
system.
Titane's like a 9 out of 10, and it's like, wow.
Oh. Yeah, wow.
I think that's what you said when we walked out the theater.
Yeah.
What
Even if you don't like it, you probably said wow.
what did I give Vox Lux?
Like a 9
I think I
something.
get it. Yeah. I'd give
9.1.
Titane like a 9.
What'd you give Raw?
I gave
Oh,
Raw
8.5.
an
8.5.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'd give Titane a 9. Okay, so Shaun of the Dead. So you want to talk about it next week?
Yeah, I'd like to have seen the movie all the way through.
Okay.
Without,
And then also for next week you also said you're going to a concert. So do we want to do them weekly for October?
If you guys want, I was planning on doing this thing where I was gonna record some messages to play.
Do that.
But at certain points, I'm gonna have one for each section.
I
So
almost feel though I want Anthony in the aggregate, in the flesh.
I mean, hey,
I'm cool with waiting if you want to wait.
It's up to you guys. Yeah.
I feel it's easier to in person. If you're cool with that.
Yeah. So for Shaun of the Dead discussion,
we should
because I want to make sure Elwood gets his input.
Yeah.
Because I know Elwood also really likes Edgar Wright.
Or would you want to be on the next one too to talk about Shaun of the Dead?
You could take
That makes
take Anthony's place.
Yeah, if you want.
I'll play your messages.
Yeah.
That'd be good. All right, so I think we'll do
Okay.
that. Elwood, do you want a recommendation?
And then you
You
two
want
can
another
pick one if you want, and then I'll just like
Sit out.
Shaun of the Dead. Yeah, that carries over.
Oh, okay. We can
I'm
do
sorry
six,
about that too,
Elwood.
because it was your pick.
Oh no! You don't have to feel bad.
We'll definitely.
But
talk about
I
it.
did mostly choose that movie for you.
Yeah, thanks.
And let's see. I want to choose another.
Tomorrow's all.
No knocking on this month because it's fun and I'm excited, but I'm also excited for I have some picks loaded for after.
Me too. I was thinking about
after
like-
spooky
I was like
season.
thinking about like, oh man, after Harmony Creed, I'm gonna recommend this.
Yeah!
And then I was like, fuck, it's October.
Yeah.
Like, I have to wait a whole month.
I'm
Oh, this is the best part of the podcast is choosing the next movie.
This is why we do it for like 4 hours.
Yeah. I don't have a list of any Halloween movies, unfortunately.
Does it have to be? It has to be like Halloween, like spooky.
Preferably, yeah.
Fucking.
Fucking
well,
Halloween
okay,
2.
Halloween
Well,
2.
We have like Shaun of the Dead,
You got
which
Shaun
is
of the
like
Dead.
the comedy. So I
Mhm.
feel like it's just only natural that one of us pick like I guess a more modern film, and then the other one just pick a classic.
Let's do
So
it.
would you rather pick the classic, or would you rather pick a more modern one?
That's what we did last time.
You can choose a modern one if you want. If you have one in mind.
Fuck. I have a list on Letterboxd where it's just movies that I really like, but other people kind of find eh.
Yeah.
And I have Oh, you saw that? I have a film in mind. Well, there's two films. I have two films in mind. One of them I've seen before and I like, and it's edited by Ryan Johnson before he made Brick.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It's called May.
Oh, is it with that really pale girl?
Mhm.
I've seen the poster for that.
Yeah, and but then there's a movie I haven't seen, a zombie film, The Dead Don't Die by Jim Jarmusch. So
You could choose that one.
you want that one?
Yeah, you could choose. Is that
It's up to you.
that's the more modern one?
Whatever you want.
I mean, they're both like modern.
Yeah.
Like May's from 2002. Anthony, you're not gonna be here. You choose. I give you those two options.
I'll choose once I hear the other pick.
Okay. I'll think of a classic one.
If you, not to influence your decision,
Hey, we're
But I'm
part of
gonna
this though.
but if he does The Dead Don't Die, and then we're also doing Shaun of the Dead,
You want another dead title?
and you're doing the classic, you know where I'm getting at.
Romero.
Yeah.
Like
Up to you,
Dawn
though.
of the Dead?
Up to you.
Let me think.
Because then, in a way, it'd just be the zombie episode.
Yeah, it would, huh?
But I'm cool with it not being the zombie episode, too.
Huh.
And also, too, I haven't seen Night of the Living Dead.
Oh, the original?
Yeah, I haven't seen it all the way through. I've seen, like, bits of it. I don't, like... It doesn't look super scary, you know? But maybe it's something you kind of gotta...
It'd be like
It's a
another
game
it'd be another
changer.
like watching another like Halloween
yeah,
type.
yeah.
Oh, let me think.
It's important. It is very important.
It's in the criteria.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
yeah.
always the classic film by Zack Snyder. What the fuck's it called?
Dawn of the
The Dawn of the Dead
No,
remake.
the new one.
Oh, Army of the Dead.
Army of the
The the 2 hour and 45-minute opus, shot and directed and written by Zack Snyder,
What?
coming
Yeah.
off of the Justice
Yeah.
League.
What?
Yeah, he's the cinematographer on it too.
That's fuck. I didn't know
It's a
that.
Netflix movie.
The whole thing is I won't spoil it, but I mean I don't know if you guys will watch that shit, but it's strange. It's a Las Vegas zombie movie.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What the fuck? So many options. What do I choose? Fuck it, we'll make it a zombie episode.
You want to do
Yeah,
zombie
not a Living Dead.
So,
I guess the dead
'Cause
don't die.
Yeah, the Dead don't.
okay.
I was gonna choose the first horror movie I ever watched, but I was like, I'll save that for like the last Halloween.
What's
Oh,
that?
okay.
Last Halloween.
Or
I gotta save a good one for the last pick.
Yeah. I hope you choose. What is it? What's that one movie you always talk about? What is it? House of a Thousand Corpses.
oh yeah.
I hope you choose
yeah.
that one. I was thinking about choosing that one, but
House of a Thousand Corpses would be cool to talk about.
yeah,
That would go well.
I've been
with,
really
like,
wanting to watch that for a while. Ever since you
That'd
started
be a good one to watch together.
Yeah.
That movie, it's interesting. You know. Interesting.
Okay, so
It's a good Halloween movie. Too.
Shaun of the Dead. And what was one you said? What was it called?
The Dead Don't Die.
The Dead Don't Die and Not a Living Dead. All right, that's what we're. Shaun of the Dead's cross the rain check on that one. All right, but that was this episode. Thank you, Elwood, for coming on. It was a pleasure. It was actually, you know what? I think this might be the longest one. 4 hours and 36 minutes. I don't know I forget what the other ones are at. But one reason why this one's so long is because I think you, as a guest, you've had the most to say.
Actually?
Yeah, because like whenever we have guests on, I mean, not that they don't have a lot to say, but it's like they keep it a little bit shorter.
They usually talk about their movie, and then outside of that, it's. You had good points.
I remember
Yeah.
John didn't watch my movie.
Yeah, he didn't fucking watch
That was
it.
fucked up.
He's like, yeah, I didn't get to
He's
that
like,
one.
I didn't watch it, guys. But he had a lot to say. It was good. It was like,
I mean, yeah, I'm basically on the fucking podcast
you're
in the
true.
comments.
Yeah, you are. It's pretty tight.
Yeah, I try to, I kind of felt like I was talking more about my movie. I feel like it was just because there wasn't a lot coming from anyone else from that movie.
Actually, I like talking about that movie.
I'm really glad you picked that one.
Me
Actually,
too.
it was hard to talk about it, to be honest, but I need shit like that. I talk too much.
Yeah.
It is a challenging movie.
Yeah.
And you need to watch
If somebody
stuff
were
like
to talk
that.
to me about that movie, it'd just mostly be about how I wish it was a different story, but how much I liked how it looked.
Robocock.
RoboCop. All right, that's it.
Thanks, guys.
This is bad country.